Good day and good evening. How are you doing, people? gamedev, first one in today, shout out. Igodzo, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate you. Maripon as well as Yinseng, welcome in, how you doing? AE2, what's up, how's your Friday? Hope you're all doing good. Let me put a little bit of music on here. So today, what are we doing? Don't really know, might do a little bit of work on the game here, but first of all, should I show what I did do? We start off there maybe. Something I did do yesterday is that I actually kept my promise. I did sit down and actually try to think a little bit about what we're gonna do with the story of this game. And I actually think I might have a bit of an idea of how I want the story of the game to be. It's a little bit annoying because I kind of feel like I shouldn't talk to you guys about it, which is like, you know, it's an advantage and a disadvantage. Obviously I would like to discuss every little bit about this game with you guys, but the issue is that obviously the story is gonna... Basically, I would end up spoiling the game for you, you know? Which doesn't seem like the optimal strategy here. So, I don't think I can talk too much about it. But I just want you guys to know that we're starting to... The cogwheels have started turning. I do think like I have some idea of what I kind of want to do with the story element of this game. And yeah, I will let you guys know more details as soon as it's a little bit more set in stone. I just need to think it through a little bit more. Something else we should mention though, holy shit, I almost forgot. Yesterday, we hit 100 plus wishlists on Steam. So that's fucking cool, I would say. Last I checked, we were sitting at 109 wishlists. So thank you all so very much for wishlisting the game on Steam. I really appreciate it. Like, the general goal people tend to set seems to be somewhere around like 7 to 10k. Seems a lot. That seems like it would be very far away, but at the same time, we most likely have something like 9 more months of development on this game, so we do have... You know, we do have time to try and collect more. And we'll see. As far as I understand, most wishlist stats or whatever seems to be a little bit in peaks and like obviously the first day was a big peak for me so far. Like almost half of the current wishlists were all on the first day, which I think is also kind of proving that most likely my marketing effort did have some type of effect, since I basically announced the page on every single platform I'm on, and yeah, I think that did help. It was also a very good stream that day. We had a lot of viewers, so I think that brought in a lot of wishlists too. More efficient procrastination? Maybe, we'll see. I think efficient procrastination is kind of fine, isn't it? Because as long as we're getting some progress, I think we're doing some work, right? What's up, Candonian? How you doing, man? Welcome in. It's also time dependent, which most people don't mention. What do you mean it's time dependent? In what context? What else did I do? Yesterday I did do a bunch of work on I did do a bunch of efficient procrastination. Oh, look at that! Look at that. Let me show you this. I just opened Steam, and this is what I was greeted with. The Hello Kitty Island Adventure. This game seemed to do really good on Steam yesterday. If people don't know, this is BMO artist who's been here in the stream before. He actually did work on this game. That's very cool. Little shout out there. There we go. Sorry, just needed to find the ban button. Whoops. What else did I do? Efficient procrastination, that's what I was talking about. I added a bunch more of the, like, generic achievements. Just because achievements are fun, aren't they? But obviously, since the game isn't, like, fully finished, I can't add all the achievements, because we don't know exactly what's gonna happen. But I did do the ones that are a little bit obvious. Like, for example, we're gonna have a flashlight, you're gonna be able to die, you will be able to complete the game. You will most likely be able to complete the game quickly. I don't know if less than an hour is gonna be the exact thing. This is just as a little, you know, quick draft or whatever. When the game is finished, if it ends up being like 4 hours, maybe we do less than 2 hours or whatever, you know. Or maybe less than 30 minutes if the game is really short. But I think having a kind of speedrun achievement could be a little bit cool. Obviously, we're not gonna put this at like a world record place. Less than 5 minutes, don't panic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't think we can go too far with it, because I do want it to be reasonable for like achievement hunters to actually get all achievements in the game. But at least having one that's like, you know, a quick normal playthrough. Like, it's not actually going to be like a speedrun time on it, as in like, you know, it's not gonna be like completing Dark Souls in 1 hour, but just not being slow, basically. So usually after 3 months you would have 1k per 1 month for wish lists. And after that it changes to high amounts per month per tier, is what I mean. If you're talking about the 70k wish list thing. Oh wait, are you referring to the fact that it might be a bit of a snowball effect? Is that what you mean? Am I following this correctly here? Or are you talking about the goal, that you would move the goal post? Sorry, I haven't fully had my first morning coffee here. Yeah, the goal. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, like, and that is kind of what we're doing as well. I did put the little thingy on Discord, right? This. And right now my goal is 1000. This is not my, you know, this is my current goal. It's not my end goal. Like, preferably, I would like to have more wish lists when we release the game. But this is the current goal. So we will kind of be doing that thing. Like, obviously, if we end up hitting 1000 wish lists, I am gonna, like, nudge the goalpost a little bit further, because we do want to push it as high as possible, of course. But like, my end goal would be like, probably, I mean, 10k would be the optimal one, right? That seems to be the magic number people are talking about. But it seems difficult. It seems 10k is a lot. It is a lot. But at the same time, if I have 5,000 wish lists when it's time to release this game, I would probably feel relatively satisfied with that as well. I mean, satisfied, I would be really happy. I mean, it's 5,000 people who said they want to play my game. That's fucking sick. What was it again? Did they say that in general, like, you get 60% of your sales, wishlist sales, the first year? Is that Steam wishlist conversion rate? Day 1 around 5%, week 1 are 20%, and yeah, year 1 is about 60%. Around 20% buy it on the first week. So if we would have 5,000, that would mean that we would probably have around 1,000 sales the first week. That would be fucking sick, dude. That's almost more than I need, to be honest. That's what I said, like, this is like talking about what's the optimal thing for the algorithm. I would be satisfied with less, but of course the more we can get, the better, because it's gonna make Steam promote the game more. Oh, did I forgot to run ads during the intro? Sorry guys, we have some ads coming in soon. I think I forgot to. Usually I try to schedule a bunch of ads during the intro so we don't have to get any pre-rolls or ads in the beginning of the stream. I might have forgotten that today. Sorry about that one. What's up, Darth? Welcome in. Nice to have you, man. How you doing? Like, you can't take 5 years to get 7k wishlist, which some people do, expecting to get the same results. Oh, I see what you mean. Oh yeah, it's about the time frame in which you acquire all of those wish lists as well. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I'd say low in 90% of cases personally. Yeah, and that might be the case. Like, I don't know if this is average. Oh, this does say median though, which means that most games would be around this percentage, right? Because averages can be a little bit tricky. Because obviously, if one game sells 100%, has 100% conversion the first day, that would bring that value up a lot. But this does say median. But then, of course, I don't know where they get these stats from. So that's fair as well. For the year, but the other ones I agree. Oh, so you agree with the 5% day one, 20% week one? Okay. But you think that maybe 60% the first year might be a bit high. Okay. All the ads sell me everything, exactly. Trollial? Don't understand. I'm lost. What else did we add here? We also did obtain all achievements, because that's an obvious one. This one I'm a little bit... I started playing around a little bit here just to see what I prefer. And I'm actually not sure. Because I do think we're gonna need to have a few secret achievements in the game. Just because otherwise we could end up spoiling stuff with the achievements. And it's also a little bit fun just having, you know, secret little things. But there is multiple ways of introducing secrets achievements to Steam. This is one way. This is technically not a hidden achievement. This is just an achievement where I made a question mark icon for the locked one, and I didn't put in a description. So it's not, technically speaking, it is not hidden, but it kind of looks like it's hidden. Wait, let me wait for the ads to finish and I'll go through this. Steam wishlist to sales calculator. Oh, interesting. Top level genre. Okay. Say that we end up getting 5,000 wish lists and we sell the game for $5.99. Oh, can I not do... Do I have to use dots here? You English bastards. Yeah. For your information, in Sweden we use a comma here. That's why a lot of the time, it happens in code as well. I will try and do a comma and then I'm gonna get like an error for it. But that's just how we do it. Well, wait, here there's a comma. Interesting. What's this? Percentile? Oh, top 50% of games. Ooh, that's probably high, isn't it? Oh yeah, decimal point, fair point. What's up, Arton? Welcome back. Nice to have ya. Well, this is hard to... So this is like how good my game would be on Steam compared to the other ones. That's almost impossible to know. Like, what's the... I mean, I suppose the average is... No. Yeah, it is the median. 50% would be the average. I mean, yeah, I would be more than happy with this. But the thing is, you never know, because depending on how many wishlists you have, it is gonna affect how much Steam promotes your game a lot, isn't it? Yeah, I think, to be fair, I do think using the dot as the decimal point is the most common. But yeah, in Sweden we do use commas instead. A decimal comma. I think the way we do it is dots between numbers. So like if you wrote 1 million formatted, I think it would be this. and then comma, boom, boom. Like, this is how we would do it. Whereas I think, if I'm not mistaken, do you guys not do it the complete opposite way around? Would you not do this? And then a dot for the decimal. So I think it's a full-on switch. In my opinion, you should calculate more possibilities. Yeah, true. They do the same in Germany. Oh, interesting. Yeah, opposite. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I thought so. It's a little bit confusing when you're used to one. Like I said, I think it's good in the Unity editor, because I always enter commas. However, the Unity editor fixes it for me, so that's very nice. It automatically makes it into a dot instead. Same in Poland. Ooh, which one? Do you do the one we do, or the, like, American one? Because I think, as far as I know, Americans use this. I don't know if... do Brits also use this? The same one that I have? This one? Okay, interesting. Maybe it's not as... maybe it's not as uncommon as I thought. I thought this system was relatively uncommon. Yeah, I think we use B. Both a comma and full stop are generally accepted. International use. Apostrophe. Oh, that's the Arabic one. English-speaking countries. In the United States, the full stop or period is the decimal separator. British Empire, the full stop could be used in typewritten material. Oh, you could do like a middle dot as well. Declared in 2003, the symbol for the decimal marker shall be either the point on the line or the comma on the line. So it is... generally both seem to be quite accepted. Oh, interesting! 2019 revision. Normative notation based on SI conventions, I don't know what that is, but adding the comma is preferred over the full stop. The decimal sign is either comma or full point on the line. Not any preference. Okay, it seems to be changing a little bit. Interesting. Fine flowy, yeah. Okay, what if I have 100 wish lists? Which is what I have now, ish. I mean, we have 109 to be exact. But then I probably wouldn't be top 50%, right? So I might make like $86 if I release the game now. $30 the first day. Where am I 1,000? And then say like top 75. 1,500. Just need to convert this into my own currency so I can get a better understanding of it. I don't think in terms of dollars. About like top 80%, but actually hitting the 10k. Yeah. Interesting, interesting. Something else that I did for the game in terms of the achievements... Oh no, yeah, this is what I was gonna say first, but we got interrupted by the ads. Secret achievements. I realized that there are multiple different ways of implementing secret achievements. Because, as I was saying, this is technically not a hidden achievement. This is like semi-hidden. I've made this hidden in a way by making the locked icon into a question mark and then just not adding a description. So it's visible in the list, but it kind of looks hidden because you don't know how to get it. Because the other thing you could do, like if we take Binding of Isaac for example, you could make it like quite literally hidden, which would look like this. So I would say, yeah, this is a good example because we have both here. This is a non-hidden achievement. Win online, win an online match. You know exactly what to do. Dead God is basically a semi-hidden one because there's a question mark here, which kind of signifies that it's hidden in some regard, even though this one has it too. But there's no description, so you don't actually technically know how to get it. But then you have these, which are like full-on hidden achievements, like you can't even see these in the list. What do you guys prefer? Like semi-hidden achievements or fully hidden achievements? Fully hidden? 50k wishlists incoming by Christmas? I mean, 50k, that would have been fucking sick. But I don't think I'm gonna hit any numbers even close to that. Okay, you prefer fully hidden. Because I think in the store they kinda end up looking the same. With maybe hints with other achievements. Yeah, I think for some it's fine to have. You never know. I suppose that's true. Just like these, for example, or like meet your end for the first time. I think it's fine to have a description here, like it doesn't really matter. But if it's something that is like story related and could be a spoiler, I think you should try and either hide it or just not enter the description so it stays a little bit more hidden, you know. Because the interesting thing though is that they kinda end up showing up the same in the Steam store. If we look at like... I have no idea, let's check Sniper Elite. Do you have achievements? So these are non-hidden achievements, since we can see the description. But then here, I find it quite interesting. Because this one is most likely a hidden achievement, because I think when you hide an achievement on Steam, in the store it actually does show up in the list, but they automatically remove the description. But then if you would unlock this achievement, it's gonna show you the description of like how you unlocked it. The thing that I actually don't know if I'm a fan of, that I noticed, is the fact that here they show the unlocked icon, meaning that this, technically speaking, could be a hint to what the achievement is about. So I think if you want something to be truly hidden, you don't even want to give a hint with like the unlocked icon, because you wouldn't be able to see this in your library, but if someone checks the store page of the game, you can actually see how the unlocked one looks. So for my like semi-hidden one here, it doesn't really work, because yeah, here it doesn't give you a clue, but if you would see this on the store page, they would show you the unlocked version. Which I'm not sure I'm a super big fan of. I think maybe it would have been nicer. I do understand that it looks better to have like the colorized versions here, but maybe for the hidden ones, it could have been nice to have the locked thingy just to, you know, hide it even a bit more. I mean, to be fair though, it doesn't really matter, because if you really want to make it hidden, just don't show a hint with the icon, just do some generic symbol or something, I suppose. Yeah, we can check one-shots too. It's funny, Undertale doesn't have any achievements, right? Oh, you know what? This one, Return, I think this might actually be semi-hidden, because the title is a bit higher up. Is this just a not... secret question mark? This is also semi-secret. This one I know is semi-secret. Let me go back to this one. Let me see here. Was the formatting the same? Oh no, the title is a little bit above. It might actually be hidden. I thought maybe it was centered. I don't think there's truly a way in the store to tell whether an achievement is truly hidden or not. Put one on the door codes in the icon, but only for fully hidden. Then when you unlock it one day, lets everyone else find your one and get it. Oh, you mean like actually hiding the like a gameplay element in the achievement icons? Oh, that's a very interesting idea. You could have something like that, to be fair. At least for like, maybe not for the most important stuff, just most people would probably miss it, but for like something really secret you want to have, some little Easter egg or something, it could be a pretty fun idea. One-shot description spells a secret by bolding certain characters in the description. Oh, do they? I was thinking about doing like, you know, because you can do a bunch of like cryptic names and stuff as well. It's not visible here. Description on the Steam page. I see what you mean. It's like Metal Gear Solid that way. I think I played one of those games like way back in the day. This might be a hidden one. Oh yeah, seem to have quite a lot of hidden achievements. Yeah, that's a lot here. I do think though, I don't know if I love the fact that they display hidden achievements in your library like this. I think it could have been more fun if they were listed, but maybe the title just changed to hidden achievement and this question mark was the image, but you still could see like each one. I don't know, I feel like that could have been, rather than like lumping them all in together. I think I'm overthinking this most likely, but yeah, something else I did is that I did make these unlockable as well. I mean, I think we had, so we could unlock the achievement at the end of the last stream, but I did add so that True Survivor, the all achievements achievement, is basically fully working. What's up, Swizer PT? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Bem-vindo. Metal Gear Solid on PlayStation 1 had a number you needed to call to progress in the game in the screenshot on the back of the PlayStation 1 box. Holy shit. With several screenshots too. I mean, that kind of stuff is cool though. I do like these little hidden things and like Easter eggs. I think we're gonna try and do a lot of that stuff for this game. I think it works very good with like a kind of horror game style as well, you know. So the way I did it here is that I added my own achievement class that just has a name and an ID, which the ID is what Steam uses. The name is what I use, just because it's basically my current IDs are like Shrouded Loom 1, Shrouded Loom 2. But I don't want to call this, because this decides the order in your library, how these achievements show up. So I don't want to say like, if you do this, then unlock SOG1, because I might change which one is number 1 later on. So what I do is that I use my own little words here, like flashlight. I know this is like the flashlight achievement. So then if I later on change the order, I can just change this ID to Shrouded Loom 2 instead of 1. So the way we do it in the code is that I have this, when we unlock an achievement, we're taking this my like name string, and then I have a function to get the ID, which looks through the achievements, finds the one with the same name, and retrieves that ID. I think that was a pretty nice, like, flexible way of doing it. And then I did this little check all achievements unlocked, which checks if you have the all achievements achievement, then you return. Otherwise, you loop through them, and if you have every single achievement except for the all achievement ones, then you unlock it. And this is actually fully working. I did also make a debug tool for now that can unlock any achievement for me, just for testing purposes. Because the only one we actually unlocked through gameplay at the moment is this one. Boom, you can't see it, but we just unlocked Guiding Light. Let me do this. And then with the debug tool, I can unlock any achievement I want here. So we can go game over. We can go the end. And when we get to the next to the last one, it should automatically unlock all achievements for us. So now we should get 2 achievements. One for the one I'm entering and one for getting all of them. Indeed, it is fully functioning. Let's fucking go. I think that's pretty cool. And it updates on Steam as well. Now you can see we actually have all of the achievements in the game. Pretty cool stuff. Damn, I already have 7 hours in my game, even though I don't have a built version. Oh wait, let me catch up here. In your face, hidden achievements. Wait, what do you mean, Spicer? One Shot has a lot of cool shit you may try to add to your game. Yeah, I think all of these, like, because I'm not gonna lie, I do have a little bit of some, what do you call it, ideas just from playing Undertale as well. Also, back then it meant you couldn't get a copied version of the game as you never got the boxes with them. Oh, so you could never beat it. Oh, that's a very interesting way of battling pirated copies, I suppose. I don't think I'm gonna add anything for my game in terms of like trying to stop it. I'm just gonna hope that most people choose. I mean, I'm gonna try and price the game fairly and then hope that most people want to buy it rather than steal it. But if one person steals it, I don't think I'm gonna worry too much about it. Wait, I have an idea, because people sometimes use programs to unlock all achievements. What if you had a save file that has the unlocked achievements? And if the achievements mismatch, you could call out the player. But... oh yeah, I suppose it is if I save it separately. Because I can't save it in the unlock achievement one, because then if they would brute force it to unlock those, we might end up actually logging that file as well. But yeah, for achievements you might be able to do something actually. That's true. You should put a backup Trojan virus in it. If they hack it, it releases a Trojan horse. Or release your own fake version with it. Oh yeah, just put my own shit on one of them websites. Or just release a Trojan for no reason, completely unrelated. Sounds like do we just want to release a Trojan horse? Is that it? A Trojan virus. By trolling the player, for example? Cool stuff. Was there something else I wanted to share? We talked a bit about the story. Like I said, I do have a bit of an idea what I want to do with the story. I can't share too much yet before I've fully thought it all through, but... I'm still a little bit indecisive about how I'm gonna do the layout. Or like, the map stuff. Because if we check my game design document, I was thinking about having a like map system thing, basically looking like this, where like level 1 would be this first room, and then you solve some puzzle to get into this room, where now you have access to these three rooms, where you have to solve a puzzle to get into this one. So basically the horizontal grid would be each level, and the thing you're trying to unlock is the one that gets you like forward, or in this case, up on the map. The only thing is that I feel like it would be nice, maybe, if we had a thing where you could turn back. Because that is the main issue why I thought about this one, is the fact that we don't have to worry about the player ever going backwards. Like, you can explore sideways and you progress forward, you never go back. Because I don't know how to implement a system of going back without doing like a UI element. But I think it could be cool, I just don't know how to implement it in a nice way. Like, preferably I would like the player to go back, but since you can't turn around, I don't know how to allow the player to go back. What's up, Neckert? How you doing? Welcome in. Have it cloud check the progress. If it doesn't match the achievements, then delete system 32. Oh, that's funny. Release a Trojan that at night the desktop goes to black and you can see the monster walking around the screen. That would be fucking mad. Are the levels independent? Can you go back? Oh yeah, exactly. So, not as of right now, you would not be able to go back. I don't think you would want to go back in this game. Yeah, I suppose it is an argument for it. I just think that you could make it... You could do more hidden stuff, like maybe at the end, if the last thing you do, kinda Undertale-ish, sorry, if that was a spoiler for anyone. You could have it where, like, if you go back to the beginning of the game, and maybe there's some secret there or something. Anyways, gotta head to a meeting, catch you later. Thank you very much for dropping by, Chandonian, and good luck with your meeting. Have a nice one. But it's just because we could make more intricate puzzles if we allow the player to go backwards. It's just that I don't know how to do it in like a UI way, because I'm not going to have the player be able to look around in the room. When I say look around, I mean like turning the perspective, because it's that is scope creep 101. It's gonna add too much work, because I'm gonna need to draw every furniture in like new ways and stuff, or in new perspectives. It's gonna up the amount of work a lot. And one thing that I'm very happy about when it comes to this game at the moment is the fact that we have a pretty good pipeline, or like workflow. And the main reason why it's hard to turn back now is because if we have these like 3 doors here. These ones are very simple, right? Because if you want to go forward, you click on this door. If you want to go left, you click on this door. If you want to go right, you guessed it, you click on this door. How do you go back? You can't see a door behind you, so you can't click on the door. That one would have to be different in some way. One thing I thought about you could do, but I don't think I like it, is if we have the map and you open up the map, maybe you could have that actually be a bit like a selector. So if I'm in this room currently, if I click on this room in the map, I would go back. But that basically means that we're gonna add teleporting in the game, because then I assume if you're in this room, you could click here to go back. And I'm not sure we would want that. The other thing we could do would in that case be to have a UI element. Maybe do something that pops up. We would have to teach the player that, but maybe if you bring the cursor down to the middle center of the monitor, maybe like a little arrow or button fades in, and if you click on that one, you go back to the room behind you. That should be a way. Because the annoying thing right now with the current plan for the layout is that not only can you never go like back to a room you were previously in, like you can't go back to the former room, but that means that if we want to do like, what do you call it, alternative paths and stuff, they need to connect progression wise forward. So if I have a room here that takes you to a room here, this can't be an end room, because you can't go back here and continue the game. So this one, we would need to always have rooms so that these can connect back somewhere. Which means that we become a little bit limited in how we can do the layout. Whereas like, if we have a way for the player to turn back, then we can do completely separate, small little hidden rooms that you could enter, go back, and then progress through the game. So I'm not sure. This is one thing that I haven't fully decided. Either we're gonna do it this way, where progression is always forward, solving the puzzles can be horizontal, but you never go back. Then the progression is here. The progression is always forward, basically. Which this works, but I'm not sure if it's the best thing to do, because we would get a little bit limited in how we can build up the layout of the rooms, the layout of the game. If that makes sense. I don't know if a UI element, I mean, having one consistently, like if we just had a big old button down here that said like, you know, go back to the last room, I would hate it, because this is gonna mess up the immersion quite a lot. But potentially having a invisible hitbox, and if you bring your cursor into this hitbox, then we like fade in an arrow to go back. Maybe that could work. I don't know what you guys think. Because then if we wanted to make it... No, I don't think I like that. I was gonna say if we wanted to make it more consistent, we could just say that when you hover over another door, we also show an arrow. But I think I do want as little UI elements as possible. I mean, that is the whole reason why we made the diegetic UI and everything. Like this one. Is because I don't want to have UI elements on the screen. Because I feel like the immersion is gonna be better if we don't have it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we do. I'm gonna do some more thinking about it. I think we could actually start doing a few of the rooms we want to have. Because I have some ideas for rooms that I would like to have in the final game. Or well, at least I think I want to have. This could change. We have a long time left, but... That's the thing, you don't want to do too much unnecessary work, but... I think some cool rooms would be to have... Maybe have the first room basically be... Wait, I think there's 3 rooms I would like to have, which would be a little bit of like giving the player some progression and doing some like tutorial elements. Where maybe the first room is like the... This would be a room that is lit up. And then we do this as basically the first like tutorial room. This teaches you like how to interact with the world, like clicking on objects and so on. And then, so this would be very simple, like maybe even to the point of like click on the door to open it, click on it to go through. That's about it. We'll see. And then in the next room, here we would not have a light. So you come into a completely dark room. Maybe the light switch doesn't work, you know. And in here, you find the flashlight. So here you would pick up the flashlight. Now we can teach the player how to turn on and off the flashlight. And yeah, that's basically it. And then maybe we do one last room where this is where you would find the backpack. And this room would teach you about like the objects in the room or collectible items and stuff. So maybe in this one, what we should do to make sure that the player doesn't miss it is to put the key already inside of the backpack. So that means that to progress out of this room, the player needs to have learned how to open the backpack, check what's in it, and how to use items. I think this should be good rather than doing it the way we have set it up now, where basically all of these three are in the same room, right? This is a lit up room where you find the flashlight and you find the backpack. That was weird. My speaker just turned on and off for some reason. Thank you, my IQ tests claim otherwise. But yeah, I do think separating this up a little bit would be a good thing. So I think maybe that's what we should work on. A little bit of polishing, maybe starting to build up the first rooms and stuff. Is that the Steam Manager is a don't destroy, right? Don't destroy and load, yes. System, Steam Manager are both there. I think we would need to do something similar for the in-game managers, because these we probably want to bring along as well. But then if you go back to like the main menu, we destroy them. Something we want to do later on as well is have some form of like a save system. I think that would be nice. I think I might do it similarly to what Code Red did with like Road Blight, where you have like save slots. So maybe when you click on like start the game, you have like 3 empty save slots. You just pick one and then it's gonna save your data into that slot. Because we do want to... Yeah, we are gonna need a save system in some regard. What's up, Loyometek? Welcome in! Hyvelte! Good evening. Good evening. How are you doing? Terve, heippa. Okay, should we try and set up a few rooms and try to get on new... Because we're gonna have to change how the room manager works. I mean, really, I don't even think we're gonna need the room manager whatsoever. I think we're gonna be able to delete this entire script, because we don't really need to keep track of it. Like, I think exits would just have a reference to like an ID or something of a room, and then the game manager, maybe, would just call to switch scene to whatever that reference was. Maybe we should have a room manager just to keep track of them and like handle the IDs and stuff. So, can you have references to scenes? Is that possible? Can you do like a public scene? That doesn't look like it exists. Oh, but maybe I need to use... What is it? Unity engine.scene management? Oh yeah! Oh, I think you can have references to scenes. So then we should make like a custom class. Oh, you can't set it in the inspector though. You cannot set it in the inspector. I don't really need that though. We can just use the name of the scene as the reference. I don't even think I need this, but I was just interested to see whether it works or not. How you doing, Liomatech? Cutscene manager. I think what I might do in the meantime, while we play around with this, managers. I think I might save a few of these, like the cutscene manager. I'm not sure I'm gonna keep. So let's save it as a prefab, and the same with the room manager. Because then we can have them saved, but we could delete them here from the main managers. Gonna get a bunch of errors, but I think that could be a good way of going about it, in case we want to implement them again later. Co-working, let's go, nice. What are you busy with? I think we're gonna try and set up a few more rooms to get a little bit of... a little bit of the first content going here for the full version. Because that might mean that I'll be able to bring in a few playtesters to start trying out the UI and stuff. How do you design puzzles? That's a good question. That's actually a really good question. For like the Game Jam version, I mean, we did make multiple puzzles. I know some of them I got some good ideas from chat for. I think some of them were... I mean, most of them I actually think was quite emergent design. So not really me thinking it through in like, or like really planning out the entirety of the puzzle. Maybe the last one I kinda did. I basically came up with multiple puzzle pieces or whatever, and like how to combine it into one big puzzle. But I think I overdid it a little bit with the last room, because I did get some feedback that people found the last room to be a little bit too complicated. But most of them are quite emergent. I do think this is a pretty good puzzle, to be honest, because this has a clear, what do you call it? The thing when you cannot trick the player a little bit at first. Because in this room, what most people do is that they end up finding this key, right? And what do you do when you have a key? This is a very simple puzzle, but I think it actually works pretty good. Obviously, when you have a key, the first thing you do is to try it on the door. But then it says that it doesn't fit here. So this creates a puzzle. Well, where does the key go? And then after a while, most people end up finding that as a little hidden trapdoor below the rug. And obviously, that is where the key actually goes. Very simple, but I think this puzzle actually works pretty well as like a early on puzzle. This one is also pretty simple. It's just key is hidden in here. You needed to find the screwdriver, which you can't now. I don't even know if this game or this room works, to be honest. Could add the screwdriver through the debug tools. Oh no. Oh yeah, I think it does work actually. Yeah, that's fine. This room is broken at the moment. This one I did definitely get some help from chat with. I think chats were the ones who came up with the idea of having something with fire. Having to put out the fire. This one I'm mostly designed, but this is the one I meant that I think I overdid it a little bit with the complexity. There's a lot of pieces to this puzzle. Like you have to, you know, build, or you have to craft a hammer to break the box to get pieces of the code. And then you have to also get pieces of the code from other objects in here to be able to unlock the safe. When you say it, it doesn't sound like too much, but I think a lot of people found that puzzle to be a little bit too long and complex. I'd craft a hammer and fight the monster. I think maybe at some point in the game we should have... I don't know if we're gonna have like full-on fighting, like it's not gonna be an action game. But I do think it would be cool if you at some point do some kind of like trap for a monster or something. Or even like defensive stuff. Maybe at some point there's a monster like coming closer through the door. and like you have to get like a barricade and like bar up the door so that they don't get to you, and then maybe escape through another place like a trapdoor or another door. I think stuff like that could be a little bit cool to have. But we're not gonna have like fighting minigames, like pure Norseman exactly. I bet you can have some kind of analytics to see how puzzles are proceeding and when people are dropping out. Yeah, probably, that's actually true. See like how many of the puzzle elements or puzzle parts they got through before they decided to quit the game. But wouldn't I need to... I would need to save that somehow. Wouldn't I need to like have my own database and have the game fucking connect to that one and save it? It might be a little bit... I mean, I could technically do it with achievements, but that means that we would spam the player with achievements for like each thing they do. Because the good thing about achievements, to be honest, is the fact that you can... You know, it tells you how many people unlocked the achievement. Like, now this doesn't say anything, but it will say like... You know... 30% unlocked the end. So now you know that 30% of your players play through the entirety of the game. So you can actually get quite a lot of info from the achievements. Like if we take Dark Souls Remastered, for example, there's a lot of stuff you can... You get a lot of data from here. %30 of players reached the first ending. 20% reached the second one. Half the people got the Lord Vessel. And these are the ones I find interesting. In Kindle, Light Bonfire Flame, 96.6 players lit a bonfire in Dark Souls. That means 3.4 players didn't make it to the first bonfire in the game. I think it's almost more likely that those people actually never started the game, rather than never reaching it. I think arriving Lordran, here I think a few % is actually people who dropped off because they didn't manage to kill the first boss. But for this one, Light Bonfire Flame, like you do this like 2 minutes into the game. I think this... The lacking % here is probably mostly people who actually never booted the game up. People who were gifted the game or bought the game but never actually tried it. Because otherwise it's... I mean, I suppose it could be people who almost like insta-quit the game. But I feel like that's almost more unlikely than people just not giving it a go. I'm sure there are services for that for Unity. Yeah, there probably is, to be fair. Common thing in software development, and there are many analytic providers. Firebase by Google, for example. Yeah, maybe I should look into it. See if it's something that's easy to implement. Because like getting that kind of data would be good from like a playtesting perspective. To be fair. Speaking of which, if anyone is interested in playtesting the game, the applications are currently open, so feel free to apply. Also, if anyone wants to help me translate the game, we also have applications for localizers. Feel free to sign up in advance if anyone is interested in either one or both. Okay, so this is room 1, which I think here we should just teach the absolutely most basic things. You know what? Oh, I kind of want to see. It would be cool to have the flashlight flickering in one of the rooms, right? Like when you walk into it, in the room where you find the flashlight, I think you could look kind of sick to have a completely dark room, and then you just see like in the corner, like the flashlight is just flickering a little bit, and you have to pick it up. I feel like that could be kind of cool. But we do need to clean some stuff up here. System should be fine. Managers. I don't think... As of right now, we're not gonna use the cutscene. So I don't think we need the cutscene manager in here. And I think we're gonna change how we handle the rooms as well. And the checkpoints. So I think we get rid of the room manager too. But then, if we're gonna do this in different scenes, we do need to bring these managers with us. Which means, maybe we take the game manager. And we put a don't destroy on this one. And that should make the rest of this not be destroyed. Systems. Do I have a don't... What's up, hey Jew? How you doing? Welcome in, man. Oh, do we have some hey Jew emotes here? Let's fucking go, man. Let's go. That one looks good. Nice to have. Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. Starting to see if we can get a few of the... Or like, at least a few prototype rooms going. So that maybe we can start testing the game a little bit in a more full sense. I think it could be cool. But we need to make some cleanups. I assume now, after removing those managers, the game is gonna break, right? Oh, it's not. Oh! That's because we're using events now. Shit is decoupled. That's why it doesn't break. Before, this would have instantly broken since we had a bunch of direct references. But I actually think that the game manager almost never talks directly to the room manager. Okay, if you die, it does. And... Wait, is that the only one? What is this? I mean, we can try it just out of curiosity, since we have the debugging tools now. If we start and I force game over, I'm pretty sure that we're gonna get another reference. Yeah. In the queue game, yeah, so that should be the room manager, but that's fine, that's fine. To be fair though, we should actually add something there. Because we do know we want the achievement for dying for the first time. But that's really easy to fix. We just need to do a... No wait, we already have an event for it, don't we? Do I not have a game over event? So this is super easy to implement. We just go to the achievements manager. We made sure to subscribe to the game over event. And also unsubscribe from it. And then we're gonna do a flashlight toggled. Let's do a private. That is not what I said. Holy shite. Sounds great, yeah. How's your game going, Jew? I was lurking a little bit earlier, but I had some stuff to do, so I wasn't too active in there. What's up, Cheetah? Welcome in. I'm sorry, but managers are banned in object-oriented programming. I'm calling the C# police. Yeah, I've actually read a little bit about that. It's kind of funny, because you end up, or I mean, I end up making all of these like managers and stuff. But I know that I read a little bit of a book on like programming and stuff, which actually talked about that, how like technically speaking, in like C#, since it's an object-oriented language, you're not really supposed to use managers, right? Which is kind of interesting. But I also don't know how... Wait, what am I supposed to do instead? What am I supposed to do instead of having managers? Working on a new UI and graphics comes together quite well. Yeah, I've been seeing it. I do like the new look of the UI. It's starting to look a lot better. Managers are a broad term. Yeah, I do suppose that's true. It's kind of an umbrella term, right? Oh yeah, I think that's it. Because a manager tends to be something that handles something else. But is it that in a object-oriented programming, like technically the objects should handle itself? Is that kind of what it's supposed to be? Yeah, you're supposed to run all the logic on the objects themselves. But yeah, everybody does managers to some extent. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, for like a game manager, I feel like it kind of makes sense. Because that would be weird too. Because otherwise you would kind of spread out all this logic somewhere else. I suppose it could work though, but... interesting. Also, I think I want to change this. Should this not be like on flashlight toggled? Do I have any... No, this is a empty event. Okay. There we go. Now we should actually be able to unlock that one. As long as we fix the error here. Which is gonna be simple. All we need to do is to go to the queue game over scene. And then we are not gonna... Whoops. Ever call the room manager. Yes and no. If you go full object-oriented programming without mixing in other paradigms, I think objects should handle themselves, but I guess that's not most of the advisable thing to do. Many managers are more of a reference hub, at least for me. Interesting. Yeah, I see what you mean. Because that, in some regard, that's kind of how I use some of these. Like the inventory manager is almost just a clear place to have all of my references I need in terms of the inventory, right? Okay, should we try that achievement just for the fun of it? Let's clear all achievements. Now, we should unlock one here. We do indeed. And then if we force game over, we should unlock another one. Yeah. Meet your end for the first time. Sweet. Damn, achievements are pretty simple. When I needed global access for something, I put it under the same manager singleton rather than making a new singleton. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, we have an ad coming in a minute. I'm gonna take that timing to just go ahead and get myself a bit more coffee. I'll wait till the ad starts. Okay, so that part works now. I mean, you won't be able to restart the game, but that's kind of fine. How should we do this? I think this is a good first setup. We do need, though, we really need to make this a don't destroy. Let's do it on the game manager, since that's like the most important one. Wait, are you not? Oh, right, you are Mono Singleton game manager. We made that little helper script for it. Okay, I'm gonna be lazy, we're just gonna do this. I'm gonna make a script on the parent object. And should I not also merge this with like... No, I don't want to do that. Okay, it seems like my intelligence is bugged out as per usual. Okay, we got the ad running. I'm quickly gonna go and get a bit more coffee, and I'll be back in just a minute or so. Thank you guys very much for your patience. I am not taking 20 minutes though, sorry about that one, let me turn that off. There we go. Do not aggro, do not aggro. Shit, I think I aggroed. That's not good. Here we go. Fuck you, dude. Hey, Kunroff, thank you very much for the follow. The 1001th. What? That's not. First, 1001st. One? Did I actually say one? Oh, that's funny. Orisha, thank you very much for the follow as well. Appreciate it. The 1002th follower. How is it so far in the struggle? So we keep speedrunning? I'm half speedrunning. There has been a little bit of struggle, not gonna lie. But so far not too... Oh no. Oh no, I'm dead. So yeah, not really any struggles at all. It has gone completely smooth. I haven't died once. Everything is working phenomenally. Holy. Okay. Okay, I just need to take a breather real fast. Holy shit. This is the We are back. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Okay, now that one should not be destroyed. Apply. Yeah, now that moved into the don't destroy on load as well. Something I really think we need to do though is to change how we handle this. Like, because obviously what we do now, this might actually be more important than anything at the moment. When we start playing the game, all of the objects switch to like a grey color, and then we only turn them white on hover to get this like highlight effect. The really annoying thing about this is that I can't test how the game looks in the editor, because this looks much brighter. So even if I turn on the light here. Like this doesn't show me how it looks while you're actually playing. That is not good, because I need to be able to fine-tune stuff in the editor before I run the game. I don't know how to fix it though, in an easy way. I mean, I suppose the thing I could do is to go to every single object in the game and make it into the gray version. Because that's basically what I'm doing now, to be honest. What we do is that on enable or on start or whatever, we switch the color of all interactable objects to a like grayish hue instead. But I would like this to happen in the editor. Like here, they should also be gray. I did it programmatically because it saved me a bunch of time, but I need them to be gray here too. Don't know what... I mean, I suppose I could run a similar script in the editor, right? Would that not work? Rather than actually changing the colors. Why is the default color not matching to the gray? Well, it's because all the objects are drawn in fully black and white. And if you check like the Game Jam version, for example, the game actually is, like the default color was white. If we look here. And that's because we didn't have the highlight system. But that made it so I realized that we were missing a lot of feedback. But if we go in here, these items are actually white. I mean, they do get a little bit grayish at the end of the flashlight, of course, but other than that, the default color is white. But the way I made the highlight system work is that all of the objects get turns into a darkish or grayish color, and then I only flip them back to white when you hover them, because that gives this like clear indication of what you're trying to interact with, and also what is interactable, because it kind of lights up. So if I check like the crack in the ceiling here, the fact that this one doesn't light up tells the player that this is not interactable, whereas the vent, which does light up, shows that this is interactable. So the way everything has been drawn, is in a pure white color, but then at the start of the game, all objects that are interactable programmatically switch to a gray color. But obviously, I want the default color to always be gray, so we can visualize in the inspector how it looks in the game. What's up, the Spiritus Resource? Welcome in, man. How you doing? Nice, that's good feedback. Thank you, man. Yeah, I think it added a lot, actually, because in the Game Jam version, I felt that there just wasn't enough, it wasn't clear enough what was and wasn't interactable. Because I also noticed a lot of playtesters trying to like click on the spider webs or the cracks in the ceiling and stuff, because there was nothing telling them what was or wasn't interactable. How are you changing the color? That is in the interactable script. So if we check like... well, it doesn't matter. If we check the door... No, wait, let's not do the door. Let's do the cabinet. We take the closed door here. This has a interactable script. And what this does is at the start function, it checks if I have an image, then set that image to the color settings default color. And then it's only on hover when we highlight the object that we set it to the highlight color. And the reason we have the color settings here is because you can actually change this if you want. I thought about like accessibility options in case someone has trouble seeing or whatever. It might be helpful if you can, for example, switch it to something more clear, so you can even have the highlight color be red. And now it's very clear what object you're trying to interact with. That's the reason why we don't set any actual color in the script. We check with the settings what color it's supposed to be. You can also do yellow. But white is the default highlight color. But yeah, I mean, one way of doing it, like I said, is to go through all of these and actually switch the color to a grayish one so it's gonna look the same, but that feels unnecessary. There must be a way to programmatically do this instead. Basically make the same thing run in the editor, right? Because you can make certain stuff run in the editor. Like for example, the localization system, that runs in the editor. So we should be able to do something similar that automatically does this for us, so I don't have to programmatically do it. Because I also don't want to go into like a sprite and change all of these into gray objects. Just then I don't know how, if we would switch the color to a white one, that actually wouldn't do anything, just that's the default color. Like even if I have a red, if I have a source image that's red, like this would be set to white. But this is how we highlight the object, by switching from this to this. How are you doing, the Spiritus Resource? Are you a game developer as well, if I may ask? Yeah, I found myself spam clicking around the room sometimes. Yeah, exactly, I noticed multiple people doing it, and I think that was because we didn't have clear enough feedback to what was or wasn't interactable. I think in general feedback is very, very important. Also, have our wishlist numbers updated yet? Let's have a look. I don't think so. It's usually in about an hour or so. Yeah, it hasn't. I think I checked my wishlist numbers too much. Not gonna lie. It has multi-edit support. Multi-edit support. I don't know what that is. Do you mean the fact that you can choose whether it's in the on runtime or in editor? Is that what you mean with multi-edit support? Sprite archivist for retro games and a YouTuber called Digino Gaming. Ooh, interesting. I just love gamedev as a casual viewer. Oh, cool stuff, man. Well, I'm glad to have you. Welcome in. You can select all the game objects that have the image and change the color to default gray with one click. Wait, do you mean now manually? Like I would go through and select these and change the color? Or do you mean like programmatically? Like having a button I can use in the editor? Or whatever. Any of that. Yeah, just the annoying thing if I do it manually, like going through and changing these, is that, yeah, it's gonna work and it's gonna be fine, like this room isn't that big. But the amount of work is gonna add up, right? Because I would need to change the color of any future object I add into the game as well. Because all objects are gonna be drawn in white, and every time I make a new object, I'm gonna have to set the color to gray. It feels like it would be more practical to make this, to do it programmatically. Like, basically what we would do, right? I would make those into prefabs. They are. These might not be now, all of them, because we're done refactoring and stuff, but in general, all my furniture will be prefabs, so we can use them in other rooms and stuff. So then if you change the image.color in the prefab, it changes for all the instances. Yes, but that still means I have to do it every single time I add a new object, right? Because we're still gonna have, I mean, I don't mean adding a new instance of that prefab. I mean like, today, say I decide, oh, I want to have another type of shelf here. I draw a new shelf, I make a new prefab. Every time I add an object to the game, I would have to go in and switch this color. I mean, it's not, I'm making this sound like it's a huge amount of work. It isn't. But like, if I work on this game for 10 months, who knows, I might add, for the full game, we might make a total of like 600 items. Which is, that's where I go like, it seems like it would be nice to just do this programmatically. You can have multiple levels of prefabs. You mean like nested prefabs? Yeah, but that wouldn't change the underlying... I would still have to... Like, I understand that if I change the door prefab here, for example, all of these normal doors would switch to this color. But if I later on make a new door, would I not still have to change this? Am I missing something here? To be fair, I don't know if maybe I am overthinking this. Just like I said, it's not... Like, all I would do is do this. Paste. Whoops. Oh, do I not have the light on? Wait, why did you turn so fucking dark? Oh, did I not have the... Oh, I see. There we go. Like, this is really what I would need to do, right? Or just boom, boom. It's grey. So it's not really that much work in some regard. If you change the image.color in hover object, it will change in hover object shelf and hover object door and hover object vent. But wouldn't the nested prefab have the image? Wouldn't the hover object just be a parent object, maybe with a script, and then I would have the images on the child prefabs? Like here, basically. Because if we take the trapdoor under the rug, this, okay, it's not now, but usually this is a nested prefab. Well, here the parent one doesn't actually have an image, but then all of these are different sprites that I switch between. Nested prefab is not hierarchy, it's about inheritance and overrides. Oh. So wait, this is not... You don't mean in the case of like making big rug here into a prefab on this one? That's not what we are talking about. Or is that what you mean? Oh yeah, this is... Because this is what I was thinking. Like, room 0, this is a prefab. And then door 1, this is a nested prefab, right? It's a prefab inside of room 0. But this is not exactly what you are referring to, is it? It doesn't seem like you're using nested prefabs ideally yet. Yeah, this is the only way. I mean, this is why I thought was the sole thing with like a nested prefab. So before, everything did use a bunch of inheritance script-wise, but you're talking like object-wise, kind of, having inheritance. But I also don't know, am I overthinking this? Like, I might actually be, because if I select these, it's one click for me to change this entire object to grey. And now that looks like it would look in the game, right? Yeah. Wait, maybe I'm talking about prefab variant, actually. Okay. Yeah, that is not something I'm using. Yeah, because I think this is a nested prefab by definition. Like a prefab inside a prefab. But okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Because that sounds more like it would have to do with like inheritance. Fine, maybe I'm overthinking this though, like, because I can select multiple images at once. It's literally one click away. Am I going too far here? Maybe I am. So you would have a base prefab like hover object, and then you could change the sprite and save it as a door. And choose a prefab variant instead of original prefab. Okay. So how does that end? Oh, but would that end up messy if I have like 600 hover objects? Which I probably won't, but just out of curiosity. Because we're gonna have like every single furniture, every single object in the game will be some type of prefab, right? Is it gonna get messy after a while? I mean, I don't know, because I don't know how prefab variants work. And then I assume in a prefab variant that you could add like new scripts and stuff. Just that is obviously gonna be needed as well. You know what we should do? Really, let's be honest here. We should just... Let me just read a little bit about prefab variants. Because it is not something I have used. Let's over-engineer this. I am pretty good at over-engineering, let's be honest. Useful when you want to have a set of predefined variations of a prefab. For example, you might have several different types of germ slime targets in your game, which are all based on the same basic germ slime target prefab. However, you may want some germ slime targets to carry items, some to move at different speeds, and some to emit extra sound effects. To do this, you should set up your initial germ slime target prefab to perform all the basic actions you want all germ slime targets to share, and then you should create several prefab variants to make it move faster, carry items, or do sound effects. Okay. You can drag your prefab instance into the hierarchy into the project window. When you do this, they'll ask if you want to create a new original prefab or a prefab variant. Any edits you made to the prefab variant becomes overrides to its base that exists in the variant. So what here, this would be the prefab parent, I suppose. And are these the variants? Well, these just nested prefab. Wait. The prefab variant. Oh no, this. Okay, this, the open one, is the prefab variant. Gem Blast, the prefab is added as a override. Oh yeah, that's why we had a plus sign. Exactly, that's an override in here. Maybe. It's similar how to scene files saves overrides to prefabs. Yeah, I see the similarity here with like, basically, with like this, you know? Like, do I want to revert or apply these changes to the prefab? That's basically, I should probably do something similar with this one, I assume. Like, do I want to apply this to the parent prefab or only to the variant? Interesting. Yeah, this is not something I've used. Wait, how did I make one? Oh, you can right-click on a prefab and create a prefab variant. Oh, okay, okay. So I would go like, say I want to make a variant of this box. Am I doing mad? Why can't I see this? Or do I need to open this one fully? Oh, in the project window. Oh, yeah. I think you're right. I was trying to do it in the hierarchy. That's not it. Okay, so we would take like the crate, for example. Yeah, prefab variant. Okay. I'm getting Steam notifications in Unity Editor now. Okay, and now I should make changes to this one. And I assume overrides. Exactly. Now if I would apply this, I only override that part to the new prefab we made. Now if I paste in another one, this one will also be red. Okay. Yeah, this does seem pretty useful, to be honest. And now, what happens if I go to the parent prefab? Which one did I change the color of? The closed crate. What happens if I change you to green? Can I... If I apply this, I'm not gonna apply it to the override, right? No. But if I go here... Can I... No overrides. Ooh, okay, so I can't revert this one to what I had in the parent prefab. Can I? Wait, I'm gonna snooze this ad. What's up, BMO artist? How you doing? Welcome in. How's your day going so far? It's going good. Just started learning a little bit about prefab variants. Not something I have worked with before, to be honest. New Steam achievement unlocked, prefab variants. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this does seem like it actually would be useful pretty much in the exact way that you said, Keita. We would probably have like... I mean, I shouldn't even have just one for objects. And then we should have... Because should you not have prefab variants of prefab variants? So, tell me if I'm... if this is stupid, but I'm just having an idea here. Like, possibly we could do something like this, where we have... am I going too far here, maybe? We should have objects, which mainly have a image. They have a sprite. Yeah, I think I'm going too far here. From this, we should have the interactable objects, the hover interactable, and the item interactable. And the interactable, we should also have collectible. Am I going too far with... Now I'm starting to feel like I'm going too far with hierarchy again. And then basically under like hover interactable or item interactable, we would have all of these like, that would be like the crate, we would have the door, we would have the vent. Under hover interactable, we would have like the inventory. On the interactable, we would also have stuff like the table lamp. Am I going too far? Also, big congratulations on the success of the game, BMO. I did pretty nice. This morning when I opened up Steam, I actually showed it on stream. The first thing that popped up was a big old, you know, feature of your game. The only one featured. One page, only the Hello Kitty Island game. That was kinda cool. Oh really? Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. I mean, I can probably show you. Because I even gave you a little shout out there. Oh, no. It was really early on. It was almost the first thing I did, right? Okay, here I have Steam open. Oh! The Hello Kitty Island Adventure. One page. This game seemed to do really good on Steam yesterday. If people done on Steam. I didn't mean to say on Twitch there, to be honest. No, this is BMO artist who's been here in the stream before. He actually did work on this game. That's very cool. Little shout out there. That was the only one that I had featured. Pretty GG, I would say. You can also combine with nested prefabs. Oh. It's doing really well. Yeah, it seems like it. It went through. That was a fire drill we had to do yesterday. Steam reached out and asked us for files to do that. Oh, interesting. We didn't know if they would. Yeah, they did. You had it as well? Yeah, it's very cool, not gonna lie. Okay, yeah, maybe I should use... I mean, maybe this is a bit too far. Maybe it would be fine just to have like... Maybe we have only like interactable objects. And then under this one we put all of the different things. But to be fair, I would save time. Because otherwise I'm gonna have to create a new one and then maybe switch from interactable to hover interactable. So... Oh, I should have multiple... Oh, that's how I should do it. I should also have multiple main prefabs with nested prefabs, rather than lumping them all together. Ah, it's the usual thing here, isn't it? There's so many ways to do things every time. I mean, the only thing that's a little bit annoying here is that it does mean I would have to change pretty much every prefab I have. But we would be able to do quite a lot of copy-pasting, to be honest. Right? Because I could copy one of these prefabs, like the cabinet prefab, paste that in a variant, and change it. You can do it only for the image objects inside your prefab hierarchy, for example. Wait, I can do it only for the image objects. Oh yeah, you mean like this would be the only override? Is that what you mean? The only thing they actually take from the parents. And then everything else I can add. Is that what you mean? Yeah, not component-wise, but game object-wise. Okay, okay. I don't know if you're still here, but I use your site all the time. It's very good. Oh, well that's pretty sick. Like the vent has 3 children. I don't know your structure. Yeah, it's because it's component based, so sometimes like it's a little... Yeah, maybe this could become a bit weird. Because the parent here is not even an image. This is an empty object. Because a lot of my interactions are not like sprite swaps or animation swaps. I actually swap the object itself. So if you have the screwdriver and you click on the vent, what actually happens is that I disable... Wait, let me go out of this one. Vent. When you click on this one, you actually disable the closed vent and enable the open vent. And these are like 2 different game objects. So then like each one of... I suppose each one of these would have to be a prefab variant inside of the prefab here. Ah, maybe this gets messy. Because there is that one, like I said before, it is one click to change the color of this one. The annoying thing, I suppose, is if I later decide that I want it to be a slightly darker gray. Because what happens now, it's easy with like... Because obviously these still, even these are going to change now. When I actually run the game, that happens automatically. But for the editor, I would still have to go through and like manually change all of them. But maybe that is the point where I just make a script that does it for me in the editor. Because I think that should be possible. Because you can even make like UI buttons, right? That work in the editor. Like if I take... Do I have any button in here? We can do my dev tools. Now we have buttons. System... Dev menu... Panel... Next area. This has a button, right? Run... Yeah, editor and runtime. So there are certain functions you could get in the editor where I could just programmatically change the color of everything. Execute in edit mode. Ooh. You can do anything you can do in game mode. But be careful. Just then I suppose I could add something. I could even... Wait, I could just change the interactable code, right? Feel free to tell me if this sounds like a bad idea. But if we take like one of the interactable scripts, here what I do is that on start, if we have an image, we set it to the default color. Rather than doing this on start, could I not do this in the editor as well? Like execute in edit mode, and then do this. Why should I be careful? What are the dangers here? Are there any major dangers lurking around? Because then I don't need to do this manually whatsoever. Why does the door have an image? It's not a raycast target. I don't think I need you. How is my coffee cold again? Holy shit. I actually need to get a coffee warmer or start using my thermos when I'm streaming. This is becoming too much of a meme. Is this the actual default color? Oh shit. Wait, I can't hover the object I want to inspect. That... just me, or did that actually look a bit different? It could be the stuff around it is changing, like a visual illusion. No, this is definitely lighter. This is not the default color. This is a darker gray than the default one. Causes a monobehavior derived class to execute in edit mode in addition to at runtime. Oh, wait, that... Oh, this makes an entire class do it. Is there a way to only make one function do it? Event functions are not called as frequently on the same transition, blah blah blah. This one probably has the appropriate disclaimers. This attribute targets classes, but it only has an effect on classes that inherit from monobehavior. This attribute is not recommended because it is not compatible with editing in prefab editing mode. Oh. The recommended alternative is execute always. You're editing a prefab containing monobehavior with the execute in edit mode attribute. You enter play mode, you need to exits prefab editing mode to prevent accidental modifications to the prefab caused by logic intended for play mode only. If you do this, if you use the execute always, you must take care to ensure your runtime monobehavior code does not modify the prefab you're editing in ways intended to occur only during gameplay. Yeah, there seems to be a little bit of asterisks here. destroy object, etc. Yeah. So, is there not a way... I mean, I suppose I could theoretically do a new script and add to all interactable items that switches the color. Or have one script that loops through all of my items when I switch scene and set them to the default gray. Because there's no thing that makes it possible for me to have only one function inside of a script be executed during edit mode. Is that not possible? Because this was in regards to classes, right? Can I make only one method in a class execute in edit mode in Unity? Yes, you can make only one method execute in edit mode using execute in edit mode or execute always in combination with the editor scripting techniques like editor application update. But this still puts this on the entire script, right? You can still control which methods you run in edit mode. The application is preventing those methods from running in edit mode. So yeah, in this case, this would be the only one. But like, if I didn't do this, what if I also have a void start here? Like, would everything in that void start run in edit mode? Because obviously, like, I would put this on my interactable scripts where we have a lot of stuff happening. And I don't want to do these checks on every single function. That seems a little bit much. I mean, I suppose I could make a... just make a return statement on each one. Are you using on-draw gizmos? No idea. Not to my knowledge, but I'm not fully aware what on-draw gizmos is. So I can't say for certain. If you only want a method to run when triggered manually in edit mode, you can use a custom editor button. It is a method that always runs in edit mode. I've used it for heads like auto-naming game objects in edit mode. On-draw gizmos. Implement on-draw gizmos if you want to draw gizmos that are pickable and always drawn. This allows you to quickly pick important objects in your scene. We'll use a mouse position that is relative to the scene view. This function does not get called if the component is collapsed in the editor, inspector. Use on drawDismos selected to drawDismos when the object is selected. It's intended for visual helpers. Oh wait, this function does not get called if the component is collapsed in the inspector. What, you mean if... like this? If the component that's on is collapsed like this, it's not going to be called? Am I understanding that correctly? That's a little bit annoying. I mean, most of the times those probably aren't. Because I do think it's... I mean, like I said, I can do this manually, but I think that's gonna be... I'm kind of shooting myself in the foot. Because what I could do is go here, default color. This is the default color according to the settings. The one that all objects get changed into at start. Boom. And then we only switch it to white when it's hovered. But the thing is, like obviously what I could do now to get this to work is to take like the closed door here and paste the default color. Boom. And that works as long as I never change the default color. Because now the issue is, if I go into my settings again and I decide, you know what, maybe my game is a little bit too dark. Or maybe my game is a little bit too bright and I change this default color. This is not gonna update, so now I would have to again go through all objects and change the default color. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a bit tedious. So I think the best thing to do is to somehow do this programmatically. Should we ChatGPT this maybe? And just see what other options we might have. In the game, all my money is on the prefab variants. Yeah. But how does that work when I have... Because then every nested object would have to be a prefab variant, right? It seems like it's still quite a lot of work. Like if we take the vent, for example. Or even worse, let's take the cabinet. Where's my cabinet? Here. This cabinet consists of like 10 different objects. And every object here has an image. So then, I couldn't make this into the prefab variant, right? Each one of these inside of it would have to be a nested prefab. Basically, every object that has the image needs to be a nested prefab, right? No, sorry, not nested, a prefab variant, I mean. Yeah, they will need to inherit from the same prefab. So it's still gonna be... I mean, it might not be that bad once it's all set up. It would probably be pretty convenient. But it's gonna be a little bit annoying to set up, because I would need to change all of these objects into prefab variants. Basically redo them as prefab variants, and that almost goes for every item. And I feel like since we have the interactable script, which does this whole thing on runtime, that it changes the color, I feel like if we could just do the same thing through this script in the editor, that would be fucking awesome. I think you're kind of screwed right now since you haven't yet worried about it at all. No, yeah, I think so too. I think I've kind of already shot myself a little bit in the foot here. But it's also because I didn't know about this highlight system when we first made the game. This was a emergent design, because I realized we needed more feedback. And the easy way to fix it is, of course, like, this works great, the fact that it updates the colors at start. But the issue, of course, being the fact that I can't see how the scene actually looks in the editor. Because even here, when I simulate the light correctly, like, this is not how the room looks. Now, you can do it with a script 100%, I just don't think it's as clean since it's inputting and storing the same color 100 times, you know? Yeah, that makes sense. Let me see what alternatives ChatGPT can think of, and we'll see how we're gonna do this. Because I do think that one thing we can say for certain is that manually doing it seems unnecessary. It works now, but if I ever decide to change the color again, I would technically have to change it all myself again. And that, I can't do that. All my sprites are drawn in a fully white color. Oh well. With fully white outlines. Then in runtime, I switch this color to a light gray so that I can have a highlight system. Switching the color back to white on hover. The issue now is that I can't see how the scene actually looks in the editor, since it first updates the colors on runtime. Macrobig, welcome in, how you doing? I could change... I should probably say... I have a setting for the default color that the objects check in start. I could change this manually, but if I ever decide to switch the default color, I would have to redo it one by one. How would you solve this issue? I see you're using the same session with ChatGPT. I am. I recently started trying it. Does it help? Does it get to know you and your project? I feel like it's doing better, actually. I never did this before, but I decided to try it like maybe just a week ago or two. I made my own Shrouded Loom project with certain categories of help, where I was very clear about what type of help I want. Also in the project, I've like given certain instructions about how I want him to, what help I need and how I want him to interact. And if we check like localization, for example, the first thing I did was just give clear instructions of the type of translations I want and how I want him to think about them and stuff. And so far I feel like it does help, actually, because I have noticed that he's been translating it more according to how I want. Because I noticed, for example, one thing I was clear about is the fact that not all words have to be translated. For example, feedback is something that we often use in Swedish instead of like a Swedish equivalent. So in that case, I would rather have him not translate a word, because this is the word we would use anyway. And I feel like he has been doing better. So, I still can give you like a definite answer because I haven't used it for super long. Wait, did you just remove my message? Did I copy it? Never mind, it fucking sucks. Did you remove my message? Wait, you don't always do that, do you? Oh, you do? You fucking cunt! No! No! No, all of that fucking gone! Oh, that is so mean, man. Never mind. I did not know. I thought these were saved in the conversation. But they're not. Dude, imagine if you wrote a whole fucking Bible to ChatGPT and then he... Oh, that is unfortunate. Okay. Screw it. I have a problem. This is how my game currently works. Never trust web forms with long text, use an editor first. That is true. Yeah, I'm... Good to know though. Not gonna do this again, he says while typing the message again. But I'm not gonna switch away from this, okay? Okay, I'm still learning. It had to happen, yeah. I'm surprised though, I have not noticed that before. Yeah, that's interesting. Wait, Cheater, you're the one who made me switch. This is your fault. I'm joking. You write a message now. I'm messing. I'm just joking. Calm your horses. This is how my game currently works. All sprites are drawn with fully white outlines. In start, all interactable objects switch to a default color. I also simply yes/no question. Don't judge me. No, I'm just messing, man. It could be a bug. It could be a new update. Web forms unreliable, no matter what. Yeah. No, it's yeah. Maybe it's something that changed. Because I feel like that has not been the case before. Interesting. The good thing now you can structure the prompt better. Yeah, it's kind of funny because I'm actually writing this in a better way now. So that is kind of true. That is kind of true. The default color is set in my color settings script. I mean, that's basically it. Now the issue is I can't see how the scene actually looks in edit mode, since it only updates the colors on runtime. I wonder if material would work for this as well. Maybe. Maybe. I haven't done super much work with material. I mean, I'm using lit materials now, so I did start playing around with materials for when we introduced the light. But I think that was the first time I ever did anything with materials in Unity. I use them, but don't know how they combine with sprites and 2D image components. Yeah, maybe. I think like as per usual, there's probably multiple ways you could do this. Since it only updates the colors on runtime, I could change all the colors manually. Wait, I should probably be clear. All interactable objects switch to default gray color, as in like image.color. Like that's the component we change. Okay, we have an ad running, and quickly, once again, gonna go and get a bit more coffee. Give me just like 30 seconds or so and I will be back. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Backaroonies. I only got like 10 seconds of ads anyway. Yeah, I think you can change quite a bit. Oh wait, we got ads. I'm actually gonna add those on for 8 seconds and Chirpy has vanished. Oh yeah, maybe I should try and improve that timing a little bit, right? Yeah, that's a fair point. I'm still having strategies. I feel like Twitch is like notifying me a little bit weirdly. I think it's because I'm too literal. When just there's a timer saying like, oh, ads will start in like 5, 4, but then when it goes 0, I imagine that, oh, now the ad started. But then like 10 seconds later, it pops up, ads have started, and that like confuses me every single time. Another issue is I can't see how the scene actually looks in edit mode, since it only updates the colors on runtime. Runtime? In runtime? On runtime? I can change all the colors manually, but if I ever change the default color, I would have to redo this one by one. How would you solve this issue? You know the scene where bus drives by and the person you were watching across the scene has vanished? I think you should get it from this. There is more. Yeah. Is that what I should do for my when I switch to the Be Right Back scene? Should we just have a big old bus drive by over the stream, and then just as it passes, like I'm just gone? That could actually be pretty fun. That was weird. This is a great use case for editor scripts in Unity. The goal is to apply the default color setting scripts inside the Unity editor so that your scene correctly reflects the runtime colors. Here's how to solve it. Use an editor script to apply colors in edit mode. We can write a custom editor script that finds all the interactable objects in the scene, applies the default color from color settings automatically, updates color in edit mode so you can see them without entering play mode. I don't need an asset menu for this. I already have a reference to this, so that's fine. What's up, Cruise Boy? How you doing? Or Cruise Bodge? I don't know, sorry if I'm butchering your name, but welcome in. Nice to have ya. How is your Friday? Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Oh wait, is that the issue? Am I not gonna be able to get this unless it's not a scriptable objects? We've done knockback in Unity. No, I can't say I have. I can't say I have, to be honest. I don't think neither of my games have had any knockback. I assume you mean it in the case of like maybe if you hit something it gets pushed back a bit. Yeah, scriptable object is smart for the access. Because I assume, can I not access a singleton's value? Or does the, no, maybe the instance, no, the instance wouldn't exist in the edit mode, right? Just the instance gets created. Yeah, that's an issue. But I could hardcode the color. Because that still just means that it's one extra place where I would have to change it. So if I have to hardcode the color in this, I think that's kind of fine as well. Execute always. Yeah, sorry, I don't think I can help you. I don't think I've really worked with knockbacks. Are you working on game? I assume, that's why you're asking. Interactable objects. Image, get component image, apply default color. I mean, I suppose I could put this, yeah, on a separate script to not have it mess up with the rest of my interactable stuff. Now you can create an editor script to apply the colors without entering play mode. Wait, is this... That's what this does, doesn't it? If it does execute always, would this await function not be called in the editor? Why do I need to do this? Wait, what is this script? Yeah, I'm a little bit confused now. Is this not all I need? What is up with this? Color editor. Oh, is this to create... Oh, I think this is to create a GUI to do it. So I would have like a button to change all the colors. Is that it? Yeah, add a button in the color settings inspector to apply the color to all objects in the scene. I don't get what this step 2 was needed. I assume we're gonna call this function when we do this. Yeah, object.apply default color. But could I not then find object of type interactable object? Is it mad if I find every single game object in the scene, and if it has an image, switch that image? Because everything should change anyway. Anything that has an image should be the default value. But maybe that's a little bit too inoptimal. Anything? Yeah, maybe anything is a bit too far. I mean, I could go... Can you put all statements in find object of type, or is equal to? Just we have multiple. We have interactable, hover interactable, and item interactable. All of those we need to change. You can filter them during the for each loop, of course. Okay, so... set dirty? By tag or layer, for example. Mark objects as dirty so Unity knows to save the changes. Ah, so then I would have to... I could basically turn off this script afterwards. Because then it would have saved those colors to the objects. Oh, that's pretty damn clever. I didn't think about that. So it wouldn't actually technically need to run this every time, only when I actually need to update the colors. Okay, so you're saying I technically don't need this one. I see what you mean, because technically, if I find the correct one, I can just check if we have an image and then have a reference to the default color here, and in that case switch the image. Set dirty is for scene to understand that you have changed it. Yeah, it would basically give me the asterisk, right? Meaning that I have something unsaved. Am I understanding that correctly? Like now, I would get this one, which means that the project is not saved. Otherwise, it might not update this. Okay. Working on a Smash clone. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Do you have anything you want to show? Feel free to link something if you want. If you have something to show yet. This is automated, manually change every image.color. Yeah, exactly. That is basically what we want. So this one, but I think I misunderstood how execute always works. Because if I have this in the await function with the execute always, would this not run in the editor? For me, it sounds like pushing it from here seems unnecessary. Chappy, do you have a knowledge base for general topics? Programming / Unity / game design, etc. What do you mean by a knowledge base? Do you mean like if I myself have the knowledge, or if I have a place to retrieve the knowledge from? What do you mean? Like a place where you store some of your solutions? Wait, a knowledge base for general topics. A place where I store my solutions. I mean, I save a bunch of my scripts and stuff externally. I'm not sure if that is what you're referring to. Okay. Yeah, I kinda do. A lot of them, as soon as I make a script that seems like it would be reusable for like other games and stuff, I have my own Unity assets. No, wait, that is art assets. Here, my own Unity scripts. So if I ever need to make it dice, or if I need a save system, audio system, camera shake and stuff, I have like generic scripts that I can just implement. Because this is something, there's many games where I want to have a custom cursor. I don't need to implement it multiple times, right? Timer, very generic. So I just have a timer script I can reuse. I'm not the best at always updating this, but I try to. What is up, Hillfoot Games? How you doing? Ooh, wait, we're getting close. We're getting close. What is it, 1 hour? Is it 1 hour left? I've heard a little rumor that there's a new Hillfoot Games video coming out today. Should we watch it? Yeah, 1 hour left. How you doing, Hillfoot? Let me show a big old shout out here as well. One of the cooler game devs here on Twitch. Definitely check him out if you haven't. Working on a really cool zombie survival game. You doing good? Nice to hear, man. code snippets library also. Oh yeah, I do have a bunch of code snippets. I use Unity code as one to create like custom snippets. It's pretty sick. Taking it easy today, it was a heavy last couple of weeks. You deserve it then, man. So are you having an off day today? No stream? Or are you taking an easy day on stream? I think you're right with the awake calling already. Yeah, so it seems like... I understand what you mean with the fact that this seems unnecessary if I have this. But yeah, I suppose my argument is that this also seems unnecessary if I have this. Because if I have this, it should also update it automatically, right? I think it's an off day, I think. Which is rare, but yeah. No, but I mean, you do stream a lot. So it's understandable that every now and then everyone deserves a little bit of a break, right? Like to be honest, let's be honest here. I actually take a lot of breaks. A lot of people like give me credit for streaming these like really long hours and stuff, which is true. Like the majority of my recent streams are like 10-hour plus. Like we do very long streams here over at the Mad Sherpa channel. But I only stream like 3 days a week. Like I don't stream very often per se. Like you almost stream like every single day, don't you? This is actually interesting. Let me... I wouldn't be surprised. You probably end up streaming more hours than me. That is, you fucking lost 30 days. You have been active 24 days. I'm a bit... Not that it's any competition or anything, of course not. But I'm just intrigued to see it. If we take like the last 30 days... Can I see the average stream length here? No. What do you think your average stream length is? Wait, it might say here somewhere. Yeah, average stream about... Yeah, so your average stream is about... Maybe about half of mine. But yeah, in the last 30 days... You've streamed... Quite a lot extra hours compared to me. So this is what I mean, it's kind of interesting, like... Because even you, Hilfert, has also said on your stream that I do like crazy long streams and stuff. And like, yeah, that is true. Like, most people don't stream as long as I do. But the thing is that I don't stream that many days of the week. So even though my streams are like twice the length of yours, you actually end up streaming more than me. Oh wait, I was on vacation this month though. Oh, but no, I only ended up skipping 1 day. So yeah, no, I think you would go through this. Or you would have more than me anyway. Yeah. Like you actually stream more than I do. Legitimately, on every time frame, you actually end up putting in more hours compared to me. Damn, wait, I'm feeling a little bit lazy now. Fuck it, 24-hour stream, here we go. I'm messing. But it's kinda interesting to see. 10 plus hours is unhinged. Yeah, we do go kinda crazy here when it comes to the time frame. Like if we check my VOD channel, like my last streams, okay, maybe except for that one, but otherwise 10, 10, 12, 10 and a half, 11 and a half, 12 hours, 10 hours. Like we do a lot of long streams over here. But like I said, the thing is that in the end I only stream like 3 days a week, so the total time actually isn't as high as people might expect. Which, yeah, maybe I should up those numbers. Are these rookie numbers, people? I try to stream 4 hours every day minimum. They say consistent is key, God knows. No, I think that is true. I think it's actually good, because even though I stream very long times, I think you end up actually seeming more active on Twitch. Because, I mean, you are, objectively. We looked at the stats. Damn, Hilford streamed more hours than you. He did, indeed. Not per stream, but per week. Or month. Or 3 months. He ends up streaming more than me. The only thing I might win, sorry, it's not a competition. I don't know why I'm speaking like this is a competition. It's not, it really isn't. But the only one I might have more than Hilfert is if you would look on a daily basis. Like on the days that I stream, I probably end up streaming more hours. But over time, Hilfert streams more than I do. Not crazy long at all, I've been here since yesterday. Tortoise and a hat. Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy. No competition. Yeah, it's not a competition. I know I'm speaking like it's a competition. It's not. Hilford's short and steady wins the race. It does. You're growing though, man. Good to see the 1.1k. Yeah, I mean, I am. I mean, if we're gonna keep on with the competition here, you're definitely outgrowing me, because I've been streaming way longer than you have. But, like we said, it's not a competition. It's not a competition. To be fair, I'm rooting so fucking hard for you, Hilford, so no matter what, I would be fucking cheering behind you, you know? I just wanna see you succeed. But if we check my Twitch stats, I am actually doing pretty good. We check... Yeah. Like, I would say this is looking pretty decent. This is when I started streaming again. And... Wait, where do I see the other one? Overview. Like, I would say... this little bar here is actually pretty dope. Let's be honest. We are doing pretty good. Like October 4th, this is when I came back to Twitch. Like my channel has never been doing as good as it is right now. It's not the length of your stream, it's how you use it, yeah. Dude just wants to win. Nah, it's not a competition. It is a competition for attention, isn't it? Not really, to be honest, because here's the thing. In the end, like, okay, of course you can have an argument that if Hilfert goes live, yeah, maybe a few of you would drop off to go and see Hilfert instead. But I also think that's fine, because in the end, I think the fact that the entirety of the game dev category on Twitch is kind of growing, I think it just helps out all of us. I have no fucking expectation that my viewers should not watch other streamers. If I did, I wouldn't raid other streamers, you know? Like, I think that's fully understandable that people want variety, they wanna watch different people. I think that's fine. And like I said, I'm just rooting for everyone. The YouTube videos are driving my numbers, not the Twitch organic stuff, so you're doing better overall, I'm assuming, on the organic growth. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the best way to get growth on Twitch is to get it externally. Kinda ironic. Look at that graph, that spike though. Year of the Chirpy. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. I mean, of course, I also have never been as consistent as I currently am. So it kinda, you know, that kinda goes hand in hand. Like the green ones is basically how consistent I've been. So, as you can see, we have put it up. You know, it's improved quite a lot. And I think that has a lot to do with it. Preach. Yeah, no, but I think it's true. I think it's important, because I notice sometimes with like new streamers how it seems sometimes that they think about it a little bit too much in a competitive way, and I don't think that's a good way of looking at it. Like, I don't see other people as other streamers. I don't see other streamers as competition. It's even the same thing we were talking about on Hilfoot's channel the other day. The fact that someone might release a game that's very similar to you, and you might go like, oh shit, this is so bad for me, because now I have a bunch of competition. Even that is not necessarily true. Because if you look at the statistics, most people end up playing games that are similar to your game. Like, people tend to play inside of kind of the same genres. They like to, when they browse Steam, they don't look for new games. They look for games that are similar to games they like. So, if anything, it might even help you that there's more games in that genre, just there's more games that should put your game in the more like this section. Like, you theoretically, you could even end up getting more attention to your game, because there are similar games. Like, having a completely unique, one-of-a-kind game is most likely a bad thing, because no one is really actively looking for it. But if you have, like, if you're in some niche, like a horror game, or, you know, a zombie game, or a puzzle game, or whatever, like, people are looking for those types of games. And I think you could kind of have the same argument to Twitch streamers as well. Like, the fact that someone is like blowing up in the game dev category is only good for the rest of us. Like, take Pirate Software, for example, streaming with like 12, 15, 20,000 viewers or whatever. You might go and think like, oh, this is so bad because I'm never gonna be able to compete with him. But he might actually help you, because more people end up being in the game dev category. He is pushing up the game dev category on the when you're browsing Twitch, mean that if you are also in that category, you might end up getting help from it. Like, it's not, I think it's very bad to view this kind of stuff in too much of a competitive way. I also think it's bad because if people notice that you take everything as a competition and you kind of want to pull other people down, like, that's only gonna look bad on you. Whereas, like, you know, if someone is a very supportive person, if I notice that another streamer is being supportive to the people around them, that makes me want to support that person, right? That's kind of how that goes, I feel like. I personally watch because I like the mood, calm and positive, while I'm getting all like fucking 100% engaged in this conversation. I'm missing. And steady progress in case it helps the channel. Chaco will continue after the other streamers go to bed anyway. Viewers will come back, yeah. That's my current strategy. You might leave me to go and watch another streamer, but you know what? When they go to sleep, I'm the one who's still live. And, you know, you're gonna come back to me. I will happily be your sloppy seconds. That was... No, let's stop this conversation. Anyway... I see your point about competition. This is interesting. You convinced me. No, I think it's kind of true. It's like collected all the raids. I mean, sometimes it's worked. We have had some days where we ended up having like what? I think I had one day when we had like 9 raids or something. That was when we broke 1,000 followers. It was mad. Hilfoot being one of them. Comparison and competition is the thief of joy. Exactly. I think that is very true. To me, all I see is that everyone I'm watching is growing, nobody's shrinking. This is the thing that I focus on. Yeah. I'm gonna snooze this ad. Screw you, Bezos. We don't need ad money right now. The bigger I'm getting, the less raids I'm getting. I think that is a little bit... that can actually be kind of a thing. Because I know that if you look at like the stats of it, it's similar with like donations and stuff. I think being in like the slightly bigger streamer category, like, which I would say that you kind of are. I mean, your average would be quite high. You know, it's kind of interesting because in some regard, it's kind of the worst spot to be in. Because people really like to support small streamers, you know, like donate, all these videos like donating to streamers with like 0 viewers. And like people like to show support to people who don't have an audience. And people also like to show a lot to sort of support to people who have massive audiences, like, you know, the top dogs of Twitch or whatever. Whereas actually being slightly in the middle tends to kind of be the worst spot to be in. Because you end up being in neither of those categories where most people show the support. Like, I think I saw some stats about it before, where I think that was in terms of donations. And I think the people who ended up getting most of the donations on Twitch are really small streamers and really big streamers. I think people are supporting the people that are tiny, which is awesome. That's how it should be. Yes, exactly. Is that as well as the people who are massive? But then I think people support out of a different reason. I think there's a different mentality to it, where people support the small streamers because they get a wholesome reaction and they want to support someone who's trying something, whatever it might be. And then I think when it comes to the big ones, a lot of the time people are supporting just to get an interaction with that person, because now they're so big that typing in the chat is not enough to get a connection with them, because there's, you know, thousands of other people spamming as well. So we're screwed, Chirpy. Yeah, basically that is basically the point I'm getting at. I think we are closing in on like the, you know, the the worst bit. What is considered big? Genuine question. I would say probably 1,000 plus in this context. Like concurrent viewers. Like I'm talking about the people who are like the biggest on Twitch. Because I think this like maybe like 50 to no, maybe that's too high actually. I think when you're at the probably around like 50 to maybe 300, 400, 500, I think that might be where people actually end up being less inclined to support you. Because most people look at you and go, oh yeah, he's doing pretty good, he might not need my support. But then there's also not enough like chat interaction for people to be encouraged to, like, for example, donate to stand out or whatever it might be. Whereas when you become bigger than that, I feel like a lot of people donate or subscribe to get that connection, and when you're smaller than that, they do it because they want to show support and be wholesome. I have no, to be clear, I have no statistics here. I'm kind of grabbing these numbers out of my ass, but yeah. Or just focus on 10x growth is, yeah. Like, to be fair, something that I think is quite important to note is the fact that it might feel like we are still relatively small, but like we are still among the biggest streamers on Twitch. It's kind of mad to think about, but it's because most people don't realize how many people actually go live on this platform. Like if you have 10 viewers, you are in like the top of Twitch. For League of Legends, 500 is nothing, but for gamedev, that's huge. That is also true, it depends a lot on the category. That's why if you're like a new streamer, streaming something like Game or League of Legends is not the optimal way. But this is what I mean. Like, I still view myself as a small streamer because of, you know, all the massive ones. But if you take a look like here, for example, I am in the top 1.06% of Twitch. Like, that sounds mad, because you don't look at my stream and go, this is almost like a top 1% stream. You look at my stream and you go, oh yeah, smally old Chirpy here in the game dev category. But the thing is that, like, averaging something like 20 viewers or something means that you are in like almost the top of Twitch. And you might think, oh yeah, but this is just a bunch of dead accounts. Wrong, because this comparison, let me see here. Where do they show it? Here. This is only comparing you to people who have been live in the last 30 days. So this is actually against active streamers. Which is sick to think about. But you don't think about it that way. But it's because, like Hilford James said, I think, 99% of people, like 99% of all people, all streamers on Twitch, don't have viewers. Like, if you have 10 viewers, you are winning. It doesn't feel like it, because obviously you're not making, maybe you're not making money at all, maybe it's not something you can live off. When you look around, it feels like you're so small, because you're comparing yourself to, like, I don't know, Pirate Software, or like HTC, or these people who have, like, massive amounts of viewers. But, like, if you have 10 average viewers, you're in the top of Twitch. You're beating, like, 98% of all streamers on Twitch. It's kind of crazy. So I think, if you're ever feeling bad about your Twitch stream, if you ever feel like, I'm just not making it here on Twitch, take a look at your, like, where in this percentage you are. Because I promise you, you are gonna be way higher than you are. Like, Hilfert is definitely in the top 1%. The little motherfucker. It's not a competition, it's not a competition. Look, oh my god, look at this man, he's fucking killing it. He's fucking killing it. He's in the top 0.5% of Twitch the last month. Man, he's fucking winning. He's beating all of us. GG. That's a fucking GG. Absolute legend. Local celeb, exactly. We should be honored that Hilfert is even spending his time talking to us. Bows. And what's up, Kavina? How you doing? So true, the best person to compare ourselves is ourselves, yeah. The other interesting stat to look at is about 80% of people quit streaming after 6 months. Yeah, I would not be surprised. That sounds accurate. Yeah, I think it's interesting taking this into account, because it's easy to kind of look down on ourselves as streamers sometimes, just because you're not one of those, like, massive ones or whatever. Not that everyone wants to be either, I think that's an important thing to note. Not everyone wants to be one of those top dogs on Twitch, because obviously there are certain disadvantages with it as well. But I think most of us don't realize, like, how good you're actually doing. Even if you would just have, like, 5 concurrent viewers, like, you are beating the vast majority of streamers. Just there's so many of them. Like, isn't there something crazy? Like, I mean, there's millions of people who go live on Twitch. Also, check out Just Gravino, another streamer. Another game dev streamer. Check him out. I love looking at these analytics, but definitely need to remove the emotion from it. Yeah, no, I think you should not... Like, it's important to not fully tie your fucking ego to this. Hilfert, don't get too cocky now, just as you're in the top 0.5%. But sometimes I think it can be good to take a look at this kind of stuff, to, like, remind ourselves of, like, how good we're actually doing. Is he out yet? Okay, no. 17. We have 34 minutes left. Five is huge, my maximum was 1. No, and I think that's the case for, like, you know, probably 90% of people who stream on Twitch. Probably average, like, 1 viewer. Appreciate it, no worries, man. I started streaming in 2009 on Justin TV. Holy shit, that's an OG. I thought I started a long time ago. I started like 2016 maybe the first time. I have been here quite a long time, but not that long. Was top 3 on Call of Duty at the time. Oh shit, look at that, that's fucking sick, man. Are you still streaming, Swizer? Then stopped and started a few times, never kept it consistent. No, and that was me as well, like... I was not consistent for the majority of the time I've been streaming. That's why it feels bad for me to say that I started streaming like 10 years ago, because then I feel like people are looking at me and going like, Well, why do you not have more followers? It was like 10 years ago. Fucking quit at some point, you know? That's like, well, my internalized fucking anxiety is telling me that you guys think. But my justification is the fact that I was never consistent. Like, I really wasn't. Like, I had periods of like a few weeks or a couple months here and there that I was consistent. But now, since October, I have, besides a few vacation trips and stuff, I have been pretty much consistently sticking to my schedule since I started streaming again, which is like, what, 4 months ago or something? I don't think I've ever been this consistent. I mean, the fact that I don't have a full-time job, like the fact that I do this full-time, obviously makes it a bit easier. I agree 100%. This information is also based on snapshot, not the future. Pilfer just bought a new yacht. Do something about it. Can't you stop the ads or something? Why you went warn for tsunami and then let... Dude, I stopped it! Oh wait, I think it might just have started. Oh, no, I think I snoozed it. I think I stopped it. I'm the fucking legend. Give me some credit here, man. It was actually nice even with one viewer, because the person watched the whole walkthrough for several days and it was fun to chat about the game. No, I think there's a certain wholesomeness to small streamers. And that's the thing, even though, I mean, I might follow quite a bit of big streamers, but I tend to pretty much consistently only watch streamers with like less than 100 viewers. Or like at least the vast majority. There might be a few, like, I do watch a bit of Elias every now and then, Swedish streamer. He averages like, I don't know, 10k views or something. But 90% of the time I watch like small streamers. Just there's a different like community feeling, you know, when it's a small channel, which I kinda like. I'm not the one releasing awesome games with 27k viewers on launch day. I mean, you will be. What are you on about? Fucking at this rate, you fucking will be, man. Consistent is key, man. I think it really is. Yeah, like you said, for anything. I think it's easy to underestimate consistency. I think the issue is when you're a person like me, because I'm very non-disciplined and stuff. The good thing I have going is the fact that I am very obsessive. That is like, it sounds like a bad thing, but a lot of the time it works to my advantage, because I can sit and code for like 12 hours, because I'm like actually obsessed about what I'm doing, like I thoroughly enjoy it. And right now that definitely helps. Non-disciplined and obsessive is an interesting combination. Yeah, no, it actually is. But it's funny, because it was like the other day, or a few streams ago, someone told me that they... Was it you, Necket? It might have been Necket. That they wished they had the willpower to code for like 9 hours. And like my response is that I don't have willpower. I'm not streaming for 12 hours out of willpower. I'm doing it out of obsession. Like this is... People might look at it and think that I'm sitting here like actively forcing myself to stay focused. I don't even have to try to. Like I would do this off stream as well. Like I get so like immersed into the things I do, I just can't stop. It's more so that I don't stream long hours because I decide to stream long hours. I stream long hours because I can't get myself to fucking stop streaming. Just I enjoy it, you know? Okay, let me catch up here. Oh no, we got an ad. Sorry guys, I couldn't. I cannot snooze this 1 minute and then the ad's gonna start. I'm gonna go and reheat my coffee for the 16th time. And we'll be right back with you. Let me catch up with a few of you here though. I'd stream if I could spawn with 5 consistent viewers, but I don't want to talk to myself for hours to get there. I'd feel crazy. It is hardest to stream in the beginning, because you do have to talk to yourself. Because the issue is that if you sit quietly, no one is gonna start interacting. I think that's a good thing for me, because I think like I became very confident just speaking out loud, basically thinking out loud. I don't view it as me speaking to myself. I view it as I'm just thinking out loud. I'm just telling you guys what I think. And I think that helps a lot in the beginning. But streaming does it easier. It's so much easier. Even like having you guys here chatting with me made streaming so much easier. Okay, ad is starting. Give me just like half a minute. I'm gonna go reheat a bit of coffee and then we're gonna catch up with chat here. And then maybe watch a bit of a Hillfoot video in like half an hour. I'm excited. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Thanks for being here. Look at this chat. Yeah, basically. Okay, let me catch up. I think I missed a bunch of stuff here. Where were we? I think that my problem is that I think silently. I've streamed algo development, sports data analysis, concept development. It gets boring. Yeah, I think it doesn't have to get boring, even if you do stuff that might seem boring. I mean, for a lot of people, I would imagine game development should be pretty boring. At least like code. It's kind of crazy to think about that people enjoy code. I mean, I do. I think it's even fun watching people code. But I think like this is the main issue. Like, if you just think loudly instead, then it instantly becomes so much more interactive. But it is a little bit hard, especially if you feel like uncomfortable doing it. Which I understand a lot of people do. I think for me it kind of helps the fact that I am a very like extroverted person. I've always been. I don't have an issue talking, I have an issue shutting up. You know what I mean? So for me that kind of works in my favor in some regard. Even the fact, I think I've spoken to this with other people before as well. The fact that a lot of people say that they get very like tired from streaming, because obviously you have to, you know, be a bit engaged and stuff. You have to keep talking, like somewhat trying to entertain people or whatever. For me, I think it's the opposite. I feel so much more tired on a day off when I'm sitting here just working on stuff. So, like, streaming gives me energy. Like, I get like hyped up by the engagement and stuff. Like it kind of energizes me more so than it de-energizes me, whatever. Well, what I didn't tell you that is I just bought my second yacht. Let's go. Maybe I'm naive. Anyone that isn't a partner is basically small to me. I don't know if that's accurate. I don't think that's entirely... I mean, in the end, I think the issue here is the fact that what is small or big is... it's subjective, right? Like, it's a question of definition. Where do we define it? Because if we go by the percentage, then it's not really true, because, like we said, like, we are in the top 1% on Twitch. That would kind of imply that we are big. But if you go by like what the average person would consider to be big, then yeah, maybe. Because I feel like, subjectively speaking, I feel most people would probably say that the streamer is big if they have like hundreds of viewers. Like maybe 100, around 100 would be like a medium streamer, maybe. Healthy obsession with the craft is good. I do think so in some regard. I think it's like with most things, there are pros and cons. Right? I think... Oh no, to be fair, you did say healthy obsession. Yeah, that's a key thing here, right? That's the key word, healthy obsession. I don't know if I have a healthy obsession. I think mine might sometimes lean over a little bit to unhealthy obsession, because I get very immersed in what I'm doing. Now, partner can be inflated, also gonna take into account old partner requirements. Very true, very true. I know, now when you say it, I know Twitch partners who average like 5 viewers. But they also got partnered like 10 years ago. So it can... I don't think the partner badge is the end-all be-all for what is considered big. Because there's also stuff where if you have a big audience somewhere else, that might give... Twitch a reason to give you partner, even though you're actually not big on Twitch yet. But if you have like, you know, millions somewhere else, that should give them a reason to partner you. Consistency becomes habit. Habit brings the result. Yeah, I think that is true. Because I think consistency out of pure willpower, like if you don't make it a habit, if it's literally forcing yourself, is not gonna work long term unless forcing yourself does become a habit. Then it kinda works. I don't know if that made any sense. And it is healthy as long as it doesn't compromise your health and life, I guess. Yeah. Does streaming 12 hours a day compromise my life? Maybe in some ways. I'm not sure I should say everything I do is fully healthy all the time. I mean, I stream for like 12 hours with like a 20-minute break. Maybe not the most healthy thing you can do, but... I can code for 12 hours straight, but you never know what it might be. What were the old requirements? Imagine, like, before you would... Do they still have the application thing? Because I remember way back in the days, I applied to become a partner. But I think the requirements then were actually similar, but like I said, I think something to note is that you can have certain other factors that made them partner people, maybe even if they didn't reach certain requirements. Yeah, when you're in the zone, there are techniques to help forcing that flow. Some coding tasks are like puzzles that suck you in. Yeah, this is true. That's absolutely true. And it's also, I think coding is very... I think Hilfer talked about this the other day. I think it's very... It gives you very clear, like, dopamine hits, because it's so... You get the results so quickly, you know? Like, just getting something to work is like, ooh, and then you try to do it. Oh, just gonna fix this little thing. Boom, that works. Ooh, that's another little dopamine hit. And as Hilford said, I think, you pretty much get a little bit... No, you almost get a little bit addicted to that, like, little dopamine hit there. Buy an Ember mug. You love it. An Ember mug? Ooh. Heated coffee mug. So wait, how does it work? Oh, is it like charging on the plate thingy? Yeah, I think something like this is what I need. Because the thing is that I do have like a thermos, which I mean, I could use my thermos, but the thing is that I enjoy drinking coffee more out of a normal cup compared to the thermos. But the issue is that my coffee, I talk too much and I forget about my coffee and then it goes cold. Something like this is what I need. This is what I need. With the Mad Sherpy logo. Yeah, might have to look into that, to be honest. Motivation gets you to lose 3 kilos. Consistency gets you the rest. Yeah, true, true. Dude, I'm 10 minutes behind in the chat. Holy shit, what the fuck am I doing? For programming, I think it's actually very good to speak out loud, the whole rubber duck theory. Oh yeah, true as well. I've said this before, you guys are basically my rubber duck. With you guys here, streaming is much easier. Streaming and slacking on development, also slacking is much easier. Yeah, I'm not doing very much at the moment, am I? What's up, Strom? Welcome in. Let's stand up. It's time. We have been slacking, sitting down too long. How you doing, Strom? Welcome in. I will see your message in about 10 minutes when I manage to actually catch up with chat. Yeah, I think Hilford was taking... He probably responded, didn't he? Yeah, he's off today. But he has a video coming out today. Shout out. Before 2018, it didn't have the 75 average viewer requirement, which tends to be the biggest hurdle for most, definitely. Although I liked the 75 average requirement. I mean, I think it's kind of fine now when we have affiliate, right? Because when I started streaming, affiliate wasn't a thing. So I couldn't have a subscription button. I couldn't have subscribers or emotes, because I didn't have 75 average viewers. Now, when affiliate is a thing, and it's such low requirements, if we're being honest, I think it's kind of fine. Like, I don't frankly care that much about being partnered. I just wanted, like, the community aspects of being able to have emotes and stuff. And now I have that, so I'm kinda fine with that. 74 average is an unpleasant number, true.
We're all rubber ducks.
Exactly. Exactly. You are all my rubber ducks. I just explain what I'm doing, and either that makes me figure out the solution, or you guys say, mate, you're being stupid, can do it this way instead, and then I do it that way. Either or. So is it case by case choice by Twitch staff? I think it kinda was for a long time. Maybe there was some, like, internal requirements or whatever, but for a lot of the time, like, I think it was... Because nowadays... Can they not even give you a partner just... Or do you auto-apply when you hit it, maybe? Is that it? I'm actually not sure. I haven't looked at it in quite a while. I think of it as everything in life like a game. I feel like us being in the top 1% means we just begun the game of Twitch. Yeah, in some regard I do think that's... Like, depending on what the goal is... Like, obviously... As you might be able to figure out, being in the top 1% of Twitch might not be enough depending on what your goal is. Like, if your goal is to make a living on Twitch, 1% is not gonna cut it. You need to be in like the 1% of the 1%. Forever learning, exactly. Look at how I used a 4 instead of 400. For those of you who didn't know that, you learned something, proving my... forever learning theory. You learned that like that, jokes. Yeah, the heater is in the mug, then the coaster is the charger. That is pretty sick, actually. Because I've seen those, like, universal coffee heaters where, like, you actually have a little plate that just heats up a normal cup. But it seems like this probably works better. It's probably a bit more expensive as well, but... Yeah, it might be something that's worth investing in, to be honest. Keeps it warm all day, it's awesome. Oh, shit. I might have to get one. It does seem pretty sick, not gonna lie. You have one? Ooh. How much did you pay for it, if I may ask? My AI girlfriend uses stone pebbles to keep tea warm inside of standard cups, warms them up in water, and that's it. Oh, interesting. Basically the opposite of ice cubes, isn't it? Doing well, man. How are things going? It's going good. We've been starting to work... Trying to figure out a way to automatically fix my colors. Well, then we got distracted. I've been chatting shit for like half an hour, let's be honest. But overall, we're doing good. Hope you're doing good as well, Strom. Thank you for help the other day. I appreciate it. Every time I see stand-up channel reward, I claimed I assume it's Raqqa every time. I do think that is almost fair. I think 80% probably of the stand-up redeems have been by Raqqa. So, yeah. A top 1% streamer crying about not having money to buy coffee one cup. Oh, that's funny. These damn 1%ers. This was not the plan. This was not the plan. It was about $70 worth it. That does actually sound worth it. Because I saw some that were even more than that, but $70, that seems worth it to not have to run and reheat my coffee. Because let's be honest here, I think it's actually a little bit shite, because it kind of disrupts my stream a little bit, doesn't it? The fact that I have to run and reheat my coffee like once an hour. I think for me, having a heated coffee cup would actually improve the quality of my stream. So yeah, I think I might have to invest in one. I think we actually managed to do it. I managed to catch up with chat. Holy shit. GG. What were we doing here? I don't even know. We got on... Oh yeah, we were looking at this stuff. Okay. Did I close my... What's ChatGPT? Come back here. Basically, the issue that we are currently having is that all my sprites are drawn in white, and then at runtime, the game switches it to like a gray color, so that we can switch it back to white for this like highlight effect. Now, what I want to do, well, the issue with this is the fact that it doesn't update in the editor. But I don't want to change these manually, so we started looking at a way to basically have this programmatically update in the editor as well. See you soon, Yinsen. Thank you very much for lurking. Appreciate ya. So I think we should either do it this way, where each script or each object has a script that updates the color, or we should have a main script that finds all the items and upgrade their colors. I think maybe this is simpler because I don't need to add something to every single object. Because ChatGPT is telling me I should have both of these. That I think is incorrect. I think either one would work, because here what we do is have this one call a function here on the object to change the color. I think this is unnecessary. We should change the color from here, which is fine. So then we should just add this to like the color settings script. We basically just need to find all of the objects we need to change the color of. Ask ChatGPT to combine and simplify it, see what chaos might happen. Yeah, I don't know why he... Because the thing is that I think this would happen automatically here anyway. Because in the await function, you apply the default color. And this is execute always, meaning that it runs in editor mode. So like, I think these are completely separated. Like, they don't actually... But then this one anyway calls the fun method that we did in here. But it doesn't make sense, because I think just one of these would do the same thing. Auto update colors in edit mode. On validate. I tell that to GPT, I'll be like, you're right, let's change that. Dude, arguing with ChatGPT can be some of the most, I don't know, insane stuff ever. Sometimes it's like when ChatGPT goes in like into like that whole full-on hallucination mode, you know, like it's mad. Sometimes I've had discussions with ChatGPT that ends up with me screaming in capital letters back to him and being like, how can you not understand what I'm telling you? It's mad. It's happened more than once, I should say. More than once have I gotten into like emotional heated debates with ChatGPT when I'm like, you're not listening. It's kind of funny. Have you tried DeepSeek? The free model is better in theory, unless they already moved to the 3.4.0 improved models. No, I haven't. Is it another like AI thing, I assume? Uh-oh, the champs are coming out, yeah. I should probably make him add a memory that if I ever write something in caps lock, it means you fucked up and you should really think about what the next thing you're gonna say is. That might be good. DeepSeek R1 is quite good. Well, maybe I should look in... I mean, to be fair, at the moment I'm paying for ChatGPT. So I feel like I have to use ChatGPT. DeepSeek is all over the news at the moment. Oh, shit. Oh, maybe it's worth looking into. I don't read the news, so I don't know. This is the kind of stuff I miss. We can now sit down. Nah, Naked, we have automated this. I've been standing too many 3 minutes. It's not happening. Chinese AI company won't tell you about Chinese history. Oh. If you asked about the square, blah 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 square thing, I bet it's gonna be like, no. Apparently, I have no idea, I've not used it. Okay. Dude, yeah, I think you talked about that someday on the stream. That fucking video, have you guys seen that video when they go around asking, like, Chinese citizens on the street about that incident? Let's be honest, massacre. And, like, you see all of these people being like, I have no idea what you're talking about. But, like, you can see that they know it's that, like, they just can't say anything about it, you know? It's fucking... Dude, I found that video, like, deeply unsettling to watch. It's actually kinda mad. Okay, 6 minutes left. Right? We're gonna watch this on release. Double live reaction. A live reaction to the live premiere of the video, that's what we're doing. I actually thought about something as well. I've spoken about this before. I think I need more experience in horror games, since I'm making a horror game, and I've barely played a single one. Like, I have 2 hours or something in Outlast. That is like the only thing really. So I think... Strom! Legend! With the Prime subscription! Thank you so much, man, I really do appreciate that. You absolute legend. Thank you very much, I appreciate you. And speaking of which, if that happened, let me double check that the user logs updated. Just I've been doing this thing with the bot. Just want to make sure that it works as it should. It did! You are updated. Let's fucking go. The bot is keeping track of everyone. It doesn't miss anything. Hopefully. There might be a bug here or there, but... Gotta support my fellow indie devs. Thank you so much, man. Like I said, I really do appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you. Legend. Get that shield. I was working with an algorithm for work and they required some concept from thermodynamics, and DeepSeek was insane high level engineering level thinking. Got very good results out of it. Was thinking and spitting reasoning for 5 minutes straight. Ooh. Oh wait, I don't need Streamlabs and Botchirpy to shout out the thingy as well as Twitch. That is a little bit much, isn't it? Literally 3 messages. I feel like at least removing Streamlabs here is probably fine. I'll sort that out after stream. Whoops. But thank you very much, man. I really do appreciate ya. Legend. So, what was I saying? I think I should play more horror games. And I was thinking, should we... Maybe next stream or something? Should we do a little 10 Bells playthrough? I mean, I've already gotten jump scared by this game once and I haven't even played it. I feel like it could be pretty fun. I have also been thinking about potentially... Just because it's one of those games that I never managed to actually get through. Amnesia. I think I was going to say I would enjoy. I don't think enjoy is the correct term, but it would be cool to play through that game. Because it was like one of the first horror games I played. I only played it like one stream. I think we had a counter back then. This was like 10 years ago. During that one Amnesia stream, I said, oh fuck, 159 times during like a 2-hour stream. I am not good when it comes to horror games. It is so out of my comfort zone. Highly ironic, since I'm making a horror game. But that's what I mean. Since I'm making a horror game, I feel like I need to get more like hands-on experience. And I wouldn't be opposed to trying this. The game does look cool. And also supporting Hilfert a bit, you know? I think we should do it. I'd watch that. Let's go. Amnesia not crossed my mind in ages. Good game. Yeah, I think it seems like that's the thing. I'm like intrigued by the game, and I feel like it would be. Oh, I actually remember this. I don't know how far into the game this is. I would love to know how a full playthrough in this game actually is, but I have no idea. Coffee time. Lukewarm. Again. It's fine. Lukewarm is fine for now. We're gonna get one of those fancy mugs that the top 0.5% streamer has. And I think that's gonna make my life a lot easier. Also, that is how I'm gonna refer to BMO with $10 donation!
10 bells for 10 bells.
Oh, you fucking legend! Thank you so much! Thank you so much, I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. You absolute legend. I mean, now we have to do it. Now we have to do it. 10 bows for 10 bows, let's fucking go. I'm buying the game immediately. I'm gonna hide this though, just in case I show something I shouldn't show here. 50% ahead to buy the heated cup. That as well. Thank you so much, man. You're absolute legend. Absolute legend. Oh wait, that's not what I meant to click. But the rest was that heated cup. Let's fucking go. Oh wait, am I gonna have to log in here? Okay. Dude, I don't care if I'm slowing down the content here. I'm buying the game immediately. Because then we can't back out, then I have to play it. Thank you so much, BMO. Really appreciate ya. You people are too kind. You really are. Pay! Yes, let me pay. I agree, purchase. Have you ever had this before, Hilfert? Am I the first one who buys the game in front of you? If I'm not, can we pretend I am? There we go. Wait, let me close out of my password manager. There we go, we have the game. We are officially going to play the game. I wonder how long the heated cups hold the charge. About 2 hours. Ooh, that's pretty fucking decent. Lights off horror game stream, let's go, yeah. I think it could be fun. Not for me, but for you guys. It's happening.
Happy New Year! I guess New Year's are good for New Year's resolutions, I guess. Like, that's the main thing that people do. Number one, more sleep, I think, is in order.
I feel you, man.
Number two, work-life balance, I think, is probably needing some adjustment there. And number three is finish this demo so we can potentially get some funding for this. Now, number one...
Look at this handsome fucker. Leave some for the rest of us. You're making us look bad here.
Two, failed spectacularly. I am getting 1 more hour of sleep a night than I was back in November.
I mean, that's not failing spectacularly. To be honest, that's pretty good.
That's awesome.
One more. That's better than I'm doing.
I've gone from 5.5 hours to like sometimes 7 hours now, which is woo. We're getting there. We'll just put those two things aside for now, as long as we get funding for this game, because I'll be able to relax once that happens, if that happens.
I don't know why I did that.
When that happens. If. New Year's resolution number 4, be more positive. I'm positive it might happen.
Dude, this is not the time for a ad. Come on now. Sorry people, I couldn't snooze it. You're looking mad user, let's go. 0.5%. Yeah, that's it really.
Hi everyone and welcome. So my name is Vin. I am working on a adventure game which is set in the post-apocalypse where you play as a character rummaging through a neighborhood and discovering the lives of the people that are no longer around, hence the name Long Gone. If you're interested in the game, then you can check out the game on Steam to wishlist it, or you can check me out on Twitch where I stream development of the game almost every single day. So I have this expression which I annoy my regulars with on Twitch almost on a daily basis, which is it has to work before it looks pretty. And now that the demo is playable from start to finish, the working bit was sort of out of the way, so now we could focus on the aesthetics. But before I could, I had a couple of things which I wanted to give a little bit more attention to, because I knew that there was going to be weeks, potentially months, that will go by without me touching code again. So I really wanted it to be locked down before I shifted over to just working on the visuals. So the first thing on the list was the Fog of War shader. So this shader's goal really is to just shroud any room in darkness that you haven't actually been into yet, and then once you walk in, it sort of dissipates out. I genuinely thought this was going to take me days.
The light is so fucking good. Like you're nailing the light. Like the last stream I was watching was like all I could think about. It looks really fucking sick. Like the whole thing about like the light rays through the windows and everything, and like in the decorated rooms that I imagine we might see at the end here. It looks so fucking sick, man.
If not weeks to figure out, and I almost reverted to
Last of Us vibes, yeah.
Like a wall in the foreground to sort of hide the room that you haven't been in yet. But I ended up tapping into the volumetric shader system, which is already in the game for the light beams that are coming in, and I was able to repurpose that into this darkness, which is awesome. So the great thing about this as well is I could have rooms in the future which are like supposed to be in the dark, and they sort of silhouette the player nicely. And then if you,
I like the thing about hiding the rooms you haven't been in yet, because I thought about that before. Sometimes when the wall is like here and you can kind of see into the room, hiding that is I like that. That's pretty clever. Maybe not like fully hiding, but like you said, like darkening it. That was a good idea.
Maybe if you rip off some boards off the windows or something, it sort of illuminates the room. So I'm excited to use it. Next on the list was the main menu. I just wanted to do something really simple and sort of classy. I didn't want it to be like too logo heavy or anything, so it was just the ability to be able to start the game, to exit the application, and change a few options. Now, I don't really like making UI too much. I kind of have this controversial belief that nobody really likes making it, and I don't think any players really like interacting with it if they can avoid it.
I think this is an unpopular opinion, maybe hot take. I kind of like making UI. I think UI is actually pretty fun. I don't know if that's controversial. Leaves.
So, like, I like to keep things as simple as I possibly can within UX. Another thing that we did was Tony the Zombie, which this came about from an idea of mine mixed in with a few ideas.
I think it's so interesting how British people who don't say arse actually throw in random arse. This is such a tangent. This is me being a language nerd. I can't help it. Sorry, guys. But when English people throw in weird little arse in the middle of certain words and phrases, it doesn't happen often, but sometimes. And the funny thing is that it's at like the only places where there's not supposed to be an R whatsoever. Like if you ever hear someone say like law and order, a lot of the times you will end up hearing British people say law. It sounds like law and order, which I find so fascinating. I don't understand where it comes from, But it's really fascinating. Sorry, that was a very weird tangent, completely unrelated. But I can't help myself.
From chat on Twitch who sort of helped me out with this, but the idea is like nowhere is safe in the game, right? And the best way to illustrate that is by adding like a sense of danger in one of the containers that you can rummage through and open. Now that it's in, I'm really happy with it. I think Tony is now a loving part of the Z family.
Mavis.
I also worked on a new piece of key art too, just for the demo. The old piece of key art, or capsule art, whatever you want to call it, had a lot of grey boxing and stuff, used old artwork, so I decided to give that a bit of an update, give the Steam page a fresh look, ready for the future. It also gave me a good excuse to put Debs in the key art because she's now a fan.
I noticed that.
Favorite. Outside of this, I had a few animations to fix up and finish off. I had
Tony the zombie.
Git went down at one point and I got a corrupted file, so I lost the whole project, and then I found the whole project again. It was that
Holy setup, yeah.
Weekend. And of course we had the first...
This shot is pretty cool as well. You actually do a lot of cool shots and stuff in your videos. I've noticed. Like, these are really well produced, to be honest, man. I really like that intro. Was it in the second one or the first one when it starts with the footsteps of him like running? I suppose that might be like a beginning cutscene in the game or something. Just that intro to the video as well was fucking sick. Very like maybe like a small thing, but I was like, ooh, that's actually good. That's actually good.
Episode of Do Game Dev, I had to figure that out and get that up onto YouTube, which was really well received. We gained a bunch of patrons and subscribers, and people came over to Twitch straight from that video, which was fantastic. I can't thank everyone enough.
Man's popping off. 0.5% Twitch streamer. He's in the top of the top.
But of course, because it was December, Christmas and New Year's was just around the corner, so I knew there was going to be a couple of weeks where I'd be completely out of commission, because I told myself I wouldn't work on this project over the holidays. Well, completely out of commission, because I told myself I wouldn't work on it, so
Did you cut this? Is that a little wooden man? Have you been carving? Don't ask me why I
be a couple of weeks where I'd be completely...
Do I have ADHD? I might have, actually. I might actually have. I don't know what the fuck. Why did that grab my attention so much? I don't know. I shoot everything on a phone. Yeah, I've actually started doing that. Before I always used my camera. My latest YouTube videos, I actually ended up using my phone for most, because I realized that my phone is actually a better camera. So I might as well just use that one. And I do have one of those like tripods I can set my phone up with, and it actually increased the quality quite a bit. I think also something I struggle with is light. Like, good lighting makes so much. I appreciate it. No worries, man. I do think that you do very nice devlogs. Someone that makes the camera such an important part of the gameplay can noticeable to have a special sense of that. Yeah, true.
Out of commission, because I told myself I wouldn't work on this project over the holidays. Well, this project. Yeah, that was a fun little Christmas project. Anyway, back to Long Gone. In the new year, I wanted to tackle something that I'd been talking about all the way through December, and that was to learn a new program called Blockbench. Now, up until this point, I'd made everything in the game in Blender, and that was all of the front yard and all the prototype and stuff. And that was working fine, but Blender has kind of a janky way around something called textile density. The only way I can really describe...
You notice in like everything you do that you're an artist. Do you know what I mean? Like, even, fucking hell, even on the Steam page. Like, even, just this fucking screenshot. Oh yeah, work in progress. Work in progress. You fucking douche, your work in progresses look better than 90% of the games on Steam. No, remove this, it's fine. This fucking, just the shot here is fucking awesome. Dude, I'm so impressed. I'm so impressed.
This is every pixel size within Long Gone has to be the same size. So if the player is stood next to an object, all the pixel sizes on that object need to be the same pixel sizes as the character, which seems like a simple thing to do, but when you actually get into the editors and actually try and get this to be consistent across everything. It's a lot more challenging than you might think. Whereas Blockbench, what it has is perfect sort of consistent textile density. So all the pixel sizes across the entire program, no matter what you're painting, no matter what you're making, works really, really well. And because the game is in a low poly aesthetic, it just made sense that I should start using this. It's almost like the program was made for this project. And that's not to say that Blockbench is the world's greatest.
Wasn't this program kind of made for like Minecraft modders and stuff? Or is that something I just... Or did I hallucinate that?
Bench is the world's greatest program or anything. Like it leaves a lot to be desired in the department of modeling, and the UV unwrapping isn't the best experience in the world when it comes to anything that's a curved object. But outside of that, like the rest of the program is absolutely fantastic. It sped up my...
That's right, it's made by the Minecraft community. Ooh, that's very interesting. But it seems like you said, it seems like the perfect tool for someone like you working with this kind of stuff. Now the Minecraft studio use it? Holy shit. I mean, then you know that you've managed to successfully make a tool, right? If you make a tool for a game and the actual developers of the game start using it, I think that is objective success.
Workflow by at least 400% over Blender, and what that allows me to have is more time, and time is what I'm sort of lacking the most at the moment. So for it to give me that was by far the most valuable thing that I could have asked for out of any program. Going forward, I knew that I now had,
Was there a little bit of product placement?
4 times the amount of objects that could go into the game, which, that gave me a huge amount of confidence going in after this first week of training on Blockbench. During this time, there was a few things that I needed to do. Because you couldn't import models into Blockbench because of the textile density is so locked and rigid, I had to figure out a way to be able to measure and sort of scale the current placeholders that were in Engine and be able to replicate the size of them inside of Blockbench effectively. So what I ended up doing was creating something called the measuring cube, and this became somewhat of an internal joke over on Twitch, because the first time that I made it, or while I was making it, someone, I don't know who, I can't remember who the credit goes to, but they said jokingly, "All hail the cube," which has now become sort of a big in-joke, like we're actually starting a cult.
That's actually pretty fucking clever. You basically made your own 3D ruler for the game. That's actually kinda cool. Also, all hail the cube.
Or something. But it is pretty funny now, because every time I get the cube out to measure something in the engine, everyone goes crazy. All hail the cube. All hail the cube.
That is actually pretty funny. Is stupid helpful? No, I can imagine. I can imagine. Yeah, that's actually a pretty clever little thing.
All hail the cube.
Indeed.
The other thing that I needed to tackle was the fact that the game looked very inconsistent. And what I mean by that is all of the objects that were coming into Engine from Blockbench looked like they'd all been freshly dusted off. It looked like a cleaner had been through. So what I actually needed to do was go into my global shader and edit that a little bit to include a dust layer. And this dust layer only affects stuff which is on the y-axis. So it's similar to other shaders that you might see in other games for snow and things like that, where you have this nice thin layer of dust on top of everything that's got this one shader on, and then what that does, it sort of gives a uniform look to all of the objects that are in the game, because they're all dusty, they haven't been touched in years. It makes sense that they've all got this consistent sort of yellowing on the top of everything.
This is actually one of those things when it comes to shaders that seems kinda OP. The fact that you can make stuff more consistent with it, if that makes sense. Because I remember seeing something about, what you call it? The card roguelite game, not Slay the Spire, in something. In what the fuck is the... Does anyone know the game I'm referring to? In something. I know they used like a shader to make stuff pixelated, as well as adjust. I think it was a shader, maybe it's not. I haven't used shaders a lot. but as well as fixing like color palettes and stuff. So they could basically import anything into their game, and it would like automatically fit in terms of style and color. I think that's very very smart. Is kind of cool. What is the game though? Inscription. That's the game. That's the game. Tony's slacking at cleaning the house. This is why we're keeping him in the fridge. Yeah.
In years, it makes sense that they've all got this consistent sort of yellowing on the top of everything. But once that came in, it really helped unify the scenes. And the last thing was actually to do with Unity rather than Blockbench. So when I was bringing in models into Unity, what I had to do was extract the textures, extract the materials, and then I had to change the texture filter options and also the compression options. And then I had to zero out all of the transforms and all of the rotations. And then I had to make prefabs out of them, rename the prefabs, and then put them into a right folder. Which, that's a lot of steps for all of these probs that I was making. So what I ended up doing was creating a tool that would sort of do it for me automatically. After this, I was really starting to get used to Blockbench with the new tools, using the measurement cube and this new shader and bringing it all together. I was really excited to see how good we can make the game look in the next few weeks. However, the world had other plans.
The chat is adorable.
All right, so it is January the 10th, Friday. I just got an email from a potential funder, and it's one of those funds where they don't want anything, right? It's all just, here's the cash, go make the game, good luck, sort of thing. I've applied to them before with multiple other projects in the past, and every single time they've always come back and said, you know what, cool game, it's not really for us, but good luck, sort of thing. This time, they've asked for a build for review, which is... That's new. That's kind of crazy. I'm trying to stay positive. I doubt.
That's a GG. I do think the audio is quite delayed here, but GG on the funding.
Anything will come of it, but it's it's worth the effort. So what I'm gonna do?
Oh, is it not? Okay, wait.
I think stuff on hold. Kind of have to.
Just on your end. Oh yeah, maybe. Otherwise, it seemed fine. We can double check.
Just work on the current version of the vertical slice in the build and polish it the best I can over the next few days, and then send it off. And we'll see. Like I said, it's probably not gonna. We're probably not gonna get any feedback.
Let's try it. Good shout.
This new shader and bringing it all together. Make the game. Good luck.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct.
I've applied to them before with multiple other projects in the past. And this time they've asked for a build for review, which is that's new. That's kind of crazy. I'm trying to stay positive. I doubt anything will come of it, but it's worth the effort. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put all this Blockbench training stuff on hold. Kind of have to, and just work on the.
Good, heart attack averted. Sorry, man. I did not mean to do that. I can imagine you having like a slight moment of a heart attack there. Me being like, oh, this completely new premiered video you've made, put in all of this time and effort into making, and then I'm sitting here like, yeah, I think you fucked up this part a little bit, because the audio, it was like 3-second delay, Sorry, man. It was fully on my end.
Current version of the vertical slice in the build and polish it the best I can over the next few days, and then send it off. And we'll see. Like I said, it's probably not gonna. We're probably not gonna get any feedback on it for months. But we'll see. It's a shot in the dark, but I think it's worth taking the time to do it, and we'll get back on track to Blockbench as quickly as we can, and it should be good. So yeah, wish me luck. What then followed was 3 really intense 13-hour days. It wasn't too fun to be around at that point, because I was just super stressed out. I'd already worked 5 days in a row, and then I went into these 13-hour days. But what this entailed was an intense fine-tooth combing of the entire vertical slice of the game. And this meant that I had to go through and add audio, music. I had to rewrite the audio manager completely, because I hadn't really done too much of audio with the game yet anyway, and there was a lot that I needed to change.
How do you handle your audio? Where do you place your sound effects, out of curiosity? And where are your... I mean, wait, you're doing kind of 3D. Do you have audio sources on the objects? Because mine's kind of messy right now. Because I have all of my sound effects in the game in the audio manager. And then all I do is call them from the different interactable objects. But I assume when you're doing 3D, since you want like 3D space, if like this makes a sound effect, do you have an audio source on this one and a reference to the sound effect on this one, but then it's like handled through the audio manager? Like, how is it set up? I'm just out of curiosity.
I had to go through every single cutscene that the player could encounter and make sure that all the audio was playing on those. There was also animation cleanup that I had to do. There was a couple of tiny bugs which sort of sent me around in circles a few times in a row, and they probably, you know, I don't think they would have been nearly as bad if I had a bit more sleep. But you know, woe is us and all that sort of stuff. But in the end, it was worth it because I was able to finish the demo and get it sent off to the potential funders. So.
That's true, man. Basically, how you said, audio sources on objects that need 3D sound. Okay. Yeah, I think maybe I should change that actually, because my project is almost like a bit difficult when it comes to... Sorry if I'm pausing too much, by the way. When it comes to handling the audio. Because here, I have one... No, wait. In runtime, it creates audio sources for each of my sound effects. But then I have a list here of basically all of the sounds in the game. But it's a little bit annoying when I want to find one and I have to like start going through like, what did I call this sound effect again? Like, and I think the more I build the game, this is gonna get a bit out of hand.
Yep, all we can do now is wait. But
what's up, Spectacular? Welcome in, man. How you doing? Where is the karaoke request for channel points like Rucker has? You need to add it too. Dude, that is a big request, man. That is a big request. I don't know if I am the guy for the job here. I don't know if I am. How you doing, Spec? Nice to have you, man.
In the meantime, we can go back to Blockbench.
I mean, look at how sick this is. Nice touch.
And that was it for the rest of the month. It was just a lot of pushing pixels around, hanging out with people on Twitch, getting feedback from those guys. It was really, really helpful, having a great time over there. But yeah, next month it's pretty much going to be the same. We've got a lot of artwork to do, and now that these two rooms are pretty much exactly where I want the art direction to be, it's a lot of, you know, figuring out how to sort of expand that out to the rest of the house with the time frame that we got left. Because of course we've got to do the stairs, we've got the kitchen to do, we've got the backyard, we've also got the kids' bedroom upstairs, the landing. Like there's still a lot to do, but I'm excited. You know, like there's definitely moments where I've had kind of doubts about the game, but you know, when you get these, you know, these pockets of polish done on the game and it actually looks like a proper game, you're like, oh crap, like it's really coming together, and you know, people are getting excited about it, which is awesome. And it's been testament to these videos as well. Like since doing the Do Game Dev updates, you know, the game has gained 2,000 wishlist on Steam, which is nuts. And of course, like we've had a bunch of you flood into the Twitch channels as well, and just seeing your support and seeing your excitement for the game, like it really does help. You have no idea. But if you want to support the game a little bit more directly, then you absolutely can. There's a Patreon page. You can actually get these episodes early if you sign up over there. There's some other behind the scenes exclusive stuff over there if you're into that. And of course, there's also 10 Bells, our previous game, which I put out back in August. It's receiving awards now, which is really, really weird. You know, over 200 reviews. It's still in like 96+% at the moment on Steam. If you're into horror games, then check that out. But if not,
I'm not into horror games. I don't like horror games, but I am gonna check it out. Because we did just buy the game, so I will check it out.
we've also got a Discord page. There's a Blue Sky page. There's, you know, make sure you wishlist on Steam. That's really, really important, as I sort of mentioned and went into in the last episode. But yeah, can't thank you guys enough for coming and hanging out with me today. I really, really appreciate it. So please, again, like and subscribe, all that sort of good stuff. And yeah, I look forward to jumping in to Blockbench again and carrying on with this, because it's really, really coming together. So until next time, guys, see you later.
And I keep saying we a lot.
Ooh. Yeah, you thought the video ended, did ya? Nah. The ones who stay, they get a bit of extra content here. The plan is free fund Kickstarter, investor, publisher. Interesting. If those all fail, then it's PT stroke down the PT stroke down the project. Was PT. Doing good. I applied for localization, as you have below the stream. Did you look at it yet? I did. I saw yesterday, I think. I haven't started going through all of them yet, but I did see that you applied. Thank you very much for applying, Spec. I appreciate it. Oh, part-time. Oh, okay. Okay, part-time stroke. Okay, got you. You can skip that bit if you want. It's just me trailing thoughts out. No.
No.
It's
a habit which I picked up from working at AAA studios, I think, because everything's just like this momentous sort of effort, right? Like it's just hundreds of people trying to push this boulder up the hill together. And then suddenly you're alone, and everything that you do in the game is because of you. You know, and I don't mean that in like an egotistical sense. It's just a very weird thing to sort of contend with, you know, because you go from having this we mentality of like, we did this, we did that as a team, you know, and you're super proud of that.
This is actually something I've thought about, which is interesting, because you notice that we have such different experiences here. You coming from like professional game dev. Like, for me, I can't relate to this part, since I have no idea what it's like working on a team. I mean, I do have Bjarne making the sound effects and music for me, but in terms of, like, the development, it's like we collaborate, but it's like in a completely separate way. Like, he does the music, I do this, you know. So it's interesting seeing how... Yeah, how this is more of a change for you. I don't know if I'm making any sense here, if this is making any sense whatsoever. But it's kind of interesting to see how that it feels, of course, very different from you going from a big team to doing this yourself, and then me basically only ever having experience doing the thing myself. I don't even know the workflow of like collaborating with another person. You know what I mean? Is the price per word I put that acceptable? Yeah, that was pretty funny. What was it? 1 people per word? So 1 beer per word. That is like I think that's about a 500% increase of price for a normal localization. If you take like the price of a Czech beer compared to what localizers tend to... I think that's gonna be... that would ruin me. But yeah, it's kinda interesting to think about. Okay, can we finish this
Now,
before the
it's
ad
like,
starts?
If I take a coffee break, the entire project stops. and just dealing with that is weird. It's really weird. Imagine that in a AAA studio, like, hey, everybody stop, Vin's getting a coffee. Yeah, it'd just be strange. So,
no, it is true, and I think this is something, this I can relate to, because I've realized that it's very easy to become a bit of a workaholic, because all of the progress to the thing you're doing is on you, right? Like, the only aspect which changes the amount of progress you do is kind of how much you work. I think it's very easy to start, like, sorry if some of you might be getting ads now, but it's very hard to not overwork yourself. I think that's why I'm kind of so happy about my obsession right now, because I think when I am in this like obsessive state that I get into, like, I don't think I can overwork myself. I mean, maybe in terms of like physically, I could probably overwork myself in the aspect of like not getting enough sleep, not taking enough good care of my body physically and stuff. But when it comes to like mentally, I'm not. I could do this like 16 hours a day, no issue, just because I enjoy it so much. But I do think it's something to take into consideration. Where it's, I don't think people. I've heard a lot of. Fuck you, Raka. Matt just went on a ski trip and claims he's a workaholic. Screw you, man. Screw you. Yeah, I suppose. I have taken a few little vacation trips. But still, I do think it's interesting that... Because I would not have...
forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. I would not have considered myself to ever be like a workaholic or whatever.
Cheers.
But I do think that it's very easy to underestimate how much you might start working on something when you're the only person doing it and you're like the what do you call it? Yeah, basically you are in charge of all the progress. You know what I mean? I wish I had a similar mindset. Yeah, I do think it's, of course it is a little bit individual as well. But and to be fair, in some regard it can be stressful, because obviously I have some timeline plans. You know, I would like to have a demo for like the next fest in June, for example. That's the current like time, or that's the next deadline I've kind of thought about. And it is a little bit... It can be a little bit stressful when you know that you don't really have... you don't have any like team members or something to kind of lean on with it. Like, the only thing that's gonna affect whether or not I'm able to have a demo in time for June is if I put in the time to make the demo before June. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is what this whole trailing off bit is about, just me not being able to stop. No, and I can't relate to the difference of like comparing it to having team members, but this I relate to this. I see what you mean.
I'm trying to get my head around that a bit more if I can, because I don't want to work on games forever by myself. Like, that's never the intent. It's always, you want to do these things with other people as much as possible, because that's what it's all about. It's about collaboration and figuring out like how to make a game together and how to work with each other and stuff like that. That's half the reward. So yeah, I'm looking forward to hopefully getting through this current stage that we're in and getting to the point where where I can bring more people in and we can get to that collaboration again, so the momentum of the project.
If you need a slightly below average artist and much below average developer, you know where to find me. Just letting you know.
Just continues even if I'm sleeping or take the day off or whatever. Like, but right now it's kind of hard to even take weekends off, because I know if I take a weekend off, the project does not shift a pixel. I think that's why I've always struggled with not scope or anything like that, but it's more about my ability to be able to step away, even though I've got this office space, right? And the reason why I love having an office is so I can leave the office at the end of the day. I can walk through that.
I can't. When I turn off the stream, I still sit here in front of my PC. This is where I spend. This is my living room. That's something I'm actually a little bit. It would probably have been nice to have an actual like separate room for this kind of stuff, so I can. Because I feel like I can't step away. Like even when when I'm spending my free time in my apartment, I'm sitting in front of my streamer light and my microphone and everything, you know? I mean, obviously I don't turn it on, but you get the idea. Thought you had the same beanie for a second. We'll talk about it when you hit 0.5%. Oh no, man. Fair. I'll keep grinding. I'll catch up one day.
That door and close it behind me and say, okay, the work stays in that room. And usually that's true, but for this, because I'm relying on this for an income in the spring, hopefully, it's sort of, there's a constant guilt there when I'm not working on it, and not for my wife or anything, she supports me and stuff, but just for myself, that's why it's hard for me to even sit down and play a video game anymore. Like I can barely watch a TV show. It's just, every second that I'm not working on the game, I feel like I'm wasting time, and that's a problem. I need to solve that. I need to figure that out. And I think that comes from being a solo dev and just constantly be working on stuff. Like because if I take a day off, if I stop, then the whole thing stops, and it can't stop. I need to finish.
Good stuff. Good video, man. Everyone, like, subscribe, all of that good stuff. Show some support here to our fellow game developers. Very, very interesting. I do think... I just realized, I think I might... Red Rocker, you don't have to listen to this, just you're gonna call me out. Listen, kinda true. But I do think I actually relate maybe more in terms of like streaming per se. There I definitely feel like the guilt part. Just as of right now, I am not like super stressed out about my game. I might become more in the future. But I think I actually stress more when it comes to streaming and stuff, because it's like the first time for a very long time that like we looked at before, my stream is actually doing pretty good. And like that is not something I take for granted. Like that's why I keep trying to tell people that like I really appreciate everyone who sticks around in the stream, whether you're lurking, chatting, supporting, whatever it might be. But I noticed that with the fact that I get a lot of guilt when it comes to taking breaks. Even when it's... And I know I still do it, of course, I have to. I can't stream 12 hours without taking a break. But I notice it a lot with like... even if I... That is why I implemented stuff like showing the highlights during my Be Right Backs and stuff. Because that gives me like, okay, at least there's some content going on. Because otherwise, I feel like I'm almost not allowed to go and have a break. Because I don't want to... I want there to be something enjoyable in the stream, Which that I feel like I might take a little bit too far sometimes. Where I kind of feel like I'm not... How do you call it? I kind of feel like I'm not allowed to actually go away from the stream, which I don't think is super healthy all of the time, if that makes sense. And I know, yes, of course I still take breaks, but not, like, if you think about it, not that much. Like, I do 12-hour streams with like a 20-minute break. That's kind of a lot. One 20-minute break over 10 hours isn't bad. No, I don't think so. And that's what I mean. That's why I feel like I think my feelings around it, the reason I think that's a bit unhealthy is because I think I'm being unreasonable. Like if I'm looking at this from like a logical perspective, I feel like it's more than fine that I take 20-minute break in a 12-hour stream because I have to fucking eat food or something. But emotionally, when I do that, I feel like I don't know if you notice, but like I tend to almost get into like a apologetic mode before I go on a break, and really be like I really appreciate your fucking patience and stuff. Like, don't leave me. No, but I'm kind of exaggerating a little bit here, but it is kind of true, to be honest. You're right. It isn't bad. It's atrocious. There we go. 20 minutes isn't enough, man. You need an hour off in the middle. Treat this as a job. Yeah, no, I think that is kind of true, because if this was a actual job I had through like a company, like this would be illegal. Like you could not have a person. Of course, I'm not putting in maybe like physical effort and stuff, and like I really enjoy what I'm doing, so of course there's like caveats to this. But like this would not be okay by like Swedish work standards. You can't have a person working 12 hours with like 20-minute break and maybe a few 40-second breaks to go and reheat my coffee here and there. But it's kind of interesting to think about. So yeah, I think I might actually, when it comes to that last part, I think I actually relate it more to like streaming at the moment compared to game development, because I think I'm so appreciative of the people who watch me that I almost feel like I have an obligation to provide like continuous fucking entertainment or whatever. But good stuff. Everyone go and check out the video. I linked it like 5 times. Wishlist the game, all of that good stuff. Logic in game dev in the year 2025? I mean, it still works. Mentally, it's draining. You need a break. I do think I probably do, because I do think that there is a risk, like long term, that this is not going to be viable. It's actually something I thought about, because I explained before how I feel like I get very energized by streaming, and that how like I feel a lot more tired when I don't stream, which might seem ironic, but I thought about it a little bit more recently, and I wonder if it could potentially also be that the reason why I'm so fucking tired whenever I'm off stream is because that's when my body gets to recharge for the stream or after the stream, if that makes sense. Appreciate you, man. I appreciate you, man. I don't, like I said, I'm rooting for you no matter what it is. Yeah, but you do it to yourself, you can't sue yourself, so it's okay. Yeah, pretty much. I think I need to just set the YouTube video playlist up for an hour and just play it for people that want to stick around. Yeah. No, I do think, actually, legitimately speaking, I think that for me, adding the highlight reel or whatever during my breaks was actually a really good thing for me, because it's one of those things that I know I don't only have like a static break scene, so if people want to stick around, there's still a potential for some entertainment value being provided, and I think that kind of did comfort me a little bit in terms of like feeling more okay with taking breaks and stuff, because there's still, although I'm not there, there's still the highlight reel playing, providing some entertainment value, I suppose. You have a bunch of YouTube videos too, you can do the same. Yeah, I could, to be fair. But as of right now, I just have a stream of my my Twitch clips being played during the breaks, which kinda does the same thing, I suppose. Word games for an hour, that as well. Yeah, you know how to redeem. It will automatically open words on stream. Kinda cool. Words during intro, breaks, as well as during streams, like this scene or whatever. That's a good idea. Yeah, I think it works well. Like, partly because it seems to kind of work. Like I've said, sometimes I go on a break and I end up having more viewers, which, you know, is kind of ironic, but I mean, it's a highlight reel, so I suppose sometimes, depending on the content I'm doing, that might actually end up being more engaging than me being here. But But I think it's good from the point of that, like, you know, it does make it feel a little bit more okay for me to take breaks. Oh, he's bad. See you later, guys. Yeah, pretty much. No, and I have like, you know, kind of ironically called it out a few times before when I come back to my stream and I have like a, you know, 20% increase in viewers, and I'm like,
Cheers.
what the fuck? Do you people just not want me here? Should I just go away again? It's kind of funny. Cheers, A. How you doing? But yeah, as of now, I feel kind of fine with what I'm... like my current schedule. I do think I need to... Like, the issue now is that I only stream 3 days a week, and I notice that my general habits is a lot better when I stream. That might sound ironic for some, but even like during the time I don't stream, since I have to like form my day kind of around the stream, I kind of have better habits and stuff during my day compared to when I don't stream, because I have no obligation technically. And I think that kind of stuff is stuff I need to work on, make sure that I, you know, actually try to take care of myself a little bit. Just too jealous of that beard, so they leave. Speaking of leaving, I need some breakfast. Going to Lurch. Thanks again, man. No worries, man. Thank you very much for dropping by, and go and enjoy some breakfast, man. And appreciate the Lurch. Okay, should we see if we can implement this little thing? To get this to work, I feel like that would be 6 days a week of streams. Fuck yeah. I actually think it would be... I think it would be good for me to actually up the streaming days, to be honest. The issue is that the reason why I don't stream more days in the week is not because I don't feel like streaming more or whatever it might be, or... The main reason why I don't stream more than 3 days a week is because my plan was that gives me 2 weekdays, as well as a weekend, to work on all the other stuff I need to do. In terms of like, you know, I have a huge video backlog. I have like main channel videos, second channel videos, I have so many clips and stuff I need to post. And my plan was that I would take my off days to work on that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, that has not worked out great for me so far, because most of the time I end up just working on the game on my off days as well, or doing random stuff for the streams, like maybe coding for streaming bot or whatever it might be. So I think I should try and get into the habit of actually catching up on my editing and stuff during off days. And if I manage to do that, I think I would like to probably up the amounts of streams I do a little bit. Because, like we talked about before, consistency is good, and I actually think that even doing shorter streams, but streaming more often, I think actually would be better. Like in terms of like for the channel itself. 5 days of game dev, 1 day of playing games, 1 rest day. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if I did shorter streams, that wouldn't be too crazy. Like, I probably couldn't do 12 hours a day, like, you know, 6 days a week. That might be a bit much. But if I did like 8-hour streams or something, if I put the cap at like 8 hours, I mean, that would be a normal work week for most people. Oh, no, we're talking about 12-hour streams for 6 days a week for minimum of 2 years. How to get burned out 101. There is also other stuff I could do. Like, obviously now the plan is that I should take my off days to work on the other stuff, like editing and that kind of stuff. Like, of course I could try to make time for that, like before and after the streams, but that would once again end up with me having to do somewhat shorter streams. But that's the thing also, even if I did like 30% shorter streams, it would still be pretty long streams. You know what I mean? Like if I did 2/3 of my stream, that should still be like 8 hours, since a lot of my streams are like 12 hours long anyway. Forgot this wasn't a just chatting stream, yeah. How much have I done today, speaking of which? Yeah, should we get some progress here? Also, I made a new thing, maybe I should use this. Because at least when I'm coding and stuff, I feel like, could it maybe be good to have something like this for the people who come in and don't know the game? Because that still shows a little bit of what I'm working on. I've noticed a lot of game developers here on Twitch do something similar. I feel like it might be a good thing. But just, if someone new comes in while we're coding, it's kind of hard for them to know what exactly we're working on. That gives a little bit of like a preview for it. I don't know what you guys think. I mean, if we do this with a new script, I could pretty much remove... Wait, sprite equals object image dot sprite. Ah, I see, I see. Now this we could actually remove. I actually genuinely would enjoy streams from you and Vin where you play games instead of all dev work, because I'd love to see your guys' dev thoughts and gameplay thoughts. I mean, we do play games as well. It wasn't that long ago we did 2 full playthroughs of Undertale. We also played a lot of Roguelite on stream, as well as, since I started streaming this time, we also played through both Portal 1 and Portal 2. A lot of which is posted on my second channel, and whatever isn't posted on the second channel is available on the VOD channel. But obviously still like 90% of my streams are, at the moment, game development. Just drop a message that says, we're working on AAA game, just sit back and watch the maestro work. I think you just giving a summary is enough when new viewers / raids join in. Yeah, that's probably true. And yeah, I do also, if I ever want to really show off the game, and if I can't show like the gameplay, just sometimes I noticed before there was an issue where like, if I had a bug, I couldn't play the game, so I couldn't show people what I was working on. But obviously now, since I have the teaser, often if I get like a big raid or something and I feel like I want to give people some context, I just play the teaser for them. Or like regular variety streams would be nice. I did miss those streams because I joined after, yeah. No, and I think the main thing is that I'm trying to keep every stream to something. Just, it gets a little bit more tricky, I feel like, when I start mixing too much variety in one stream. So usually I'll try to like, either I do a full playthrough of a game to get like one massive stream of it and I can just post that to YouTube, or we do like only game development. Because there are a few, like, if we check my VOD channel, it is a little bit annoying when we have to... like, what was it I played separately? It was Mind Over Magnet, another game we played on stream. Like, that is, like, in these. Like, this is Mind Over Magnet and gamedev. Like, it doesn't work as well for YouTube when it's such a mix. I suppose I could divide these up as well, post them like separately. But it's kinda nicer when it's very clear, like, this is a full stream of game development. This is like me playing indie games. This is like me playing Undertale. Like, it's a little bit more clear or whatever. Compared to, because this is, I feel like this is such a unclickable video. I don't know, it's not the end of the world, of course, but you can still like segment the VOD as well on YouTube. Monday, Wednesday and Friday dev streams, Tuesday and Thursday gaming streams. Yeah? I mean, something like that could work, to be fair. Because I've always said I do like to keep a little bit of variety. I never wanna dig my hole too deep into one niche, if that makes sense. Gonna dip for a bit, make any time. No worries, see you soon, Ginseng. Appreciate ya. Variety is a luxury only the bigger guys can afford in my opinion, but playing indie games as an indie dev seems to work with your channel. Yeah, I think it's fine. I also, I'm not like 100%, I don't 100% agree with that it's only for the bigger guys. I agree in terms of like if the only thing you're looking at is the analytic of like your actual growth, yes, like generally speaking, sticking to one specific niche is better. That's just the case. You tend to grow better if you really stick to one niche and you build your audience there. But it's not always that if your end goal is to make variety content, I'm not sure it's always the best thing to do, because I've also seen certain examples of people who have grown only inside of one specific niche and even are like really big, and as soon as they try something else, they drop to like a 5% viewer base, because they don't whatsoever have an audience outside of what they do, if that makes sense. So I think the advantage to growing with variety, although you might grow a bit slower, but you do kind of build a broader audience to begin with, you know what I mean? So you might be able to like start doing variety earlier on. And then for me as a person as well, I am very like impulsive and kind of all over the place. For me, I feel like it just works better when I can kind of, sometimes when I feel the need to, I can mix up my content and not like feel bad about it. But then they rely too much on the niche instead of their personality. Maybe. That could be a fair statement, I suppose. Yeah, because I always felt like, if you take like my main channel on YouTube, for example, like, I mean, I did post other content on it to begin with, but my YouTube channel first kind of popped off with like language stuff, and that's one of those things that I mean, of course, I appreciate the people who watch me and subscribe to that and stuff, but sometimes I have like legitimate guilt about that channel in terms of like posting anything that isn't about languages. Because I know that most of my audience is there for languages. That's like one of the reasons why I made like a second channel, so I have somewhere I can post like variety content without feeling bad about it. And that's why I feel like sometimes even if I had a small audience, but I had more, but there was like variety in terms of what kind of audience is there, I feel like it's kind of nice in the fact that because even if I managed to become really big, and say even if people did like my personality, in the end, most people are probably still there for the niche itself, right? I do agree that you can probably help it out by trying to, you know, get people to stay for your personality and stuff, whatever it might be. But I still think it's easy to assume how easy it might be to start doing variety content later on as well. Because people might have an expectation of you only doing one specific thing. Whereas basically I think that's the thing I kinda enjoy, that I want to, even though it's early on and stuff, even though my audience isn't like, you know, big by any standard, I kind of like to still give people the understanding that I will do like variety content, if that makes sense. Or they didn't create a gimmick that outshined the niche. No, I do think you have a point, definitely. And like I said, I don't disagree to the fact that growing in a niche is a lot easier. That is definitely the case. I think it's easier later, rather than early, but you can't just go from competitive FPS to playing Stardew Valley. Yeah, depending on the type of shift you do, it's definitely harder. But that's the thing, then like, when do you want to, because I suppose this is the thing, like, it's a bit individual. Like, you, for example, right now, I think it's fair to say that you are in like the Souls-like niche, kind of, because that is to 95% extent the games you play, right? And if we say that you do want to make variety content later on, I guess my question might be, how long are you willing to stick to one specific niche before you start making variety content? Like, would there be a point where you would get burnt out from the niche, and then if that's too early, you can't switch to another one? Or like, you can't introduce variety into it because it's still too early? That's when I go like, maybe it could have been good to have a bit more. You can still like mainly be in one niche, but if you've had some variety throughout, I feel like it's easier to make that switch a bit earlier. Still, I agree that it might not be optimal in terms of like growth, but yeah. That's kind of the way I view it, because if I ever get like too burnt out or tired or something, I want the ability to be able to do something else. And since I know that might happen, you know, even though I haven't become big enough for people to stay interested no matter what I do, I feel like it's, you know, it's kind of good to have a bit of a broad audience early on as well. I'm a Souls-like streamer because I've been lazy, but as soon as I introduce my gimmicks, I should be able to maneuver. What gimmicks are we talking? I respect it, but I just think the effect variety has on growth is too detrimental for my timeline. No, that's absolutely fair as well. No, I think that's very clear as well. It all depends very much on what your goals are, you know? And like, if you think that's the case, that's absolutely fair. Like, you know, you should do whatever you think is best for you. And I think that's the thing. I just think, personally, for me, I'm not sure I can dig myself 100% into one niche and always just think that maybe in the future I can do variety, because the way I am as a person, I don't trust myself to maybe be able to stick in this niche for as long. Like, I've already changed niches multiple times since I started. If we take like my online career, whatever you want to call it, like since I started, I've already done like so many different things all over the spectrum. Like, I started as an artist. I did like digital art on Twitch. I didn't even play games. That was the first thing I ever did online. And then I started doing gaming. And then I started doing... I even did a little bit of IRL content or whatever during that part. And then I started doing like language stuff, and now I do like game development stuff. Like, my track record already shows that I have not been able to stick to one niche, if that makes sense. So I feel like for me it's although I might get like somewhat of a slower growth because of it, I feel like it seems more viable for me to basically get the expectation of variety a bit earlier. I've just seen my peers at the top in similar genres, and they seem to do just fine with variety that still relates to their content. Like a Souls-like challenge runner doing a challenge run outside of Souls-like genre. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense because you're still relatively close, right? Because still, you can almost say that the umbrella genre you're in might not even be specifically Souls-like games. It's more like challenge runs, you know. That's how you do variety, in my opinion. Use your gimmick in a new genre. Yeah, I think for me it's difficult because I can't always do that. Like, if we take all of those things that I've done so far, it's kind of hard to have a gimmick that spans all of those, if that makes sense. Which is like, obviously digital art and game development are very, or even digital art and like language learning, very far apart. There's not much overlap there. Like, of course, digital art and game development, very close, very easy to overlap. There's a bunch of digital art inside of game development. And like, it is easy. I think that's the thing. I suppose language learning is the one thing that kind of stands out the most, which is harder to introduce to the other type of content I do. But in the end, I think that we should all just do whatever the fuck we want, shouldn't we? Like, whatever we think is best for our specific case is probably what we should do. I also feel like one thing for me is that I think I just wanna do what I enjoy, even though I know it might not be optimal, like in terms of statistical growth and stuff. But if I wanna play a game one day, and if I wanna develop a game another day, I kind of want to sorry. I kind of want to have that opportunity, if that makes sense. The analytics though, yeah. I think it mostly just depends on how strong your personality is. No, it definitely is a big factor in it. Just the main... Yeah, I suppose the main factor in being able to like do different things and like keep an audience is whether they like your personality or not, right? But sometimes it's hard. Like, obviously now a lot of the newer people who have come into this stream are expecting game development, right? But if you look at my... Like, when I started doing game development on stream, I already had like 700 followers or something. Like, whereas 100 of those followed me for digital art, and like 600 of those followed me for gameplay. And I do know that a lot of my gameplay followers don't enjoy me developing. Like, I've already had multiple people in my chat be like, oh, I kinda miss when you play games. Which is fair, of course. Also, oh, Pons, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya, welcome in. Come on, I only want game dev in here. No, I think that's the thing, and it's fair. Like, I'm not... Like, I can't force people to like everything I do. Like, that's absolutely fair. Like, if someone only wants to watch me when I do game development, completely fine. Like, that is completely fine. But that is what I mean. My kind of mindset to this only works if you are willing to take a bit of a hit in viewership. But that's the thing, like, I accept the fact that I'm gonna have less viewers if I suddenly switch to maybe playing a game or whatever it might be. Like, just right now, most of my average regulars or whatever are here for game development. And I understand that all of those might not be interested in me playing a random game. But I think that's the thing. I just accept that, you know, I think it's fine. I'm here for the word game. There is a channel redeem now. For sure, I find that when I do art, I rarely see anyone, even if I like doing it more. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think it's always different, right? It depends on... just like, no matter what we do, you're always going to alienate some people, right? I'm only here for the Undertale genocide run and I'm losing my patience. But I think most regulars come to hear me rant about games. Interesting. But yeah, I think that's the thing, because like you said, Pons, you find that if you do art, you rarely see anyone, even if I like doing it more. And I feel like that's the thing I cannot enjoy about doing early variety, because if you keep at it, you might start building a art audience as well. And then when you switch in between, some of those might switch to the other stuff you do, some of those from the other stuff might come to see the art. But I'm not gonna deny the fact that I think sticking to one niche is always going to be the best in terms of like if you only objectively look at the speed of the growth of your channel. Like sticking to one niche is objectively the best thing to do. I just think that for me personally, I don't think it's gonna work long term. Just my track record shows that it doesn't work long term. I've already been in many completely different niches, and I expect that will continue to be the case, which is I get new interests every now and then and get very obsessive about them, and I like sharing my interests, so I want to be able to do that with stream as well. Even if I might lose a bit of viewers when I do a variety stream, I think that's fine. But that's the thing as well. Like I said, it depends a lot on what your goals are, you know. Like if your only goal you're looking for is the growth, and you're like a consistent climb in average viewers, then yeah, you should not listen to what I say. Absolutely. What's up, Crystal Mess? How you doing? Welcome in. What is your goal, Chirpy? Would you want to be a partner? I mean, I wouldn't say no to being a partner. I don't think partners directly is not a goal I have. But of course it would be nice to be a partner. But I think my main goal, and this is going to be a little bit hypocritical, or rather it's going to be a little bit contradicting. Because obviously my main goal is to be able to do what I really enjoy for a living, which is what I'm doing right now. And that's where like for that goal to be true, I would kind of need to grow. So in some regard, I'm being a little bit contradicting here, because what would be best in terms of my goal would be to just stick to one niche, you know? But yeah, I think in the end that is my main goal. Being able to do what I feel a passion for as long as possible. That is basically my goal. So that's what I've talked about before. I think this is kind of interesting. It depends so much on how you view it. Like, nothing of what I do, I directly do for money. Like, my goal is not to make money. My goal is to be able to do what I want to do as much as possible. But for me to do that, it would be good if I can make money off of it. Which is otherwise, at some point, my savings are gonna run out and I'm gonna need to get a job. Which means that now I can't do what I want to do as much anymore. So like, indirectly, of course I want to make money. But I don't want to make money for the sake of making money. I want to make money for the sake of being able to continue to do what I'm doing. If that makes sense. That's a very sick emote. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's kind of the way I view it. But in the end, my plan at the moment is that I'm just gonna continue doing what I'm doing, and we'll see whether it works out or not, you know? I'm gonna try and get this game out. And then we'll see, in a year or so, if all my savings run out, I'll just have to become an adult again. Ain't much more to it. Makes perfect sense. You are not motivated strictly by money. It just so happens that everything we do professionally indirectly requires money. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the thing that... Because I want to be... That's the thing, I'm so... Sometimes it's weird talking about this kind of stuff, because... I'm scared that it might come off as me just trying to make money, which is that really isn't the case. And I feel like a lot of the time that can leave a little bit of a bad taste for people, you know? If you feel like someone is doing something for the sole reason of money. And but it's exactly like you said, like I am not technically motivated by the money. Like I'm motivated by being able to do stuff I feel passionate about. But as you said, for like indirectly, I do need the money, because having the money is what makes me able to do what I want. But my goals are very like, if I've said this before and I think it's true, I think that if I could just about survive doing what I love while fucking living on cheap ramen noodles, I would be 100% satisfied. Like I have no motivation to make a lot of money. If I can make even that, like I said before, even if I just make enough money for me to be able to do this a little bit longer, I would be happy. You know? But that's why I feel like it's important to... What I like want to emphasize is the fact that the reason I do this is because I want to do stuff I enjoy. And I enjoy, you know, doing creative work like making games. I enjoy streaming, chatting with you guys. That is what I enjoy. And I think that's one of the reasons why, you know, I can put in the hours and stuff that I do at the moment, because I like... I kind of feel like for once in my life, I am like thoroughly enjoying what I do on a day-to-day basis, you know? So, whatever makes it possible for me to do this longer is pretty sick. That's kind of the way I view it. Okay, let me reset this one. You know what? I think we should restart the entire thing, because I think my intelligence is broken. As per usual. I don't know. What are your guys' goals? What are your current like goals with whatever you might be doing? Just out of curiosity. I do this every year at our company, but I always say grow as a dev and lead more teams. Is my vision? And that's been true this year. I just want to finish a single project I work on. I get so easily distracted. Yeah, I think even that's one thing that definitely is true. Like finishing stuff it's easy to underestimate how much work or dedication it takes to actually finish something. Like even for me, like technically my Game Jam game is the only thing I've ever finished in terms of game development. But I do think, if I'm being honest, I actually think that having a Steam page kind of helps. Because it made the whole project, I mean we'll have to see of course, but it made this whole project a lot more, it feels a lot more serious, you know. I feel like there's a bigger commitment now, which is kind of nice in some regard. Because there's also like, you know, objectively speaking, there's an investment. Like, I've put in like the $100 or whatever to get this game on Steam. So not only am I like motivated by just the fact that it feels more serious having the game on Steam, like technically that's, you know, the fact that I've also made like a financial investment into this makes it also like I actually, you know, I really should do this now. Do you have a lot of wishlist / hype? Probably not by any like professional standards. Oh wait, we should have new wishlist numbers. Should we look? I hit 100 wishlists. Was it yesterday? I think. So my Steam page has been up for like 2 weeks now, and we are currently at we are sitting at 110 wishlists. If anyone hasn't and you would like to check out the game, here's a little wishlist link. But of course the plan is, like, currently my timeline is hopefully to get a demo for the next fest in June, and then since it's a horror game, maybe do the full release in October. So we do have quite a lot of time left to try and collect wishlists. Let's be honest here. Currently the optimal thing would be to hit like 10k wishlist or something. It seems very far away. That seems, you know, it seems like a very high number. But you never know, you never know. And let's be honest here, if I don't hit it, I probably will end up releasing the game anyway. Like, I'm not gonna wait another year to try and collect the 10k. But we'll do our best to try and get the word out about the game while it's still in the development, and we'll just have to wait and see, I suppose. Anything is possible if you put your effort into it. That is true. That is true. But in the end, you never know. You never know. Okay, so I think we're gonna merge these 2 different ones that ChatGPT gave me. So color settings, I think we're gonna try and make this execute always. I have never used this before, so we'll see if we're gonna end up crashing the game. And then in the in the await function here, we're gonna make a new, let's do a private void apply default color. I'm gonna call this here. So now this should be called even in the edit mode. And now we need to somehow basically find every single object in the scene and switch the color. So how do we do this? I think this should work. I don't think I need a button for it. I mean, I guess we have to do an array of objects, because we're gonna put multiple things in here. Objects is equal to find object of type. But this is the thing, we wanna add. Wait, how do I do this? I wanna add multiple different types to this array. I don't know if I suppose we could find all game objects and then like filter them. Because what do we need to get? We need to get references for all of the interactable items, all of the item interactables, as well as all of the hover interactables. And then put them in one array, and then after that we're gonna do something like each I wonder if it should be bad putting variable here. I think we're gonna do for each object in objects. Oh wait, then we would have to... I guess we should do multiple ones. Yeah, I guess we should. And then we should even make... We should do something like this. Find all objects. And then maybe we do a separate one. Where we apply default color. Can I take in a variable here? Can you do that? No, I don't think you can. So in that case... Oh wait, how can I was thinking if I could make a... like, flexible script for the... I'd basically make multiple lists here with these, find them all, and then with each one we would call this and just pass in whatever list or array we have as a parameter. But I think I would need to check... No, wait, all we need to do is get component image. So we probably could use object here, or even maybe even game objects, and we just turn this. Because then we should do dot game object to find the game object. Wait, let's try this and see what happens. No, wait, this would need to be an... Fuck. I mean, I could do this in the kind of brute force way where we do all of these separately. But there must be a way to a function that can handle all of these. Basically, these are different classes, and we need to find these classes and then apply the default color to all the items that have this, and also has an image. But that's easy, we just do a null check. Like if the image is not equal to null, then apply the default color. Boss Scans, thank you for the follow, appreciate ya. So, how do we do this the best way? We should use objects, because I think object is like an umbrella term that could take in almost anything, right? The other thing we should do is be more specific and make like arrays of interactables. But then we would need to somehow pass this in, and I can't just pass in an array, can I? Like, it would have to be an array of interactable, but then this is not modular, and I might as well just do it here. What if we here take in an array of objects? Should I make this into an array of objects? Wait, is this not working? Oh, it might be because of this. Cannot implicitly convert type interactable to interactable array. Oh, objects, right? Oh yeah, there we go. We needed the plural. Okay. Object of crawler settings applied crawler object. Oh, is it because I'm crawling this somewhere, am I? Yeah. Let's comment that out for now. Okay, so now my question is, should I call apply default crawler and pass in the interactables array? That actually does seem to work. In that case, this should be fine, because then here we could do a for each object in objects check if we get the component image and that is not equal to null, wait, now we need to get component twice. Is that... No, wait, should I not just say image is equal to object dot... What happens if get component fails? Well, we should just do a null check afterwards, right? Because I assume this would just return null if it doesn't exist. If image is not equal to null, then we would say image.color is equal to default color. Can you use plus equals here? No. How do I... Because this assigns whatever I find to this. What if I wanted to add more to this now? Oh, would I create a new list? And then do like, it's equal to this plus this list? Maybe? Oh, in that case, we should probably sort this, right? By doing... I'm not sure if this is gonna work, but could potentially work. What if we do item interactable is equal to find objects of type item interactable. What if I now made a objects array new object interactables.length? Should I not say... Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but can I do like logic here and just add all of these? Is that possible? No. Plus cannot be applied to operators of type interactable. Okay, so that doesn't work. How would I merge these then? If I wanted to. Because we might as well only call this function once, right? If I could turn these... Which is, I think, if I called all of these the same, I would overwrite it each time, right? Oh, there's a concat function from link. Or by manually copying the elements into a new array or list. So we can either use link, concat and toArray. And then cast them to objects. Efficiently merges arrays without manually resizing them. Using list for more flexibility. That might be better in this case, to be honest. Oh yeah, wait, no, it's much better using a list here, because this is going to be... Yeah, no, we should definitely use lists here. What's up, Kuridra? Sorry if I'm butchering your name. How you doing? Welcome in. Nice to have ya. Interactable array. Find objects of type interactable. Why is this not working? Oh, wait, can... Yeah, we should do this, I assume. We make a list of objects immediately. And then we add these. And then we should pass this list. Oh no, we don't even need to pass it into a new function then. Gyodai also just started to make a game in Unity. Oh, cool, man. What kind of game are you making? But why is this not working? I still feel like this should be working. Wait, would I need to do a new list that contains this? Wait, find objects of type could not be found. Kuridra, thank you for the follow, man. Appreciate ya. Just a backrooms game. Ooh, interesting. Is it your first one? Oh wait, is find objects of type? Is this automatically making a array maybe? Is that the issue? Okay, let's try it the way our AI overlord says. So we should make a list of objects. And then no. Wait, I need to cast this somehow, don't I? Is that it? It is your first game? Nice. Do you have any other type of experience with developing, or is it the first time you do like development in general? Just out of curiosity. Find objects. Oh, there we go. That was the issue. Okay. Okay, so then we should be able to add the others. So we will just do add range, find objects of type, And then we add item interactable. This is where I think having some hierarchy with my main interactable scripts should have been nice. Just then I wouldn't have to do this. Boom, all of those should be added. And now we would just call apply default color with these objects. Then for each object, we cannot use get component. So question is, that's because we need a game object. Can we get the game object of an object? What's up, Zooty? Welcome in, how you doing? How's your Friday? I also made some simple console programs in C#. Ooh, interesting. That was actually... I have not spoken long about this, but technically speaking, that was the first thing I did as well. Like, probably like 12 years ago or something, I actually once installed Unity, blatantly failed, and then tried to make some just simple, kinda very simple text adventures. Or text adventure, singular. But it was not a lot, so usually I say that I started recently, you know, because that was the only thing I did back then, and this is like 12 years ago. But technically that was the first time I ever did some coding. But I think all I actually did was use if-else statements, just that seemed pretty intuitive. What is object? So object is basically it's kind of like the parent thing of all things in Unity. So you can kind of use it if you want to reference like anything. Because basically you have like, you know, you have components and you have like game objects in Unity and stuff. And if you would like climb up the hierarchy ladder, at some point all of these are a object. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm explaining it the best way, but that's kind of the gist of it, as far as I'm aware. So it's like the base of almost anything in Unity. At some point, if you go through it, it starts off as like a object. Oh, I meant your objects, what you just created a list of. So these are my interactable objects in the game, which is basically any furniture, any collectible item, anything you can interact with. So they are either, I don't know if the game is gonna break now. Did I save? So either stuff like this vase, which I can move. That is a interactable item. We have like collectible items, which doesn't work now. As well as some item interactables, like for example, if I give myself a bit of tools here. No, okay, we have some null reference exception. Basically anything in the scene is one of three things. It's either interactable, which is like this one, I can just interact with it. Then we have item interactable, like if I have an item like a screwdriver, I could unscrew this event. If I have a hammer, I could like smash this crate or smash the window, so these are item interactable. Or if I have a key, I can open the door. And then the hover interactable is stuff like, for example, my diegetic inventory UI. This is reacting to a hover, right? So this is a hover interactable. But like I said before, I think this is one of those moments where I probably could have used a bit of hierarchy and have like maybe interactable be like the main script for everything, and then these would have like inherited from that. Because then I wouldn't need to do this whole thing and get all of them. I could have just gotten the parent script or whatever. But basically, during the game jam version of this game, I had a little bit too much inheritance all over the board. So I think that's why I think I kind of went a little bit too far now, the other direction, where I might have too little inheritance. There's almost like no inheritance in the game now. Like half a year ago when I started coding. Yeah, I think now I started... I think it's actually been a little while. I think I started like... the first time 2 years ago or something. But then I wasn't like super consistent in the beginning. But yeah, if you guys want to see how the game looks, I can show you the teaser. This is the current teaser for the game. That is it. And what we're currently working on is this highlight system. As you can tell, when we start the game, everything turns into a little bit of a grayish color. Because I wanted to give the player a bit more feedback. So now what we're doing is that whenever you hover an item, it kind of lights up, as you can see. So you get a bit more like visual feedback to like what you're trying to interact with. The issue is that I'm switching to this gray default color programmatically at the start of the scene. So you notice that when I go out of the game mode, certain things actually turn white, which is the actual color of the sprite. But it makes it a little bit annoying for me because I can't really see how this scene would look with the actual, like in the actual scene while playing the game. So the plan is to, for the first time, try to use this execute always to make this script actually execute even in the editor and change the colors of everything to gray so that I can work with it the way it would look in game, if that makes sense. Very cool game. Release date is not entirely set in stone. The plan is to, my current goal is to have a demo available for the next fest in June, and then maybe do the full release in October, which is, you know, appropriate being a horror game and everything. So I currently have a game jam demo out on itch, but I want to, like, you know, for Steam I want to have like a much more polished version, so that is the current goal. But I did spend like the first month just refactoring the hell out of like pretty much all the code in the game. Because after the game jam, of course, we had a tiny little bit of spaghetti code. Allegedly. I'm excited, let's go! Thank you! Yeah, make sure to wishlist the game if you're interested. Wishlists really do help out a lot. Oh, okay, this is the issue, right? Then we also try and use get component. So now I would basically need to somehow find the game object of this, because otherwise we can't get the image. Unless all of these had a function to find the image, since right now this reference would technically be the script. But that's why, Or I guess we could... I suppose we could make a new list, but that seems unnecessary. Let's see what our AI overlord says here. Oh yeah, that's an issue as well. But this is the main one. This was just a tiny little mistake. Since object is a broad type covering game objects, components, etc. You need to cast it into game object or component before calling get component image. Ensure object is a component before trying to get the image. So yeah, I suppose this would be a component now. Since all scripts kind of are, I suppose it would go object, component, C# script. Maybe. Added it to my wishlist on Steam. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate ya. Or you can just define an interface for them. Oh yeah, that's probably true. The thing is that all of these... Oh no, wait, no, these are not interfaces, just they use interfaces later, but that is in the actual... Yeah, maybe that's what we should do. Which is then we should have a function there to change the color, right? And then we should just use the interface in each... Yeah, we should just add all the head... Ooh, you're a clever little bugger. That is... Yeah, that might be the best solution here. Because obviously ChatGPT is just trying to fix the immediate error that I did here, but it seems like it would be much better to, as you said, we just made sure that all of these take an interface, and that interface has a function or a method to change the color. I kinda liked that idea. Because I don't think these don't take in any interfaces now, do they? Or maybe, yeah, they do, like hover stuff and point down, yeah. And then in that function we would just do this thing. And I suppose if I execute always, we technically don't need to do it in start. I wonder how inoptimal this is. Just find object of type isn't like, it is somewhat demanding to cast, right? Isn't it? Or to execute, I suppose. But anyway, I need to do this in a way, because the thing is that I can't do it manually. It's not gonna work. Like, technically it works, since I do have a reference to the color somewhere. I could go and change the color of each object. But the thing is that if I ever decide to change the default color, I would have to manually change it everywhere. That's why I kind of want to do this programmatically. But I think you have a good idea. I think interfaces might be the way to do this. Ooh, and then we can make this only happen in the editor, so we could still call this function in start, because that's probably gonna be more optimal. But then if we do conditional compilation, and if we are in the Unity editor, then we fire off this whole thing. Which is, even when you don't play, like, this would count as the Unity editor. Yeah, it must. Okay, yeah, I think I like this idea. How do I make an interface again? I recently did interfaces for the first time. Should be able to find those. It's probably in here. Well, it should start on I, right? Okay, it's not in here. New clickables, maybe. Here, I interactable. This is a interface. Okay, public interface, no namespaces or anything, and then we just define a method. Thank you for the idea, Zuti. Appreciate it. So let's do a C# script. Let's call this I... I don't know, I... color changeable? No. I change color. And then we would make this into a public interface. We would remove mono behavior, remove all of those, and then just define void, right? We'll do void change color. Boom. And then we just need to open, let's see, we have interactable, but we need item interactable. Oh, that's the wrong one. This is the one. Item interactable, and then hover interactable, which might not have been organized yet. So now all of these there are two returning problems in programming: naming things, date format problems, and off by one errors. Dude, I think naming things is the most difficult one, 100%. It's so difficult, like trying to actually do like fully logical, thought through specific names for stuff. It's easy to underestimate how difficult it actually is. Just like this used to be clickable before, but then I realized this doesn't make sense because not everything that's interactable is interactable by clicks. Just obviously now we have like hover interactables and stuff. So it's like, you know, just those little things are, it's easy to underestimate how difficult it is. I can imagine date formats being an issue as well. Off by ones, those we've had quite a fair share of as well. Okay, so now we would take in the eye change color on each one of these. I really should have used inheritance here, because these almost do the same thing. I think I might change that at some point, but today is not the day. So I had dinner, went for a walk, did some shopping, and had a language lesson, and you're still here working. Good job, let's go. How was your lesson? Did it go well? A bit of terve perkele, was it? Okay, and now what do? We go to color settings. Now we have some issues here, of course. Oh wait, we also need to implement those methods, right? That should be relatively easy. So I think we would just do a... This is gonna need to be... Does it need to be public? Void... What is it? I change color dot change color. Yeah. I'm going to have a second part soon. Want to practice listening and speaking with new shadowing technique. Ooh, interesting. Dude, I kind of want to learn Finnish too, not gonna lie. I mean, we would just do the same thing as here, right? We could even remove this interface entirely with conditional compilation. Oh, can we? I don't know if I can put conditional compilation here. I think the main thing is to remove it from color settings to make sure we don't call this function if we're not in the editor. Shouldn't it be similar to Swedish somehow? No, not really. Unfortunately, it is pretty much the complete opposite to Swedish. Also, what's the current task? Trying to fix this thing about getting these colors to update like they do when I play the game. Everything switches to like a default gray color. I want that to happen in the editor as well, so that we can like visualize how this is gonna look after we play the game. Since now the scene basically changes when we enter play mode. So we're trying to use this little execute always thing. which I have not used before, but that should make it so we can trigger this in the editor as well as when we play. Okay, so now with this new thing, we should be able to... Yeah, exactly. We would make a list of I change color is equal to, and could I not just find objects here? Can we not just do find objects of type I change color? Boom. Skip all of this. We don't need this separate one now either. We can just do a for each loop in here. Remove all of this. Right? Yeah. For each object in objects. Now, we don't need to do this null check here either. Instead, we would just go... Wait, how do we call the function from here now? We want to trigger this, so... We would just go... Object dot... Change color. Is that it? Since object now is technically this interface. Oh wait, we have to do this in each one as well. Change color. Sprite equals... I mean, I don't need to do that, do I? Wait, we have object image. Get here. Oh, that means we're gonna miss the reference. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna do image is equal to get component image. Because this is not gonna fire off in the editor. So we're not gonna have this reference. So we need to get it here again. We're gonna remove this from the final build anyway, since it's gonna happen here. So then we're instead going to check if the image is not equal to null. And then image.color is equal to default color. This instance should exist, but we could also take it in as a parameter, to be honest. And we don't need this reference. Just could I not put a parameter here? Oh, sorry. Where is it? I could just put in a parameter here, right? To color. Is that gonna work? No. Type on namespace color cannot be found. Oh, is that because it's part of the UI namespace, or maybe the Unity engine one? Okay, maybe this doesn't work. But it should be fine anyway, since that instance should exist. since color settings is going to execute in the editor, and this is where we create the instance. So we should be fine, even if we don't pass it in as a parameter. Oh wait, I can't do conditional compilation here. I need this reference. The only place I actually want to do it is here, where I want to do hashtag if Unity editor. Then we're gonna end if. Get component image. If image is not equal to null, then set the image color to the default color. We don't need to get the sprite here. And we don't need to do this. This is all we want to do. And then this, we're just going to copy paste into each of these. Now save all of this and see what happens. I changed color cannot be used as a parameter. Oh wait, I don't think I finished this, did I? Okay, IntelliSense is bugged out. Let me close out real quick. Mm-mm-mm. 35. List I changed color objects. Find objects of type. Is this not correct? Reference conversion from... Oh, do I need to convert this to an object now? So wait. Is there something else I can use instead of find object of type, maybe? Because, yeah, oh yeah, find objects. This is not an object, and that's why that is not working. So how do we fetch all of these? Suppose that is the question. Yeah, exactly. Not too safe, but it gets the work done. Yeah, and it, like, in theory it should be safe, because we're only gonna implement these. Like, yeah, I suppose it's, yeah, technically not too safe, because I could fuck up and, I suppose, put this on something that was not an object or whatever. But wait, can I... Because I would still need to call it... Oh, that's fine. Yeah, so we could cast this to basically anything, right? Oh well, we would need to do it to an object here. Yeah, ChatGPT is saying that we could... we would loop through it. And yeah, find it. But can I not just cast it immediately here? Can I do this? No. How would I cast this into a... even... ooh? No. Okay, do I need to loop through these? But just this seems... I mean, I guess this works, but this would look through everything that exists in the scene and then add everything. That's one object on the right, I guess. Wait, let me do this in the meantime. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't really matter if this is a little bit unoptimized here, since this is only gonna be used in the editor. It's not gonna be in the production build. It seems like there should be another way of doing this. Wait, not a list? I'm sure C# can inline define a list with elements. What do you mean? So this would work, but this means that we're gonna loop through every single item in the entire scene. Well, like I said, this is only gonna be for me in the editor, so maybe that's fine. And then look if it has this interface, and then add that to the list. But could I not just immediately look for all of these? Alternative of type T. Ooh. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, this is more what I was thinking. Variable objects is equal to find objects of type mono behavior. I mean, it does the same thing in the end, doesn't it? But we only have to do the loop like once, I suppose. Of type I change color. For each variable object in objects, change color. I mean, this kinda seems like it would work. But then we need to use link, okay. Automatically filters only objects that implement I change color. More concise but slightly less performant than a manual loop in large scenes. Oh, okay, should we just do this then? Oh, interesting. I thought this would have been more performance. Use a manual filtering method for better performance in large scenes. Use a link approach for clean and shorter code. I think this could have been just a misconception on my part, where less code seems like it would be more optimal, but I suppose that is not always the case. Okay, so in that case, we would just make a new list of I change color. Okay, so we loop through all the mono behavior, basically all the objects in the scene, and then check if object is, basically if it does implement this one, if that is the case, then add that object to the list, and then we would loop through each object in that list and call this change color one. This would happen now, wouldn't it? If it works. Okay. Interesting. We don't have any errors. Wait, do I need to reload the scene? Is that why? Because is the wait function already called? No, that would be recalled here, wouldn't it? I feel like that would be the case. Just out of curiosity. Oh, it worked! Look, the table is grey now. And now if we start the scene, it should look the same. Yeah. Okay, this one bugged out a little bit. Because that's an invisible hitbox. I assume this is gonna be bugged too. Oh no, that one actually worked. But this seems to be working. Just need to fix this, because there we have an invisible... But I think there is a way we can check this. Oh, but that depends a little bit on which type of object. Oh, fuck, I should have used inheritance for this. I really should have. To be fair, if I used inheritance, we wouldn't even need this interface. Am I doing unnecessary work here? Like most of these scripts are almost the same. This one adds another one here. Now, what is the issue? The issue is the fact that the... where are you? Map. This one. Oh wait, do I not have a map hitbox? Do I not have a reference for exactly invisible hitbox? Oh, but that is in another one. That is in only in hover interactable. Oh wait, then we can fix this. We just go to... Because I think hover interactable are the only ones that might have invisible hitboxes. So if we go here... Exactly. This is what we would do. If the image is not equal to null... No, we don't even need to check that beforehand. The first thing we do is do a check if not invisible hitbox. If that is not the case, then we just return early from the function. Because in that case there's no reason to change the color. Now, if we reload the scene, Oh wait, I changed. I saved it after that happened, so this is saved. So let's try this. We're gonna go boom, boom. Map hitbox. You is going to be invisible. I'm gonna save this, and now we're gonna reload the scene, and that should not change. Huh. Wait. Oh, it's the opposite. Yeah, exactly. If it is a invisible hitbox, then we want to return. Because that means it should stay invisible. Yeah, that was a logic error on my part. Okay, let's try this one more time. We're gonna turn you invisible. We're gonna save. We're gonna switch scene. And we're going to switch back. Boom! There we go. Okay, nice. That actually works. This is gonna make my life a lot easier. Because now we can actually look how the... Like, mainly, what this mainly helps me with is whenever I need to do stuff with lightning. Because before, I couldn't visualize how it would actually look. Whereas now, if I want to, for example, take the light here. If I want to, like, play around with the intensity of the light, I can actually tell here how it's gonna look in the game. How long is this game intended to be? My goal currently is to have like a minimum of 2 hours playtime. Preferably, I would like to hit something like maybe 3 hours. But it depends. I started thinking a little bit about story yesterday and today, and I have some ideas which, not gonna spoil too much, but potentially the game could be shorter, because we might introduce a little bit of replayability. I'm not gonna say too much, but that could potentially up the playtime a little bit. Also depends on how hard the puzzles are. Yes, very much. I think the way I'm gonna do it is that I might try to look at kind of the average playtime, because you are correct. The playtime is going to depend a lot on not just how hard the puzzles is, but how hard the puzzles are for the individual that's playing. Because even with the Game Jam version, you know, when I saw people playing the Game Jam version, the average or the playtimes changed a lot. Because like some people almost finished the entire Game Jam version in like 10 minutes. Some people did it like 1 hour plus. So it was you know, it changed a lot. Hard plus enjoyment. Oh yeah, true. But I mean, that one is kinda... Because if people don't enjoy the game, they probably won't play through it, right? Oh, but I suppose... that depends, yeah. Because, I see what you mean. Are you referring to the fact that the puzzles... If the puzzles are hard, they still have to be enjoyable. Because, yeah, otherwise people are gonna quit. Okay, so now it's a little bit annoying that for some reason this switched back here. But I suppose that's fine, because all I need to do is reload the scene, right? And it would look fine. Wait, I don't even need to reload the scene, do I? Should I not just activate and... No, wait. Void awake. Where did I call the thingy? Color settings. Oh, I have an idea. Look, we do this on void awake. Dude, I have a good idea here. What if we do this in void on enable? Because that means that if I ever want to trigger this, I can just enable and disable my system in the hierarchy. And it's going to trigger apply default color, right? I think this should work. Interactable 39 is missing a reference. Oh, is the instance not created now? Did on enable end up calling... Oh, but wait, I don't think that's an issue if I reload the scene. Yeah, then it's fine. But the difference now is that if I say that we take an item in here, or an object, say that we take the door, and we turn you red, and then we're like, oh no, or maybe I add a new item, and I'm like, oh, now the color is wrong, I need to fix this. All I need to do should be to take... and just take my system, deactivate, and activate, and it fixes it. That's pretty fucking nice! Because every time I activate this, it's going to call the function to correct all the colors. Nice! That's the same one. You're missing the on start. Oh, wait, does it call the thingy again there? What if we make this static? That might actually be better. Should I not make that a static color?
Cheers.
Cheers. It feels like that made sense. Like, rather than checking the instance, we would just make this into static color. And then here we just don't call that one. Is that mad? Or is this gonna work? I think this would work. We're gonna need to fix it in a lot of places, but well, not really. Oh wait, highlight color. What if we do the same thing? I like hero music. I don't even know what I'm listening to now. Notice Me by Streambeats. I have been thinking if maybe we should start listening a bit more to like game themes and stuff. Wait, when I changed that, did I change the color? I hope I didn't. That would be a little bit annoying. I might have. I wouldn't be completely surprised. No, it's still fine. Still have the color there. I don't know, I like this playlist. No, I like it too. I think synthwave works really well, especially with like coding. And Scary Most is way too familiar by now. Oh, Pons, you would like the game usage? I have noticed quite a lot of quite a lot of game dev streamers and stuff do like that kinda... Wait, let me do this. Sorry, I'm a little bit all over the place right now. Listen to like game theme playlists or whatever. Even though I never worked on RPGs, I love listening to RPG songs. Share a playlist in Discord, I would be happy with playlist change once in a quarter or something. No, yeah, sometimes you definitely need to do it. Like before, I always listened to... what was it? It was the lo-fi playlists by Streambeats. And I overdid it. After a while, I couldn't listen to lo-fi anymore. Like, it got too much. I listened to lo-fi like every day for like 3 months. After a while, I was like, I need a change. I'm actually gonna break if I keep listening to lo-fi now. Okay, I wanna change this. Since you are public, this should be capitalized. And I think now... Okay, as long as I have this one copied, I should be fine. Because that might reset once we get rid of all these errors. I'm realizing with static stuff, like, you don't actually have that much need for singletons, do you? Like, I think it was Atrium who once said it, that if you just start working with like static things, static scripts or static variables and stuff, that kind of removes a lot of the need for singletons, and it's actually kind of true. Oh, no, that's an issue. Wait, can I not... If it's static... Oh, no. Can I not set it in the inspector if it's static? There is one thing we could do to fix that. This is a little bit cheeky. But I should have another color that we then set this to. I didn't know that. Okay, static cannot be set in the inspector. Okay, so then we just do serialize field private color default color. I know this is kind of crazy, but I think it should work. And then like maybe in the awake. Oh no, that might not be called. I mean, we could do it in both, to be honest, because this is not gonna be in full builds anyway. Synthwave works better for programming, I think. The tempo makes it. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too, compared to lo-fi. Heavy music works too, but better not overdo it by listening every day during 12-hour streams, I guess. Yeah. I think that is the thing, like, no matter what music we choose to listen to, after a while we are gonna have to switch, because me listening to the same type of music 12 hours a day, like, after a while, no matter how good the music is, it's gonna get, you know, we're gonna need variety. Because I think it's been a pretty decent while now that I've been listening to the synthwave stuff, but so far I'm still kinda enjoying it. It hasn't gotten to that point where I got with the lo-fi music. Just after a while, I almost felt sick hearing lo-fi music, not gonna lie. Like, I really overdid it with the lo-fi. I think this should work. Now I should be able to set this in the inspector, and then on enable, it's just going to find the default color anyway. Yeah, the lo-fi did go a little bit far there for a bit. Boom! And now, if we disable enable, boom. It works! Now, I think it should work if we play as well. Yeah, it does. Whoops. Don't know why that doesn't work. Wait, achievement SOG1 unlocked. Oh yeah, that's fine, that's the flashlight, we did use it. But it should only happen once, so if I flick you on and off, it doesn't call again? No, good. So, Inventory Manager 94, we have some null reference. Oh yeah, the room manager, we removed the room manager. That is why. That seems to be the only place in here. So I think that should be fine. Let's have a look. Now we should be able to pick this up. There we go. I need to fix this tooltip. A little bit buggy. Nice. That is nice. Okay. Yeah, this is much better. Imagine me doing this manually and then deciding to change the color. Because now, basically whenever we want to, we should just go into the settings, take this little default color and decide that, you know what, the game is gonna have a blue tint instead. Enable. Boom. Easy peasy. Is it only me, or did we instantly get a bit of like a cyberpunk feeling here? Maybe at some point in the game we should play around with this. Like, actually change the color of the room, like, that would be very unexpected. Imagine, how would this look? Okay, we're not gonna do this, it's just fun to try it out. How would it look if we turn off the light in here? Oh wait, I'm not gonna be able to pick up the flashlight if I turn off the light. Oh, no we can. If we start the game... Oh wait, did I start with something off? Do I have like, yeah, the settings off, okay. Okay, so we start the game. And then... Oh, interesting, yeah, the highlight color is still white now. Okay, we pick up the flashlight, and then, through the hierarchy, we are going to turn off the functional light. Boom. Oh, that's not a lit material. I mean, it's a placeholder anyway, but... Interesting look. Dude, this is gonna be horrible. Blue outlines and red highlights. Oh, we don't highlight the flashlight, I just realized. I never thought about that. Yeah, we're not gonna have it like this. Boom. And then... This has some kind of 3D effect. Yeah, it kinda does. Let's see, settings, boom, on off. Ah, dude, that's so nice. We can basically change the color of everything in the scene in the inspector at once. That's horrible. I mean, in the right context, maybe it will work. This looks a little bit freaky. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just playing around. It's kind of fun seeing how different the game would look if we actually decided to have a different color. Really changes the vibe, doesn't it? Okay, I think we should see if we can get a few simple rooms working. Because then we could theoretically start playing around with how we're gonna switch in between rooms and stuff. Because since we're probably not gonna use the old room manager, that's gonna have to change. I think maybe each exit should have a reference to a scene instead. And then when you would click on that exit, it would load into the new scene. I think that could work. I feel like that could be cool. However, ladies and gentlemen, I do think this is the time where I need to take a little bit of a break and just go and get myself a bit of dinner. Because we have been live for quite a bit, 6.5 hours. Yeah, I think it is time for me to get some food. So I'll just be like 20 minutes or so, and then we'll get back to it and see if we can start designing a few of the first rooms for the full game here. I mean, they're probably gonna change a lot, but at least we can have a bit of a start, you know? Because I think I might actually redesign all the rooms from the game jam. We'll see. Yeah, I think so. I think so, to be honest. Could implement different colors in the settings. We kinda have. The highlight color, at least, is actually changeable. So if we go here, you have this highlight color setting, where you could make it so that you can have like... The ones I've implemented now is either yellow highlights, or you could change it to red highlights. Kinda a little bit for like accessibility options, like in case in the very dark rooms, if someone maybe has trouble with their vision or so, maybe having a more intense highlight color could help out a little bit. So I thought that it's such a simple thing for me to add, so that's why I decided I might as well add some customization here. I still think that the default setting should be white, but I don't mind allowing people to change the highlight color if they feel like they want to or need to. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna take a bit of a break here. Thank you guys very much for your patience. If you don't have the patience, don't forget to follow the channel. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'll be back in like 20 minutes and we'll start working a bit on the rooms. See ya soon. Cheers. Yeah, no, I just keep them like that, and then we do this. Break the rules in test chamber 7, that was an achievement. GG! Okay, it did work, it was a little bit tricky.
I think that one was about to say, I love you. They are sentient, of course. We just have a lot of them.
You fucking piece of shit. That is outrageous. That's absolutely outrageous. After all of that time, fuck you. Or... Ooh, fucking hell, dude. Jesus Christ. Please don't be a monster encounter. Or a mimic. Shit. And I can't pay them off. I can't pay them off. Okay, I have 60% chance to run. The 2 enemies, this is... If I don't manage to run here, I'm fucked. I'm definitely dying. Fighting 2 at once and I don't have... I can't even get hit once. Please. Please let me run. That's the only question mark I can't avoid, I think. So unlucky. Yeah, this is like the worst. Yeah, just on a lot of them you could choose like try to sneak away, whereas here there's 60% chance to run. And it fails. And it fails! Come on, man! This is so bad. I am so screwed. My fucking hammer, dude. You can't even see me.
But one day, tiny flames will dance across the
It's covering
darkness.
half the screen. Oh, that's so funny. Look at this shit.
Like embers linked by Lord's Pass.
Wait, you're telling me that I've spent 300 gold gambling on a race that I could have played for free? Is that actually what you're telling me? I've gambled away all the money that I have in my name. And now, you're letting me know that I should have played this for free the entire time. You fucking piece of shit. You absolute piece of shit. Quick, behind that conveniently shaped lamp. Well, that's kind of funny. that's actually very funny.
So, thank you so much. If you were one of those 12,446
I was.
people, thank you so much for showing the game an enormous amount of support. You
Yeah.
are truly amazing.
Nah,
Now wait a second.
it's
Hold up a
okay.
minute. Because it might be tempting to take that sales number and take the game's price tag, do a quick calculation and think, holy moly, Mark, that is a lot of money.
Wait, that's exactly what I did. That is describing the exact thing I did. I literally brought up a calculator. Oh, shit.
And yeah, it is a lot of money,
Oh.
but it's also not the full story.
Oh.
So, let me
Your soul starts off weak, but you can grow strong if you gain a lot of LV. I suppose that's level, right? Yeah, level. Never mind, it stands for love. Of course it does. Oh! Did you notice the dragon? No, I did not. I did not notice any dragon. Unless you mean the weird statue in the middle, but I don't think that was a dragon. I didn't really pay attention. No, dragon these nuts. So yeah, that is when we are going to end the stream. Thank you guys very much for watching. Or whatever happens, but... Okay, okay. Shit, I have 8 Estus flasks left. Oh shit, I have 5 Estus flasks left. I've spent like 350 gold on this. We get 9. The price is 9 gold. I actually can't. I don't care, I'm happy, I fucking won. We have to make it. You've made the fucking profit, you've taken all the money I have to my name. This was the fucking savings I've had. This was my college education. I was gonna use this for my future children's education, for fucking diapers, for providing for my family. You took it all, and you fucking were worrying about your profits. Holy shit, that was intense. Should we do it again? Do you guys want to know something fun? This is a bit awkward. Do you know what I use as a secondary light when I'm streaming? Because I don't have one of those fancy ring lights or whatever the fuck that everyone on TikTok uses. You know what I do? Look, I'm a bit too dark now. What I do is that I literally open Wikipedia on one of my monitors. Completely white page, lighting up my face. Genius. If it works, it's not broken. It's so fucking scuffed though. It's actually scuffed. But that is legitimately when I look at my cam and I go, yeah, I don't have that good lighting, do I? I just open Wikipedia. That's my literal strategy. Maybe we'll end up having multiplayer at some point too. We make a Shroud of Gloom Battle Royale edition. You just plop down like 50 people in the room at once, and all the people who get caught by the monster get like kicked off until there's only one left. It's just 50 people never turning on the flashlights. Go naked, that's what we need to do. We need the strength of a nude person to do this role. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna spam A in case I can catch it, even if I fall. Oh! Yeah, that's right. It just took like 78 tries, but I fucking did it. You guys didn't believe in me, but I did it. I did it. I'm not gonna use that. Oh. Oh, what a waste of time. Ah shit, I knew this was gonna happen. I'm not gonna get cursed. So, does cursing not work like in Dark Souls 1? Because last time I did get cursed during the boss fight, but I just died. Speaking of which... So Madchoppy, how has things changed since winning all the categories in the game jam? It has changed mainly with me having a slightly bigger ego, probably. No, but it was very fun to see. I'm very happy. I did put in a lot of effort into this game jam. To be fair, I basically put in full-time working hours, you know. So it was very fun to see. Other than that, I guess I'm just more excited to make this into a full product. Go naked, that's what we need to do. We need the strength of a nude person to do this role. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna spam A in case I can catch it, even if I fall. Oh! Yeah, that's right. It just took like 78 tries, but I fucking did it. You guys didn't believe in me, but I did it. I did it. I'm not gonna use that. Oh. Oh, what a waste of time. Ah shit, I knew this was gonna happen. I'll try not to give away the answers. Sorry, please don't tell me what's gonna happen or what to do. It kinda ruins the experience a little bit for me. That's funny. Even this guy says, I won't tell the answers. Maybe something involving water. Maybe something involving a fireplace. Wow, we really went for like the elements here. So maybe we should do something that's in like earth or dirt. And maybe something that involves air. But then the Fire Nation came. Oh! Easy, dude. Did anyone say first try? No? Well, first try. Wait. Am I bamboozled? This is not gonna be like part 2 of the boss fight, right? You're gonna stay down. You... Why did I say first try? I hate myself. Fuck this. Fuck my life. Oh wait, we didn't even find a bonfire. This is the same bonfire. This is one of the doors we couldn't open. Okay, GG. But where's the drop?
Bonfire.
Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit. I am so stupid. Okay, someone fucking... The bad thing is I only have one shot in the shotgun. So I need to shoot, switch weapon. Oh! What the fuck? Oh. Die! Oh, I have no bullets. I have no bullets. Fucking hell, give me bullets. Reload. Fuck. We actually got him. I do, however, think I am gonna need a quick little dinner break here, because we've been up for like 5 hours. No break? What do you mean no break? Fam, I stream for like 8 to 10 hours a day. We can complete it in 15 minutes. Agree? Oh, holy shit. Okay. I'm actually forced to stay here by my own chat. And you know what? I'm gonna fall for it. Do not aggro. Do not aggro. Shit, I think I aggroed. That's not good. Here we go. Fuck you, dude. My fucking hammer, dude. You can't even see me.
But one day, tiny flames will dance across the
It's covering
darkness.
half the screen. Oh, that's so funny. Look at this shit.
Like embers linked by Lord's Pass.
Yeah, we'll see. I think I'm gonna be bad and not listen to his advice and do my own ones to begin with.
Skilled, or think you
Very AI. Oh yeah, maybe.
might be, but it is just too high a risk to get your capsule wrong. I highly recommend that you hire a professional illustrator who has done capsule images in the past to do your capsule. You should be paying this artist. Don't just get somebody off of Fiverr. You should be paying...
Fuck me, dude. That's actually funny. Holy shit, the fucking timing, dude. He's watching you, no way. Dude, this is, yeah. This video is sentient or something, fucking hell. Ooh, ladder. Why are there no enemies? That just makes me feel... Shouldn't have said anything. I fucking jinxed it. Should have been quiet. You have seen this type of plant before, but do not know its name. That's me every time I see any plant ever. Yeah, I've seen this one. I don't know the name, but I've seen it. Oh wait, this one I might know. Is that an orchid? Maybe. And this is a cacti. Never mind, you know, I should basically be a plantologist. What the fuck is it called? You know what I mean. All of these functions will actually be called from within the specific script, which is how it's supposed to be. That script will just subscribe to the onObjective completed, and when the room manager notices that onObjective completed is called, that's when you fire off the set new room. Encapsulation, it's all cohesive, it's coherent, it makes more sense, it's logical. This is chaotic. This is chaos. This is not how you're supposed to do it. This is how I do it, because it's easy, but it's not good. My fucking hammer, dude. You can't even see me.
But one day, tiny flames will dance across the
Covering
darkness.
half the screen. Oh, that's so funny. Look at this shit.
Like embers linked by Lord's Pass.
Exactly. People kind of look at it like 6 and below means bad, 7 is average, 8 is good, 9 is great, 10 is perfect. Like, that's how people look at these like 1 to 10 scales. And I don't know, as someone who has a bit too much technically inside of me, I'm like, it just doesn't make sense. Just 5 out of 10 would be considered average. Like, if someone would tell me that my looks are 5 out of 10, that shouldn't offend me. I should be like, oh, that means I'm average. That's pretty decent. You know? But that's not... Humans don't work that way, right? If I see a movie that's rated 5 out of 10, you go, nah, that seems a bit shite. Not even a 7. Not even a 7. You know? I don't know why. This is something that pisses me off so much, but is it legitimately something that annoys me? Please don't be a monster encounter. Or a mimic. Shit. And I can't pay them off. I can't pay them off. Okay, I have 60% chance to run. The 2 enemies, this is... If I don't manage to run here, I'm fucked. I'm definitely dying. Fighting 2 at once and I don't have... I can't even get hit once. Please. Please let me run. That's the only question mark I can't avoid, I think. So unlucky. Yeah, this is like the worst. Yeah, because on a lot of them you could choose like try to sneak away, whereas here there's 60% chance to run. And it fails. Welcome back, people. How you doing? Thank you guys very much for your patience. Shall we see if we can get a few rooms going, maybe? I wonder if we should try and maybe make a few relatively empty rooms just to try out some different ideas, like focus on the core things. And then try and fill it out with objects as we go, maybe. I mean, we have some systems we're gonna have to work out as well, because we need to figure out how to actually switch in between the rooms, since I think we're going for this, like, scene system, basically. And the way I've been doing that now, we can actually check the game manager, because I think this one switches scene at some point. Oh, this is not gonna work. Let's remove that for now, since we don't have the cutscene manager anymore. I don't think I'm gonna have the beginning cutscene that we had in the Game Jam version. Because you don't need to, really. And I also feel like starting a horror game by talking to someone who seems friendly seems a little bit like the opposite of what we want to do. Just like, if we look at other horror games, like, I don't know, Outlast or Amnesia, those don't start that way. You start completely by yourself. A little bit like unsettling right from the get-go. I feel like that's a better way of doing it. I think I might actually do something similar to Amnesia, to be honest.
My name is... I am Daniel.
Oh no, has my Explorer crashed? Why does this happen? This never used to happen before. No, all of a sudden, every now and then, my Explorer will, like, completely crash. There we go. Oh, I was like, this is not the intro I remembered. I think this is some studio thing or something, right? Yeah. Oh no, it's the channel intro, I think.
Don't forget, some things mustn't be forgotten. The shadow hunting me. I must hurry. My name is Daniel. I live in London at Mayfair. What have I done? This is crazy. Don't forget. Don't forget. I must stop him. Focus. My name is... I am Daniel.
Yeah, I'm not sure about, like, I don't mean that we would go for like a one-to-one version of this, because I'm not sure about the intro, like, talk, because we also don't know if we're gonna have like voice lines and stuff, and if we don't, I'm not sure that just subtitles or something like that would work as good. But basically this part, I feel like doing a more like cutscene kind of thing, where you wake up, is kinda nice. Especially out of a laziness thing as well, because that means that I don't have to explain the backstory immediately. I mean, obviously, as you play the game, we want to kind of explain what has happened, what you're doing, who you are, and so on. But I feel like it kind of works just randomly waking up. And we could even do something similar to this with, like, even with pixel art, to be honest. I wonder, should we not, like, this is just out of curiosity, how would it look if we literally flipped the entire room like you were laying on the ground? I wonder how that would look. Welcome back, Ginseng, how you doing? Dude, I kinda need to try this. How would I do it? Wait. This might look weird. Wait, this wouldn't be... Wait, what? Oh no, I feel so disoriented. How the fuck would this be? Wait, no, it would be like that. I think maybe it's my perspective that makes this not really work. Because here you can clearly see more of the roof, so I think I would need to draw a new scene for it. But like theoretically, we could make something similar. But yeah, we need to change the perspective. It doesn't work with this perspective. Just, yeah, this is not the perspective. You would be closer to the ground, right? So like this... Whoops. Basically, we would need to change the perspective of the room where this line would be much higher, because you are closer to the ground. I suppose this might be more like this or something. Maybe. I'm not the best with perspective, but yeah, this would signify that you are closer to the ground, and then like maybe not see as much of the top of these, you know? Mat would be more, or the rug would be more like this as well. But obviously it seems like we would have to make a new scene specifically for this. But this could... This doesn't seem right at all. Why am I'm misunderstanding something here, right? Am I dumb? How the fuck does perspective work? How... Yeah, I mean this is very... I think mine is 2D. Does that make sense? I always have a hard time figuring out starting points, so I feel your pain. Yeah. I think it is hard. This doesn't work. I think am I dumb? But if I'm laying on the ground, yeah, the floor. Wait, no. What? Am I going crazy? How the fuck do you? What is the perspective when you're laying on the ground? Wait. Yeah, the floor is on the right. That would be it, because you would switch your. Yeah. So, oh well, it would be on one of the sides. But the thing is that this is like an. My perspective is too perfect, right? I think that's the issue why I feel like this looks so weird. You know what? If you zoom in a little bit, it does become better. It does become better. This is not too bad. And imagine then maybe having one of these. This is not gonna look right, but just for I was about to say scientific purposes. But like imagine we do one of these things where, you know, the eye basically opens up in the beginning. So it starts like this. And then it like opens up. And then maybe with like an animation we like switch the room back like you're standing up. Move it down a little bit like you're standing. And then you start the game. Might be difficult, we're not gonna be able to have pure pixel art here. I don't know if how many of you guys care about it? Usually I think I'm a little bit too caring when it comes to pixel art perfection. What is up, Yanis the Wanderer? Welcome in! Nice to have ya, how you doing? You also have different perspective in your painting. Maybe you can also distort the image for similar perspective. Ooh, maybe. That would change the pixel art even more, but like I said, I don't know how much that matters. Right now, I've been very much of a pixel art purist. Like, I don't have a single rotated pixel anywhere. But like, you know, theoretically speaking, it's not like I can't rotate stuff in here. It's just that sometimes I think, I don't know, I'm a little bit too like, I get into this mindset when I'm like, oh, that's like a pixel art rule. Never mix pixel sizes, never rotate them. I'm not allowed. Just zoom in a lot and then turn the canvas while it's zoomed in. Oh, yeah, that could work as well. Yeah, just if we zoom in enough to where you don't see the rug, or at least you only see the top corner of the rug, you wouldn't be able to tell that the perspective is wrong. Oh no, you might do. Because if you were lying on the floor, you would not be able to see the top of the cabinet. If we want to make it easy, we could just make it where you lie down on the ground, you see like your eyes open up, and maybe as we start turning, like with animations, as we start turning the scene back, we close the eye again, and then we switch to this scene, like when it opens, to kind of cheat it a little bit, you know. Then at least we only have to draw 2 images, one perspective from the ground and one when you're standing up, rather than doing like multiple to do like a full-on drawn animation on the way up, because that might be a little bit too much work for someone like me. Does it shades a little bit with the movement of getting up? Now you can roast it, just use the timeline / cinemachine so you don't have to mess around with the actual game camera. Yeah, that's probably true. I don't think I have cinemachine set up on this one. I have used cinemachine before. But here we use the normal camera. For me, mood is everything. I think it should be easier to start also with a blur. That would solve pixel problems. Ooh. I mean, in some regard it doesn't. Not from a pixel art purist perspective. Because like, if you would ask a pixel art purist, there are a few things that you're like never allowed to do. But obviously, I think people have different takes here on like what they think is fine and what they think is not fine. But like, if you would go the full-on pixel purist way, that means that all pixels have to remain the same size. So you can never have 2 pixels in an image that are 2 different sizes. And that is like thing number 1. This is, if you ask someone who's a pixel art purist, this is not okay. The second thing, this is what we call mixels, when you mix pixel art sizes. And a lot of the time there is some truth to this. I've tried, once I made a cover image for my first game where I used mixels, and later on I did it in a way where I removed all of the mixels so that everything the same pixel art size, and it did look way better, not gonna lie. And yeah, the other thing is rotated pixels, having a pixel that is rotated. If you ask someone who's a full-on pixel art purist, this is not okay. I think those are like the main 2 things. And that's the thing, with this type of intro, this is kind of impossible to not do one of these. I mean, technically I don't have to. If we do, because the thing is that if we do a 90-degree rotation when you're on the floor, no pixels would technically speaking be rotated. Because obviously rotating a pixel 90 degrees is fine. Because if I take a pixel like this, how do I rotate? Oh wait, I just do this, don't I? If I take this and I rotate it 90 degrees, it's a perfect pixel, right? So that's fine. It's only when you do these kind of rotations that some people might get a little bit, I don't like that. But like, if we instead of doing this, to be fair though, I'm not sure if this maybe looks better. If you would go all the way, like to where, this is gonna look a bit weird now, but if you would have it 90-degree rotated, technically there's no rotated pixels. Technically speaking. Practically, you could argue that they have been rotated, but 90-degree rotation, they're still gonna have the correct, you know, they're still gonna line up correctly. Then it's easier to mess around since you'll be changing FOV and camera shake. And when a player fully weights up, you can zoom out in the FOV to match the FOV. Oh yeah, so what I was gonna say, the reason why technically a blur could be an issue as well is because you can't blur pixels, right? Like the way you actually blur is by stuff like anti-aliasing. It's adding... Why is this not working? Like the way we blur stuff is by adding pixels of different transparencies, right? And then when you zoom out, that is now a little bit blurred. Maybe you would even do... Like that part is now blurred. But if we legitimately blur it in like a 1920p thing, we're gonna start creating like smaller pixels. Since this is upscaled, you know, one pixel line is actually like 6 pixels in the game. And if we did a normal like Gaussian blur or whatever it's called, like the way we would do this would be like creating multiple smaller pixels to blur it, right? Obviously, I'm not saying that this is the end-all be-all and this means we can't do it. I'm just saying what, like, if you would go the full-on pixel art purist way, this would be the same thing as mixels. I'm not saying I think this is an issue. I'm saying that I do agree that, well, I do acknowledge the fact that I think I go a little bit too far with pixel art purism sometimes. Just because when I started doing pixel art, I read about these things you're not supposed to do, and I think that got a little bit too stuck, where I feel like it's a, you know, it's a cry on humanity if I rotate a pixel. But there's multiple games that have proven that rotating pixels doesn't have to be an issue, they can still look good. But it depends a little bit, obviously, on who you ask. Some people will tell you that you should never, ever, ever rotate a pixel. I'm sure there's an effect for that, not handcraft blur. Oh yeah, probably. Yeah, if we could do it in the native resolution, then it would probably be fine, because that would basically be the same thing as... If we have... Say that we have a box. So this is no longer a pixel, this is a box. We can even do this. But how would you rotate this? Oh, sorry, not rotate, I mean, how would you blur this? Because even without, because we can't really do true anti-aliasing, because that is then we would go away from it. But if we want to be pixel art purists, we probably could do it by, I imagine what we would do, let me just try this out of curiosity, is to lower the brightness of the object, maybe, and then add more stuff around it with lower opacity. I'm not sure this is gonna work, this is me just trying things out for... This is for scientific purposes only. Because isn't this kind of what anti-aliasing does anyway? As far as I'm aware. Basically fading out pixels. Like, this does actually give off a little bit of a blurry vibe, doesn't it? And then if like after the blur effect, you would turn it back to this. This is kind of a blurred version of this one. Maybe even lower the opacity even more. Kinda works. But yeah, this is if you do it manually. I'm sure, as you say, this probably is some, I don't know, some tool or something that should do stuff like this for you. I imagine someone has thought of it, right? In graphic editors, there are filters. I do not like the idea of pixel art purists. It reminds me of gatekeepers in many other areas. No, and I think that is a little bit true. I think that it is kind of gatekeeping in some regard, where it's basically some people going, that's not real pixel art, just you rotated a pixel. And the thing is that, you know, it comes from the old classic games with pixel art, where the thing was, like, the reason they didn't rotate pixels, let's be honest, is because they couldn't. Like, my game's native resolution is 320 by 180, so it's very, very small. Like, this is the native resolution of my game. Like, back then, this was even big. A lot of them would only be like 50% of this, so this is one of those like classic resolutions that some of those classic games had, even smaller to be honest. And even then, it usually was smaller and it was more rectangular. So this might have been a resolution. And here, if this is like, I'm using the term native resolution, which is my game's upscale, right? So I scale it up 6 times to get 1080p. That's the reason I could rotate a pixel. Just every pixel I have is actually like 6 pixels, or 6 by 6 pixels to form 1 pixel. But back in the days when this was the resolution you had, you can't rotate it. Like, you can't rotate a pixel. A pixel is a pixel, right? But even here, even in Asprat right now, this is not 1 pixel. Like, my monitor is 1080p. This is, if I zoom in like this, this is like what? This is probably like 100 by 100 pixels, like on my screen. Which means that because of that, I am able to rotate this. I mean, now I'm not, because I'm down in the small resolution, but if we scale it up and we make, if we have this as a pixel, which is its upscaled, I mean, this is fine. This you can just rotate. But they couldn't back then because of limitations. Today we can, so I think that, you know, it's a little bit harsh going that you're never supposed to do it. I do, like I said, I do kind of lean a little bit towards like liking to keep my game kind of pixel art pure. That's one of the reasons like I didn't rotate my flashlight. My flashlight only moves up, down, right and left. Like this, we could have rotated it, but like I said, I do admit that sometimes I'm a little bit like, oh, but I'm not supposed to rotate pixels. But I think doing it maybe for like a cutscene or something, I'm not sure I mind. Because a lot of games, like you have Shalacade, he rotates pixels. I think his game looks awesome. Wait, I think I have it on my wish list. What's the name of it? Moonshire. Like, this game looks sick, right? But I know he uses a bit of, I think both mixels and rotated pixels. I don't think there's any in this specific scene. But here, this weapon is rotated, right? I think that looks fine. It still works. This would not bother me to the point where I go like, oh, this is not true pixel art, you know? This, the effect here, rotated pixels. I think this game looks sick. So I think there definitely is an argument that you can go a little bit too far with it. That's all I'm saying. Limitations those devs dealt with is what always interests me. Yeah, it's kinda cool to think about, like, how much they managed to work around limitations back then. It is impressive. Just now, and now it's funny because we basically try to simulate the limitations that they had, even though we don't have those limitations anymore. Like, I can easily rotate something in my scene. Like, if we take main canvas, room, like, I can take this box. I don't know how this works. Boom. It's rotated. But like, this was not a possibility back then. Like, because a pixel was legitimately one pixel on the screen. So there was no, you can't rotate something that is legitimately one pixel. Whereas this, if we zoom in now, you can see that each pixel actually consists of, I think, 6 pixels. Times 6. Yeah, 1920. Because my game is upscaled 6 times. If you play this on native resolution, it would look like shit. This is the native resolution. And here you see the reason why. Like, it's legitimately impossible to rotate pixels in the native resolution. Because you don't have the amount of pixels to fake the rotated pixels. Whereas like if I go 4K, it's almost gonna be smooth even. Okay, maybe smooth is a bit harsh, but it's interesting. It's interesting. But there is an argument to be said, like here, for example. I mean, this is because of perspective and stuff, though. Because obviously this looks very weird in here, but that's, I suppose that is mainly because the perspective is off. Interesting how sometimes when I do Control Z, my control is reset. That is kind of fine, because all I need to do is this, and it's back. Yeah, so we'll see. I think we're gonna have to test stuff out to see what kind of works as an intro, but it would be kind of cool to do. How does it work with Cinemachine? I've never really done an actual in-game cutscene. Oh yeah, there's also timeline. That is basically made for cinematics. I mean, I suppose maybe from the name Cinemachine sounds like it is as well. I only used Cinemachine once in my RPG game I tried making because it had some advantages that the normal camera didn't. I think that was in terms of like following the character or something, it just worked better. But yeah, there also is the timeline, and I've never used the timeline. I don't even know how to find the timeline. I don't even know where the timeline is. Because that's a Unity thing as well, right? Okay, I think we should change a bit how we do this. Main canvas, we have the background. But then I say game. Do I need... That one is unnecessary, right? Because everything inside of the... Oh no, there's a lot of stuff inside the game. I don't think I need that one. I think maybe I should make a new canvas for UI stuff to kind of separate it. Like these. Like this one. I mean, we're probably not gonna have this. This was just something I added for the Game Jam demo. Cutscene elements. Yeah, like this is UI stuff. I think this should be moved from the game. Maybe that's what I should do. Maybe we do a new child object in here, which we call UI. This seems reasonable, right? And then we take like the black bars, the menu. Oh, I think the issue here was that the cutscene elements had to be in front. But we're not sure we're gonna use this, so I'm gonna lump all of this into UI. The end, that's also UI. Technically speaking, toasts are UI elements. Are they? Not really, but it's not really part of the game per se either. I feel like in here it's better to keep like room inventory. I mean, inventory is UI. I don't know how to think about this. Let's do it like this for now. Make sure everything works. No, that's fine. Dude, I kinda wanna try making the intro now. Or try making a intro. I suppose you could make it into an actual video as well. I don't know what's most common. The most games have, like, when a cinematic plays, how often is it like legitimately something happening inside of the game engine, and how often is it just a video playing? I actually have no idea. I've never really thought about it, to be honest. I suppose it depends on the type of like cutscene or whatever as well. Because I suspect you could just record and like play a video, but maybe that's... I suppose maybe the thing is that a video would be... You wouldn't have as much control, if that makes sense. Cutscene with timeline. Timeline. Yeah, I've never opened up the timeline.
I'm going to show you guys how to build out a quick cutscene using Unity's timeline system, which allows you to animate game objects, play sounds, and transition smoothly into gameplay. So this is a project I have from my 5-minute top-down shooter tutorial. Right now the enemy's just going to chase around the player, and I can shoot the enemy a couple times and it will die and drop something. This is all irrelevant. This is just the scene I have set up right now. So let's go ahead and start making a cutscene. I want to introduce these characters before they start fighting. And so the first thing we need to do is actually get the timeline window open up. To do that, we can go to Window, Sequencing, and then Timeline. So we got our timeline on the bottom here. And now the next thing we actually want to do is create a new empty game object. And we'll call this Timeline, or you can call it Cutscene Manager, whatever you want. But once you have an empty game object, we can now select it in the hierarchy, and you'll see in the timeline window it says we can now create a new timeline. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's hit create. We're now going to save this somewhere in our assets folder. I'll just call this cutscene 0. You can name it whatever you want. And we now have something that looks just like our animation window. It's very similar. And if you have experience with animation or even editing videos, this is going to be very similar in how it works. Essentially, you can right click on the left and we have all these different types of tracks we can put in. And then a track group is really just a folder to collect them all for organization. But the first thing we really want to look at is the animation track, because this is kind of the bread and butter tool you're going to be using. And when we create one, you'll see we have an empty animator slot we need to fill. We can start with the player first. So I'll click and drag our player from our hierarchy into this slot. And when we do, it'll prompt us to create an animator on our player if it doesn't exist already, which it doesn't on mine. So I'll say, yes, create that. And it will fill with the player animator. And so let's keep this really simple for now. What I want to happen is at the start of the scene, I want my player to come in from the bottom following my mouse to walk up into the scene into a starting position. So what we can do is hit this recording button, and I'm on the first frame here.
Oh, yeah, so you can do it sort of similarly to how you use the animations. You could basically record and then move the game object, and it's gonna save like, okay.
Itself, we can move through our sequence just like we could with an animation.
Yeah, it basically is very similar to the animation system. I'm a little bit interested in seeing how you handle like not being able to do stuff, like so that you can't, like, for example, during the cutscene can you start like shooting? I mean, I suppose you don't, but like how do you do that part? Because like if I would have done this now without the timeline, I probably would have used the normal animations and then just put a big old raycast target in front of everything to make sure that no button presses will like do anything.
But we'll start at the first frame, and we'll hit start recording. And now selecting my player, really what I want to do is drag them out of the scene, maybe down to like negative 15 or something like that. Again, this is kind of arbitrary. And then skipping forward a bit, we can reset this back to like -3 in the Y, which is where the player was originally, and stop recording. Okay, so we have a point at the first frame, which is our player off camera, and then after, in this case, 180 frames, it's going to move back to around its starting position. If we play this timeline now, we'll see that our player just slowly creeps into the scene. And if you don't like working in frames, like 0 to 180, you can actually hit the gear here and change some settings of the timeline itself. So we can change this from frames to seconds, and you'll see that we're actually doing this in a 3-second interval, which maybe is easier to understand when you're working with this. And so we can make this animation much more complex.
How does that work with the frames, if you change frames per second? I suppose it shows the frames you're currently working with, maybe? And then I hope it fits it, because it would be weird if the player changes the frame rate and then the cutscene plays in like double speed.
Complex if we wanted to, but I'm keeping everything purposefully simple. And we have this selection here, right, of 3 seconds. This is what's currently going on. Well, what if we didn't want to play right away? What if we wanted to move this and edit it as a whole? What we can do is right click in this and do convert to clip track, and you'll see it'll pop up as recorded. We could rename this clip to like player entrance or whatever we want to call it, right? And at this point, we can now actually drag around this clip on the timeline. So let's say we didn't want our clip to start for a full second, we could actually drag it over to the 1 second mark and hit play, and now there's an additional second added to our character walking up. And this is really nice, because you can imagine that right now we just have a single game object being animated, but let's say we had 20 in our...
So wait... That means that, like, theoretically, I could have used the timeline system to make, say, my credits in the game. Because I'm doing that with an animation now, but it seems like a lot of the time you could basically choose whether... Like, theoretically, a lot of the stuff you would use the timeline for, you could do with animations as well. And in some regard, vice versa. But I mean, I suppose the timeline is made more specifically for cutscenes, right? So there's probably some reason why you wouldn't... Like, it's probably easier to do this sort of thing with the timeline, I suppose. What's up, Damien? How you doing? Welcome in, man. How you doing? Are you having a nice Friday? Let me throw a little shout out here. Another developer on Twitch. Check him out.
Scene of all these different things going
Trying to learn a bit about the Unity timeline here. I've never actually worked with this before.
on. Well, we can actually take clips of each of them, and then we can just simply move them around the timeline as one whole and line things up properly and fine-tune things as we go along. And in the case you ever want to edit what's happening in this clip, you can simply right...
Doing well, Hogwarts Legacy modding support was announced, and the full-time AAA code dev I worked for had a big hand in it. Ooh, interesting. I still never played that game, but it did look a bit cool, to be honest. I don't think I've played a Harry Potter game since the... Which one did I play? I think it might have been like the Chamber of Secrets or something, like way back. That game was fucking sick though. I actually would not be completely opposed to trying one of those old school Harry Potter games again. That should actually be pretty fun. I know Elias plays through a bunch of Harry Potter games like around Christmas every year, I think. Like, that would be a nostalgia trip almost unheard of, to be honest. Holy shit. I haven't played those games since I was like... I don't know, I can't have been more than like 7-8 years old or something.
click and go to edit an animation window, and you'll see just like a regular animation, you can then tweak this one individually. So if we play this animation, you'll see...
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. So... Oh, so they kind of go hand in hand. Like the timeline, does it create animations? Am I following this correctly? Is that what just happened?
We had 20 in our scene of all these different things going on. Well, we can actually take clips of each of them, and then we can just simply move them around the timeline as one whole and line things up properly and fine-tune things as we go along. And in the case you ever want to edit what's happening in this clip, you can simply right-click and go to edit an animation window, and you'll see, just like a regular animation, you can then tweak this one.
Yeah. Oh, so the timeline, in some regard, basically creates animations for you, like, as in like Unity animations. Interesting.
Individually. So if we play this animation, you'll see the exact same things happening, and you can...
Yeah, I suppose just otherwise it would have... Yeah, that made sense. Just otherwise they would have made a new system to basically do the same thing. This makes full sense. I don't know why I'm so surprised about it.
Actually move these keyframes around or add some new ones, and that will still reflect back to this clip here. So it's all really seamless and really easy to use. So with that said, let's actually go ahead and bring that back to the beginning. And now I'm going to right-click and create a new animation track. And this time I'll go ahead and click and drag on our enemy and put them into this new animator slot. And we'll say create an animator because I don't have one on him. And just like before, what we want to do is hit record on the enemy this time. We'll go ahead and select the enemy. And I'm just going to drag him up.
Yeah, I suppose the nice thing here is that you probably don't need to actually do stuff in the animator. I suppose that this is me guessing. I guess that the timeline sets that up for you, maybe? Like when, like basically it would create some trigger or something, and when you trigger this cutscene, it would trigger all of these animations inside of it. Maybe, this is me kind of guessing here, but... I don't think that I worked with timelines in Unity before, never had any needs for cinematics or autopilot things. Yeah, I have never used it either, but I was a little bit intrigued to see how it works, because I think we probably want to have some type of like a maybe intro cutscene or something to the game. I was thinking about doing something similar to Amnesia, where you kind of, you know, wake up laying on the ground so the scene would be sideways and maybe you see like the eyes opening up and stuff. And I probably would have done that using animations, because I, to be fair, barely even knew about timelines. But yeah, just trying to see how this would work. Maybe this would be better. But yeah, I've never really done a cinematic or anything before either.
Out of the screen, maybe to like 10 in the Y. Doesn't really matter for me. It's just an example.
Like the few times I could have used a timeline, because I suppose the intro in the Game Jam version could have been made using the timeline instead. But yeah, I did all of that using animations. And like, you know, code for timings and stuff. I like the widget timelines in Unreal Engine, easy to do UI animations. Good games heavily use them. Oh, interesting. The widget timelines in Unity, you know, in Unreal. Is that because this is... Oh wait, timeline. Oh, I suppose this might be something similar too, with the blueprints.
And same thing, I'll click on 3 seconds.
I've never tried Unreal. I have no experience whatsoever. I mean, I've seen a little bit from like YouTube videos and stuff, but I never used it myself. I haven't used any other game engine, to be honest. The interface isn't terribly different from Unity's. Each row has different objects, and you make child objects for things like orientation, color, opacity. Oh, okay.
And this time I will then drag him back down into the top of the frame where I want him to be. That looks fine with me, and we can stop recording. So now I can hit play, and you'll see both characters come from out of the screen and meet each other in...
You can watch my stream to see Unreal development, indeed. Now that's what I mean, like I've seen a bit of it, but I've never actually used Unreal. The blueprint system is interesting. I mean, I know Unity has something similar as well. I think for me personally, I don't think I would like it as much, because I think I'm one of those weird guys who ended up actually, I kind of like code. I kind of like writing code, you know, even though I'm not like, you know, terribly proficient at it or whatever. I still find, I don't know, code is kind of fun. So even if, I said this before, even if I maybe would have been better using blueprints, who knows, that could very well be the case, I think I still would like to use code just because I enjoy it more, you know? Well, of course I know you can code in Unreal as well. It was just, when I think of Unreal, I often come to think about the blueprint system, since I think they are more famous for it. It's much more rare that I see a Unity developer using visual scripting, or whatever it's called in Unity.
Frame. Just like before, I can go ahead and convert this to a clip track. I'll call this enemy entrance. And now let's say we actually want to offset these. I could go ahead and drag this after the player entrance. And when we play the timeline now, we have our player come in first, then it triggers our enemy track who walks in from the top. So now this is definitely worth noting. If we select on either of our clip tracks here, and we look at our inspector, we have a whole ton of properties we can now fine tune, including like the duration of the clips themselves, which you can also do by just clicking and dragging on the timeline itself. But you have other things too, like the speed multiplier, whether you want the animations to hold after they finish, or loop, or reverse. You'll notice on the player entrance, since it happens at start, there's no pre-
I like that one of those was called ping pong. Very good description, because I assume it's going to play back and forth, like it's going to play normally and then reverse, which basically is, you know, ping pong.
Extrapolate, but there's things you can do afterwards, such as loop or ping pong, which will reverse through the clip and then go back. But if I click on enemy entrance, you'll see the pre-extrapolate is to hold for 3 seconds, because that's where it aligns in the timeline. If we move this over, you'll see the value updates. And so there's some interesting things you can do here that I'm not going to go too deep into. Really, you can experiment and play around with it as you see fit. So what we have right now is if we actually play the game, right, our player comes in first. I can't move around yet. Our enemy comes in second. And then we get full control of our player and our enemy starts chasing. I can go ahead and shoot. So without having to worry about state or anything like that from the get-go, and granted, you could solve this with animation as well, but this is just a nice, easy way of introducing a quote-unquote cutscene before.
So wait, how does it trigger this one now? Did it show that?
Controls, you know, they'll wait until
oh no, wait. It was checked to play on a wait, wasn't it?
On hold in most cases, which is really.
I think that is how it's handled. I suppose you could trigger the cutscene somehow as well if you want to.
Convenient. So now let's go ahead and show some things you can do with cameras, because right now when we actually hit play, our player's just kind of like walking off from screen, right? We don't really know what's going on. So our main camera's set in the middle of this arena. That's fine. I'm going to duplicate this, and I'll call this player camera. I'll duplicate another and call it enemy camera just for later. And selecting the player camera, I'm going to go ahead and drag this down quite a bit. So now I have a main camera that's set into the middle of the screen. I have a player camera that's focused somewhat down, right? So this should capture the player at the beginning of the timeline before they start walking up. And now I have this enemy camera I can drag up close to 10 in the Y, and that will capture the enemy before he starts walking in as well. And then let's select both the player and enemy camera and disable them. So right now, if you look at my game screen, it's just focused on the main camera. If we go to our timeline, I can right click, I can go to activation track, and this will basically enable a game object, in this case a camera. And so I'll actually shrink the end of this track to about halfway through the player entrance animation. We'll just see what that looks like. It's kind of arbitrary. And we'll drag in our player camera. And then we can do the same thing. We could create another activation track, drag in the enemy camera, and we'll drag it to the start of the enemy entrance and make it about halfway as well. And so I think this is going to actually look really janky. So I just added these 2 squares in to help illustrate what's going on for you guys. This is going to look awful. But if I hit play now, essentially what's going to happen is it'll start on the player camera, go to the main camera, go to the enemy camera, and go back to the main camera. And then the game will resume like normal, and both of the other cameras, if I pause it, the player camera and the enemy camera are disabled. So looking at the timeline, the other cameras will only be enabled during these activation periods. And because the main camera is always enabled...
Yeah, I would actually need to do something similar for the cutscene we planned. Because in some regard, I think my UI canvas is tied to the main camera. Which means that if I rotate the camera, I actually don't rotate anything. Because the UI will follow the camera. So we would actually need to switch to a different camera during the cutscene, I suppose.
That's just going to be like the default. Hopefully that makes sense. So there's one more thing I want to show you with activation tracks. I have 2 text objects that are exactly the same. I just changed the color. I have fight text red and I have fight text yellow. And the idea is I really want to toggle these on and off so that it flashes, which is going to be very simple when we can do this in a timeline. So let's go ahead and I'll create 2 more activation tracks. I'll drag in my fight text red. I'll drag in my fight text yellow. Let's say after our enemy is in place, we want to wait about a half second. And
no sound effects. Was I just deaf, or was there not a sound effect playing? Anyway, let's stand up. Did anyone hear that sound effect?
Red Rucker is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was a late sound effect. Holy shit. That was mad late. What the fuck? I saw the message in the chat like 2 minutes earlier. How you doing, Rucker?
Then we want to flash fight for 2 seconds. So what we can do is set the fight text red for 2 seconds, and then for the fight text yellow, we want to offset the...
If you haven't, go and check out Red Rucker. And I was streaming on Twitch doing a bunch of Souls-like games and stuff at the moment. Check him out.
This a little bit. Right, so you'll see I shrunk down the fight text yellow to be really small. And what's going to happen is after the enemy gets it to place, right, we wait a little bit, and then the red fight pops on the screen, we keep going, the yellow will pop on momentarily because it's just a short amount, and then it will go back to red. And the reason I'm doing it this way is I want to showcase to you that you can actually copy and paste additional versions of the same track. So here I can actually make a few of these yellows, and I can kind of space them out a bit, right? You can do some science to this so that it actually, you know, looks somewhat consistent. So just by using copy and paste, we now have several different instances of turning this fight text yellow on and off. And
okay, I think I get the general gist of this.
And I'm sure there are other ways to do this, but...
It does seem pretty useful, to be honest. There's a video, if anyone wants to check it out. Should we try, just for the fun of it? Imagine that this now is the first room. This is where we would have the timeline, right? I kinda wanna try it out, just to get a feel for how it is working with it. Timeline. Let's put you down here. Okay, how would we... Let's see, to begin a new timeline, create a director component and a timeline asset. So I think this is where we would have a new manager, right? I wonder if the cutscene manager should be scene specific. Because you would never play the same cutscene in multiple rooms. Let's put it here for the time being. Timeline manager. Save as playable. I suppose this is the timeline asset, right? So wait, there's a director... Create a director component. Oh, playable director. That's the one, okay. And then, let's see, projects. Suppose we could limp this in with the animations. Timeline. Let's go in here. And I suppose this is the name. So we go like intro cutscene maybe? Okay. Playable intro cutscene. Yeah, I think maybe this should be scene specific, to be honest. I wonder how it works. Can you pause a timeline in Unity? Game time. Like, is there a way to pause it? Does that mean you can't? No, maybe not, because you can't really pause animations in Unity, can you? Or can you? I'm not even sure. Okay, anyway, let's start off with something. Which would be like a camera. Yeah, because I do think, like I said before, I don't think I can use my normal camera, because I think my canvas, exactly, is put on the actual, or it's scaled to my camera, which means that if I would rotate my camera in the game, nothing is rotated. Maybe I should make this more specific, like maybe this should just be a cutscene. Oh, wait, I need UI elements, don't I? Maybe not actually. I don't know how I want to do this. Can I put a camera here? That seems Yankee. Camera. I have no idea how to work with multiple cameras. Why can I not see anything with this camera? Is it just a Z value, maybe? That did show me the cursor. Wait, can I not duplicate my main camera? Am I being dumb here? Can I not duplicate this one? And I would get the same settings. However, it still doesn't work. Universal additional camera data. I joined back, ad starting now, I see how it is. Oh, that's unfortunate, sorry man. I don't even know if you can hear me. Is the ad still playing? Not sure. How you doing, Raka? Are you having a nice Friday? Are you having a chill day off? Or are you deep editing YouTube videos? Okay, how do I don't understand this. Why can I not see the game? How do I even know here what camera I'm using? I mean, I assume I'm using this camera, just if I turn it off, then I can see this. Oh wait, is it? But no, the position is the same. Is it because my canvas... Maybe that's it. Maybe it's because my canvas... Oh, render camera. Oh, is that the reason? So what? If I'm gonna do this, do I need to... Do I need to switch the camera to my other camera? But no, that doesn't work, because then I still can't use screen space camera. Oh, this is interesting. How the fuck do I solve this? This is... yeah. Maybe this is one of the reasons why screen space camera is a little bit weird to work with. But the thing is that I can't use my post-processing otherwise, can I? Because if I switch to screen space overlay, my post-processing disappears. Shaded channels normal and tangent are most often used with lighting, which an overlay canvas does not support. It's likely using these channels are not needed. Yeah, so I think I need to use screen space camera. But what, if my render camera, the camera which will render the canvas, this is also the camera used to send events. So I mean, oh. I mean, I can switch it, but that doesn't help me, because now, if I rotate this camera, you know, the canvas follows it. There is one thing I could try. I just realized. We could try saying screw you and then add Cinemachine instead. Do I need to install Cinemachine? Maybe that's not default thing here. So otherwise, I'm a bit confused at how to do this when my game is... this is confusing, because, I mean, I suppose I could... I could rotate the canvas, technically speaking. I could take my entire canvas, couldn't I? No, because it's tied to the camera. I don't think that works. Yeah. This is still gonna be stuck to the camera. Ooh, I could take the game. Yes, that I could do. I could rotate the entire game. As in, like, all of the objects on the canvas. Those I can change. Did I not create a timeline? Oh, it's on this one, right? Okay, okay. Okay, let's do a... Let's just try doing something. Let's do an animation track. Applying an avatar mask to the base track may not properly mask root motion or humanoid bones from an animator, controller, or other timeline track. No idea what that means. Okay, so now we need to bring a game object in here, which in this case would be something like game, create animator. Let me turn... Okay, we hit record. I mean, I don't even need to rotate all of this. All I actually need to rotate is the room itself, right? We just do like... I mean, I think we would need to draw a new scene for this, because no matter how much I play around with this, the perspective is going to be off. If you're lying on the ground, you can't see the top of this one. That is impossible. Your Wi-Fi is stopped recording now. What happens? What? I am so confused. Was this not supposed to create one little thingy for me? Convert to clip track. Oh, that was it. Okay, okay. Now I can move this and like drag it and stuff. Okay. Hmm. Wait, this is not gonna be right, is it? No, I think that's gonna be fine. Okay, let's call this eyelid top. This is not gonna be like the end of the final cutscene, we're just trying this out. Just want to see how it could potentially look. Okay, so now we would add another animation. Can I add two at the same time? Yes, okay. So let's do boom, boom, and then boom, boom. I want you in my room. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so we pull you down. What size are you now? 100 in height. My height is... No, let's make you 90. That should cover half the screen, right? Or half the camera. Then if I put you at 45... Okay. And then we take this one. Let's make you 90, and let's put you at minus 45. Now we should have a completely black canvas, exactly. What if we now move forward like 1.5 seconds maybe? Then we put you at 90. Maybe. Put you at minus 90. This could work. Not too bad. Obviously, if we imagine that we switch this to something that looks more correct in perspective, because I think that's the main thing that's off now. It doesn't actually look like you're on the ground because of like the perspective here. Otherwise, this is not, it's not too bad. I feel like this could work. Oh, did I cut it off? He's... oh, what is that? Oh, that was weird. Yeah, duration, I think that's what I want to do. Because now I would just speed it up, right? That's a little bit weird. Looks a little bit too stiff for like robotic. I wonder how this would look if we fix the perspective. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh no, that looks weird. Yeah, no. I mean, the thing is that we would change the... Technically the entire resolution should be changed. Because if I made a new image, do I even need to rotate the camera? I mean, I don't really. Like, what we could do instead is just take this layer and rotate it. We get 90 degrees, please. I think that's the easy way of doing it. Like, we just do something like this. To be fair, the perspective of the light would change as well, wouldn't it? Like, it would actually be more from below it, I suppose. I think this is too much work I'm putting in right now for something I'm just trying out. It would be interesting to see how this would look. Basically, we're trying to do something similar to this, but in pixel art. Oh, interesting. I just realized, you know what? They don't do the eyelid thing. Maybe fading in and out is better. Just maybe that's it. Maybe, to be fair, maybe doing this eyelid thing ends up just looking a little bit more cartoonish. It kinda does in some regard, doesn't it? Compared to having like a fade in and fade out. Yeah, maybe we should just do fade in. I mean, we can try and see what we think. It's kinda easy to test, to be honest. Because all we would do is, can you like disable these somehow? Mute? Yeah, there we go. We mute this, and then what we would do instead is duplicate this one, then make you 180, boom, cover the whole entirety of the screen. Go back here, add a new animation track with this one, gonna record, and then all we would do here is we would go boom and something like this. Maybe not, maybe we don't even do fully, we can just do something like, oh yeah, we start doing just something like this, maybe. Okay, way too quick. What do you prefer? Fade in, fade out, or eyelids? Obviously the fade in, fade out looks even more weird, just now it's more noticeable that the perspective is off, but if you disregard the fact that the perspective is completely off, since obviously we are supposed to be like on the ground here, which means we would see more ceiling, we would not see the top of these, we'd probably even see the underside of the shelf. Okay. Convert. Why is it red? Oh. Okay, I have no idea how this is gonna look. Welcome back from the ad. We're gonna see how this looks, but this is probably gonna look janky as hell. But just out of curiosity. Okay, obviously we would not continue like this. Is this a separate one now? I hope it is. Can I remove these? Does that remove it from the other one? No, they are separate, okay. I mean, it's pretty shite, but it's not as shite as I thought it would be. I think something like this, if we put a little bit or a lot more polish on it, as well as fix the perspective here, kind of could work. Why is this so slow? Oh, I see. There we go. What if we did both? Eyelids and fade in, fade out? Oh wait, the eyelids don't open here now. What the fuck? Wait. Oh, I see what I did. Okay, okay. Back in here, I changed something here I was not supposed to. Anchored position. Oh yeah, I changed the size. That's not what I meant to. I mean, it's not too bad. It's definitely not great. I do think that the perspective here messes it up a lot, because it just looks off, you know? And also, I don't think we should be... We are still zoomed in there now, right? Yeah, which is weird, because now it looks like you're closer to the door, and then you're further away when you wake up, or when you stand up. That's a bit weird. Wait, didn't I change the scale here? Oh wait, is that a... Oh, size delta. No, that's the same. Wait, the size is 1 though. Wait, is this just a... No, that... Is that door not bigger? Am I mad? Or is this a visual illusion? Oh, maybe it is. It might be the same. It looked bigger. It looked like I'm closer to the door here, but I think that might be the perspective again. Can I cut this one? Can I split it? No. I could duplicate it. Oh, you can split it. I mean, as a like prototype cutscene intro, I think something like this could work. And with a bit new art in the correct perspective, I don't feel like this is too bad. I do think some intro similar to this would be better than the one we had in the Game Jam version. Okay, so, just out of curiosity, if I now decided that this should play on awake, that would mean that when I start the game, this cutscene is going to start, right? Now nothing is interactable. Why? Eyelid top. Oh, it's the fade in, fade out thing. You are probably a raycast target, yeah. So if I turn that off, can I now interact? Oh, I can, that's not good. I mean, in that case, this is even easier. All we do is go here. And now we should have this one. What if we here take this one, turn the raycast target on, and then right at the end, we turn it off. Oh, it does not work that way. Ah, do I need to turn it on for each one of these? Now at the end it should turn off. If we start playing, we start the cutscene, but I can't click anything. And now I can. If we want to, we could do some text in the beginning. No, no button, that's not what I meant. I'm just trying shit out, to be honest. Where am I? Okay, and then we do something like this. We go timeline. Take this one. Let's take you. Let's turn you off normally, but then in the timeline. Does that work? Oh, can I not change the text in this one? I am recording, right? Yeah. Oh, interesting. You can't change the text. Where I am? Do I know English? Keep in mind here, none of this is final product stuff, I'm just trying stuff out for the fun of it. Something we would need to do as well is to make sure that the cursor is turned off, because it's very weird having your cursor in the middle of a cutscene. I mean, to be fair, could I not make that... I should do that with the timeline as well. We should just record this. Then at the... No wait, at the start... I can't turn this one off. We can't turn off the sprite renderer. That should be good. And then like right at the end we would turn you back on again. Let me see how this would feel in the actual... if you actually started the game like this. So let's go to... Obviously we would need some like sound effects and stuff to sell all of this, and then fix the perspective, polish everything. Just for the purpose of testing it out. What if we go here? Menu manager. Switch to game. No, switch to room 1. Okay. This is interesting. This is not what I expected. Oh, I know what the issue is. It's not setting the default color as it should, is it? Is the default color set to black? Wait. Oh, wait, do I not have color settings here? No, I should have color settings here. Wait, I think I need that. I think I know what I need to do. We need to go back to room 1. Think what I need to do. Yeah, color settings. We need to apply this. Let's apply all of this stuff. Save main menu. Now I think it should work. It's actually not too bad. Like I don't hate it. It would, I mean, we definitely need to like make it better, of course, but generally speaking, I feel like this kind of could work. Okay, can I not turn those off? Wait, I should be able to do this though, shouldn't I? Because now you're gonna affect that by the timeline. Where I can do the same here, we just fade you out. A little bit much, maybe. Oh yeah, this is too... Oh, this is the same issue I have with the flashlight. You can't turn it on and off. It's too much. What you would need to do is to fade in and out the light. Not like that. Wait, I don't need these. You can't have a non-flickering light in a horror game, right? I think that might even be illegal, to be honest. Still a bit much. Because this gets like annoying to look at, doesn't it? I feel like it does. Did I really just misclick on the last one? Just a little bit of flickering. I wonder if this is gonna play in the timeline now. Wait, loop time? Is it already looping? Oh yeah, it does. think I need to get that. I know Atrium was working on some type of tool for Unity where you can like switch scenes very easily. I think I might need something like that. Because now if we're gonna do this like one room or one level per scene kind of setup, we're gonna be switching scenes a lot. I mean, I suppose I could move scenes up here in the hierarchy to make it easier to find as well, maybe. But I do think an intro like this would be a lot better compared to what we had in the Game Jam version. Because what we did in the Game Jam version, I mean, it is basically the same thing, but we described what was happening more so with dialogue rather than cinematics, I guess. Because here, this is how we did it. So like, the thing that tells the player that you were like not awake is the fact that someone is telling you to wake up. But then it's this whole thing I was talking about before, where I feel like starting a horror game with like talking to a friendly NPC, I don't feel like that's the best way to set the tone from the start, you know. It's also, it might end up being harder lore-wise to explain why you have like a friendly NPC here. Even though technically he dies immediately. But still, I do feel like, I don't know what you guys think, but I kind of feel like doing this more like cinematically could be good. Like no NPC conversation whatsoever, maybe some text like that, potentially. But then rather than telling the person that they wake up, we show the person that they wake up. I don't know, I think it's better. There's a lot of flickering going on here when you have both the flashlight and the ceiling lamp. To be fair though, I don't think you're gonna find the flashlight in this room. I think we would do that later on. Always better to show. I feel like it is. It is better to show rather than tell, especially with a horror game, I feel like. Oh, that is the wrong scene. Let me... Oh, is this scene bugged out? It might be. How do I do this? Can we force game over, maybe? Nope. Okay. Yeah, I feel like something like this might work. Obviously, we would need to fine-tune the details of it. But I like this introduction to the game. Even though it kind of says less, even in like a visual perspective or whatever, I still think I prefer it. Because it still says quite a lot. I mean, it says that you wake up, that's really it. But I feel like this just works better. I don't hate it. I mean, I hate the fact that the perspective is off when you're on the ground, but that we will fix eventually. I don't know if maybe doing straight up and a full, just making a full image of the room in the correct perspective could be easier. Rather than actually using the objects in the scene, because then we would have to like switch the sprite of each object. I feel like doing something like this where we actually draw the entire room in the correct, in like a better perspective, should be a good solution. I mean, it's definitely better. I mean, we would have to change the entire lamp. Just that perspective is off, right? Oh, I just realized, would you not even see a bit of the underside of the table instead? Yeah, because if the table is straight like this, if I understand perspective correctly, that means my eye level is at the same height as this table. But that can't be true, because if we're lying on the ground, like, we would be looking at like this eye level. Also, I wonder if we should move this one up a bit. Yeah, probably. Because we are more in the level of the floor now, right? I'm loving how it's coming together so far, though. I think it's a lot better. I think we're gonna have to improve it a lot, but like compared to what we had in the game jam version, I think this is going to be a much better way of introducing the game or whatever. Why do they call it a cutscene if they leave it in? I see what you did there. How would this table be? It would be like this or something. Wait, not like that. Wait. I think my perspective is... Oh yeah, wait, it would be... It would be something like this. We're getting there. We are getting there. That should be more correct. Even if small steps is still steps, absolutely. This is now strawberry jam, not game jam. Credit to my team member Hazel for coming up with that one. It's pretty decent. I'll give it to you. It's pretty decent. I know I'm technically changing the room layout completely. I mean, this should kind of work. Is it mad if I just do this? Yes, it is, because now we have double pixels and stuff. I mean, if you're laying on the ground, would not the light be a lot more circular? Yeah, it would be, because you would see the light... I mean, depending on how far away it is, I suppose. But this is the perspective you have when you stand up. So that can't be the same. It's impossible that you would have the same perspective of the lamp. It looks off. It doesn't look right. Question is, do you even need to see the lamp? Would it be mad if we don't show the lamp? I mean, I do like seeing the flicker of the lamp here as well. To be fair, it's not really worth it making this image too perfectly now.
Red Rucker is forcing you to stand up for 10 minutes.
Let's do it. Because in the end, I'm probably gonna change how the first room looks, right? And if that's the case, I'm gonna have to redraw that image anyway. I think maybe we should just keep it like this for now. And then once we are more certain about exactly how the first room is going to be, then we can make the like sideways perspective of it. But I kinda like it, to be honest. What do you think, Raka? What do you think of our new intro? Compared to the talking NPC of the first game. Maybe having the "where am I" text like type out could be cool as well. Like similarly to how we did with the dialogue. Wasn't paying attention? No worries, man. I was just asking what you thought about our new intro here. Our intro cutscene. I mean, it's a prototype version of it, but... So basically, showing the player what happens rather than telling the person what happens. Since in the Game Jam version it was more verbal, in the sense of that we had actual subtitles that said like, oh, wake up, and you know, you're talking to the NPC, that is what like gave you the context. Whereas this is more straight up just showing it, I suppose. Is it weird to me that the sideways at the same height as normal orientation? Oh yeah, you mean the perspective is definitely off, because I've just switched it. That's why I started trying to do a little bit of like, okay, how would the perspective be if we're on the ground? Because there are definitely a few things here that is off. Like, idea is doing, I like what you got. Nice. Yeah, no, the perspective is horrible right now. Because it doesn't make sense. Just if you're lying on the ground, which we can probably assume that the player is doing, you will not be able to see the top of the cabinet or the top of the table. Oh, the table is invisible, but the lamp perspective and the top of the cabinet, like there's no way you can see this if you're on the ground. But in general, the whole thing about like waking up or showing that you're waking up more visually, I feel like could be a good thing here. Also getting rid of the starting NPC, because like I said before, I don't feel like the starting NPC makes the best intro for a horror game. It feels like we set a weird tone when we start the game off by you talking to someone who's friendly, you know? Even if it technically died within like the first 5 seconds of the game, it's still... I mean, that's not necessarily true either, because we did look at Condemned, which is the one and only horror game that I ever completed. And let's be honest, in Condemned...
Do you know where he is now?
In Condemned, you definitely start off talking to someone who's friendly. And that kinda worked.
Get a move on.
Old graphics. Doesn't the dude die? Yeah, in the Game Jam version he did. This one I can't even remember. I don't even remember if he follows you in.
People are scared. We need to get this one. Follow me. Body's this way.
Never mind. He does follow. So yeah, I suppose starting with a friendly conversation doesn't have to be bad either, as long as we wrap it up the right way. Even here they do a pretty nice thing, which is that although that is a friendly character, they kind of start it with a slight jump scare.
Thomas, I don't got all day here.
You know, him knocking on the window. So they, even here, even though he's friendly, they don't present him in a friendly way, if that wakes up. But I kind of like the Amnesia one. Which obviously this is the biggest inspiration for the one I currently have. If we skip the whole talking part. I mean, this part is basically what I did with the small little text though. Just that we shortened the whole thing a lot.
I am Daniel.
But this is, I feel like this is one of those things where sometimes 3D just seems easier. Because here in the beginning, when he wakes up, you can just move the camera around in a 3D space. Like me doing 2D, if I wanted to switch the perspective here, I need to draw an entire new image, you know. Like I can't just move around the camera the same way. And like they can really show the act of like standing up. Theoretically I could, but I would have to draw like 10 different frames for it to make it look good. Sometimes 2D is annoying. And especially 2D pixel art kinda even becomes more annoying, because depending on how pixel art purist you wanna be, at least. Also, just wanted to mention, I broke my thinking/creativity block and came up with a nice idea, nice mechanics, and I'm currently working on it. Nice! I'm panicking because I don't want someone to launch something similar before I even have the demo out. But I'm confident in this, so I'm gonna take my time, perfect it, and make sure it looks and plays good. Sounds nice. We did talk a little bit about that before. I don't think you should be too scared about someone launching something similar. I don't think that should be your main concern. Because even if that's the case, if people really like the other game, most people tend to play games that are similar to games they already like. So the other game might even give you more players in some regard. I don't think it should at least not be to the point where... I mean, it's good to be aware of the similar games, definitely. But I don't think like it should be a reason to completely ditch a game idea. Excited with what I have so far and decide to share it when I can. Sorry, that was a sidebar kind of thing. Oh, no worries. Yeah, that convince was solidified the idea for me, so I'm definitely gonna take my time, make sure it's good and fun, and then get the demo out soon. Nice! What kind of game is it? What are you working on? If you don't mind, of course. Just so I can steal the idea and make the game before you. I'm joking. I'm joking. I kinda wanna play Amnesia again. Should we have batteries for the flashlight? Maybe. I'm putting my main game on the side right now, because that is more story driven and intense. So I'll be working on this one instead. Oh, so is this more mechanics driven, you would say? Story is hard. Like, obviously I have a lot of story to write and figure out. But I do feel like I'm starting to have a pretty good idea. Like I explained earlier, I don't think I can say too much. Because I don't wanna say anything too early. And I also don't wanna spoil the game, you know. That little door just opening, those kind of small details is kind of what I would like to do more of. Like less full-on lethal jump scares and more just small tiny little scary things. This horror is similar to my main game, but this one is a different take, purpose and mechanics altogether. My main one is actually more lore and story focused, and this is more exploration. Gotcha. Are you making a monochromatic point-and-click horror game? Something I think Amnesia did really well that was kinda clever. I don't know if they were the first to do it. Are you playing horror? I'm not. I'm looking at horror. But I'm still freaking out a little bit. But that's the thing, that's what I mean. Like, we're a few minutes in, there's been quite a bit of scary stuff here, but nothing is like in your face, nothing is a actually visible monster, nothing is like an actual jump scare. It's just small little like, ooh, you heard a footstep, ooh, a door open up. Like, this is the thing I think we need to focus more on. Way less of, like in the game jam version, where you had like constantly the monster walking back and forth and stuff. I feel like this kind of stuff is gonna set the tone so much better. No, I wanna play your game first, then make a point and click. Anything to give you chills, yeah. No, I feel like because this is more, I suppose this is more of that type of like atmospheric horror, rather than, you know, straight up in your face, because that doesn't become scary. Oh no, now I got it. Good one. Even just this, with like the vision messing up, this is probably harder for me to do, with like pixel art and a forced perspective. But maybe doing little, like with the trailer, doing some glitches, maybe little hallucinations, whatever. Like just a stuff like that. I think that's what we need to do more of. Dude, I'm actually getting a bit scared here. Oh, that's creepy. I also think I probably should not play the heartbeats constantly, which I'm doing right now. I feel like the heartbeats are really nice, just they... The heartbeats are nice, just is a very good way of giving the player a bit of an uncomfortable feeling. Because even just listening to heartbeats kinda stresses oneself out, you know? But I think doing it, if we would do it like 24/7 throughout the entire game, I think it would lose the impact, if that makes sense. I think we should do it at good moments. I wonder how far into this game you actually see the first monster. I think it is pretty far. I think it might be like an hour into the game or something. And I'm still having chills just looking at this. Like, I actually feel uncomfortable. You know what I need to research and read up on? Audio. Yeah, audio is important. I think Bjarne did a really good job so far. The sound effects and stuff is pretty spot on. The game feels very responsive, but audio is difficult. I don't know shit about it. Me neither. That's why it's kind of neat having someone else do it, not gonna lie. 70% of what you watch is what you hear, apparently. No, I think that is... I think, especially for things like this, like horror, I think the sound is undeniably important. Anything video, photo, directing I'm good with, that's my job, but audio, fuck that. Yeah, audio is difficult. I mean, I think everything is very difficult, but... To be fair, I think Outlast is actually way quicker to do more like in-your-face scary stuff. Because the first jump scare in Outlast is actually not... It doesn't take long for you to reach that one, as far as I mean, I only played the game for like 2 hours, and I think there was at least a handful of jump scares during that. I think Amnesia takes it much slower. It's more of this like, you know, it's just a creepy vibe and maybe a little door flings open and stuff, but I think the actual first jump scare, or first time you see a monster even, is much later on in the game. Out of curiosity, did the lantern automatically turn off when you opened the door? I think it did. It's true, but it's funny for me. Media and film is my bread and butter, but when it comes to that in games, I'm Gucci with. Which I know other people hate doing these things. Hey, are you Jin on DC? What's DC? I made more cinematics and short action clips in Unity so far than any code. Oh, interesting. Wait, why is DC? Screen shade, lamp, that's... They do a lot of that stuff. Like little visual things that like unsettles you. Yo, screen effects, camera moving. Sound.
19th of August, 1839. I wish I could ask how much you remember. I don't know if there will be anything left after I consume this drink. Don't be afraid, Daniel. I can't tell you why, but know this. I choose to forget. Try to find comfort and strength in that fact. There is a purpose. You are my final effort to put things right. God willing, the name Alexander of Brandenburg still invokes bitter anger in you. If not, this will sound horrible. Go to the inner sanctum, find Alexander, and kill him. His body is old and weak, and yours, young.
This is the thing, I didn't play a lot of Amnesia. I kinda want to. Not because I think I would enjoy the game, I think I would be deeply unsettled by the game. But I remember a little bit of this part, and it's like I still have that feeling in me, like I kinda wanna know what happened. You know? What's up, Bjarne? Welcome in, how you doing, man? How was your poker night? Was it poker? I haven't checked yet, if you responded. I'm a professional photographer, videographer, and in the last couple of years switched to directing / producing. So did a bunch of stuff for fun in Unity when I realized I could. It made sense. Pondsmet. Oh, Discord! Oh, okay, now I get it. I probably should have been able to figure that one out. Probably. I mean, yeah, took the whole pot. My man, there you fucking go. GG.
He will be no match for you. One last thing. A shadow is following you. It's a living nightmare, breaking down reality. I have tried everything, and there is no way to fight back. You need to...
Interesting. So this is narrative, but this is also giving the player information about the gameplay, right? This is kind of what I tried to do with the dialogue in the beginning of the first game. Is a kind of similar thing. Like, I have tried everything and there's no way to fight back. This is basically telling the player that you should not even try fighting. You know, it's not viable, don't even try it. Just escape. Interesting.
escape it as long
Thank you, how is it going? It's going pretty good. What did we do today? We started fixing up the new scenes. We also tried the new Leo intro. Definitely not inspired by Amnesia whatsoever, I promise. This is a completely original intro. The perspective is a little bit off. You know, this is the prototype intro cutscene. But I think something like this could be good. I think it could work. Boom. And then you start. So basically no dialogue whatsoever, but rather than telling the player what's happening, we show them. Like rather, in the game jam version, we say like, oh, you wake up, with like dialogue, explaining that you are waking up. Whereas this would be more like a cutscene to show the player that they are waking up in this place. I feel like it could work. And like I said, definitely no inspiration from Amnesia whatsoever. 8:39. Because they obviously don't do it similarly whatsoever. I don't recognize this. Oh. Completely unique. Right, looks great. Thank you, man.
He will be no match for you. You tried you can to the former self, Daniel.
Oh yeah, that was... I don't think I finished my thought before. I think that was the thing I meant that I think was a very good decision for Amnesia. The fact that you like with the cursor actually like pull to close doors, open doors, or like in that case switch the level and stuff. I don't know if there's like the first time that was implemented in games. Amnesia is the first one I played when I remember a mechanic like that. And I think it works really good for horror games like this, because I remember in Amnesia that you would like try to slide open a door a little bit, and the fact that you have to do it yourself, which means that you decide like how quickly or slowly you open the door, can actually add quite a bit to like the creepiness of it. Because you might be scared to like just fling the door open, but opening it slowly is almost more scary. No resemblance whatsoever, exactly. When did this game come out? This is the first Amnesia, right? Because they did release multiple as far as I'm aware. 2010. Do you see how like the bunker or something? Yeah, this is the first one.
Alexander, is it inside the castle?
In a manner of speaking. Come, bring the lamp. You've been to the refinery, have you not?
I don't believe I have. Is it connected to the...
Oh, I actually remember quite a lot of this.
My most precious.
I don't remember how far I played. I might have played like a bit more than an hour or something.
In fact,
but if this is a full playthrough, this game is actually not that long. Maybe we... Oh, fuck it, maybe we should play through it soon. I think that's the thing, we should play like 10 bells, maybe Amnesia. But it's so annoying because I know I'm gonna hate it. Like, I am not good with horror games. But I think you guys might enjoy it. Mainly because of the fact that I'm so bad with horror games. But I think it would be good for me to have more experience when it comes to horror games. It would basically be research for my game, you know. Interesting. Do they do little lore tidbits in like the loading screens? Maybe play through the Five Nights at Freddy's series? That would probably be good as well. I mean, there's definitely some similarities there with my game. Some is not entirely the same, but yeah. I think it would be good, to be honest, to play more of these games. Like, of course, I don't want to end up just copying what other games do, but, you know, just having a little bit more experience with horror games, I think would be good. Because I just haven't... Maybe that's what we should do too, more like little, maybe small little insects and stuff. I mean, that might be hard, because for us that would be like one pixel moving across the floor. I mean, we do have the rat, that one is kind of similar in some regard.
6 later.
What other, like, you know, classic or, like, well-regarded horror games are there? Because, like, when I think about horror games, Amnesia and Outlast are usually the ones that come to mind. Because some of the few that I've tried. Never played through either one of them, but at least I've tried them, and I did not enjoy them. I mean that in the best way possible. What other, like, popular horror games are there? Oh, those, like, Soma and... what's... Oh no, wait, is that the Alien Isolation? Those are very popular as well, right? Oh yeah, Resident Evil and Silent Hill, true. True. I did watch a little bit. Chet's was streaming Silent Hill the other day. I was watching a little bit when he was doing it. But those are both games where you can fight back, right? But it's still limited, just you have like limited amount of ammo and stuff. But like, because as far as I know, Amnesia and Outlast are more of that like, you don't have a chance kind of thing. I suppose maybe not always in those games either. Another one thing that you spoke about, that one thingy. I don't know if I should spoil it in case people want to play them. They use light a lot to show these notes, I notice. Yeah, you can fight most of the time. Which, to be fair, I did speak about it before. I think we can do some offensive interactions with the monsters, whatever, but not in like... I don't think it's gonna be in the way of like you finding a gun and being able to like shoot them, perhaps, or like actually like, you know, be directly aggressive with them. But potentially doing like some part of the game where you have to like... I don't know, maybe you have to set up a trap at some point or something. Something like that could perhaps be interesting too. Where like, maybe at some point you actually can't hide. What you would need to do is to do something proactive to like gain more time or whatever. I know I'm speaking very vaguely here, it might not give you guys the best example, but I think something like that could be cool. I'm not the only one who struggles with hitboxes. We're not gonna watch this entire video, by the way, but I just find it interesting to analyze it.
17th of May.
A lot of text.
Tribulation, for I took some men, burned.
I think that could be... I mean, I did put in a lot of notes in my game as well. A lot shorter. But I think it's more okay to have longer stuff like this when you have voice acting, because you don't really have to read it. Like, if you want the story, I mean, you probably can skip this, but you could also just sit back and listen. To be fair though, I think a lot of people just skip through this anyway. That happens in every game ever. You could go all the way weird with it as well, like final boss or something. I mean, we could, yeah? It's definitely possible, as long as you are creative with it. Because, like I said, I don't think I want, like, direct combat. But that doesn't mean you can't have, like, a final fight. Just think about something like Portal. Does it like a puzzle game? You don't really, technically speaking, you don't have a weapon. But it still kind of is a boss fight. Or something like... even something like Super Meat Boy. This is a weird comparison. But you know in Super Meat Boy how... there's like boss areas or whatever, or boss worlds, whatever, boss levels. But the only thing that's different there is that a boss is chasing you while you do the thing you normally do, which is like an obstacle course or whatever. So there could be something similar there as well. Like maybe in the... maybe at the end we do something more similar to the Game Jam version, where there's, you know, more consistency. Like you feel like, oh, I'm really close to the bad guy now, you know. Yeah, like using dark in an offensive way. Very interesting. Yeah, I think there's a lot of these... because we do want to make sure that there is some variety and stuff in the game, you know. It shouldn't be... because that's my main pet peeve with the Game Jam version. The fact that it's too much of the each side same type of gameplay. Another one I thought about is like, imagine you're in one room and just it starts like banging on one of the doors, and like you realize that something is gonna come through this door, and maybe the thing you have to do to survive is to like barricade the door. Like little small things like that I think could be interesting as well.
Century structure we had expected.
So like rather than just hiding, you might actually have to
a great antechamber. The walls were
do some proactive defense as well. It is a lot less scary watching someone play though. I'm still creeped out, not gonna lie. Just like I said, I am a coward. Even now, what is this? There's like weird camera effects, right? Like it kind of stretches a little bit. They do a lot of that in this game, it seems like. Oh, I remember this. I remember surprising amount, since, you know, in regards to me not having played this game in like 10 years. It's probably more. No, it might be like 10 years. You see that? This is what I mean. They do a lot of this stuff with like camera effects. Like they kind of stretch your view. I mean, it kind of works quite well, to be honest. I'm not gonna do a jump scare, am I? I don't think so. I am deeply unsettled though, even just watching this. Even though I've even played through this specific part of the game, I still feel uncomfortable. I don't know if that says a lot about the game or if it says a lot about me. Maybe have some pickups that are negative to pick up or use could be cool. Ooh, that's an interesting idea as well. Yeah, kind of similar to how we did with some of like the trap objects in the game jam version. You know, like clicking on the light and it would like fall down or make a noise. But doing something similar for like collectible item. Like rather than interacting with this item does something bad, it's like picking this item up. Yeah, that could be interesting. Don't know exactly what we would do, but it's a good idea. We could even do this like conditional stuff, like maybe there's an item that the item itself doesn't do anything bad, but if you have this item in your inventory at a certain part of the game, boom, maybe then something bad happens, you know? Just requires a bit of extra coding, really. It shouldn't be too difficult to do stuff like that. Just anything that could be like... Just that would also be something that could be slightly hidden or missed. And, you know, we do like that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, also, I don't know if you've seen this, Bjarne. Do you want to see something cool? Did you know? Did you know? That we now have, technically speaking, achievements in the game. And you can actually unlock them. Is that not pretty fucking sick? Way too early to make achievements, but it was pretty fun. And like, they actually work. Like, as you can see, we even unlocked a few. I mean, most of them you can only unlock through cheating right now. We should do this though, wait. Clear achievements, did I watch? Oh, no, I don't have the Steam manager in this scene. That needs to be fixed. Okay, clear all achievements. There we go. Look at this. Tell me this is not fucking cool. Right, we can like pick up the flashlight. I promise it was working. I don't think I'm supposed to spam that one, but... Why am I not getting the achievement? Wait. Okay. I don't have any achievements. I wonder if this is some weird bug because I'm going through the menu. But here, it says chirpy in the console, which means I connect to my Steam account, so that should be right. Let's see now, maybe I just need to restart. Boom. Okay, now he actually usually pops up in the corner, but is that not fucking cool? And then the other ones I would have to cheat. Where is it? It seems a little bit glitchy though. I don't know why. The only other one that works is the all achievements one. If I do get all achievements here, how many did I get? 1, 2, 3. This is bad. Does it not appear here and then move down here? I think this is the last one. And now we should get all achievements as well. Did I change name? I don't remember. What the fuck is my achievements called? Oh, there we go. Yeah, obtain all achievements. That one actually works as well. I don't know why I think it's so cool to have achievements, but it is pretty fucking cool, let's be honest. And the fact that it's actually, you know, it actually works. What's up, the cow? How you doing? Welcome in. Like, I actually unlocked them here. It's kind of weird though, the way this works, because I'm actually playing the game, even though the game, I don't have a build on Steam, but when I connect Unity, this actually counts as the game. So apparently I've been playing Shrouded Loom on Steam for 15.5 hours. The interesting thing though is that there's a little bug in Unity, which means that if I stop playing in Steam, or if I close Steam now, it fucking closes Unity for me, which is kinda mad. Apparently it's a long-running bug in Unity. It's kinda funny. Pirate Game Jam finally ended! Ooh shit, uploaded wrong version by accident by uploading and linked to Google Drive. Oh wait, so did you upload the wrong version and then not have time to upload the other one? Ah, that is kinda unfortunate, sorry man. Was it a much earlier version? Because I assume that's what happened, that you uploaded an earlier build of the game. But yeah, you should definitely be careful about updating, because I think some... Yeah, you might be like disqualified otherwise, which is, you know, a little bit sad, but it's also understandable, because otherwise it would be very easy to cheat. It was a debug version with things disabled in the inspector. Ah, I see. But do you feel good about the final build of the game? I mean, in the end, fucking even just finishing for Game Jam is a fucking GG. Look at it, there's so much. Ooh, I did not remember how much like camera stuff they do in Amnesia. Like, do you see how shit is like moving weird? I did not remember that, but it's a lot of it. I suppose that's quite good for like the psychological horror aspect though.
1839. My weakened body was heavy to carry.
This I don't remember. I'm skipping a lot of like the lore stuff here because I have played this part before, but I might end up playing this game soon. So we're not gonna watch too much of this, it's just interesting. It's interesting seeing it not as a scared player, but in like an analytical way. When did I say this came out? Like 2010, 2011?
You have to be swift. swift when you activate the first one. You hear that? If it stops, you'll have to start over.
Isn't all this a bit excessive?
You can never be too careful, Daniel.
Oh, did it with my son? Oh, I think you mentioned. Even that. Still the camera effects. I did not remember how much of that they did. You're hiding. He's running after it? Okay, this is not how I play horror games. I would have fucking backtracked immediately. He fucking rushed towards him. Okay, wait. 22 minutes. That's how long it took to actually see the first bad guy. Yeah, pretty much on dot 22 minutes. It is pretty far. It's definitely a lot longer than it takes in like something like Outlast. Is it even 10 minutes in Outlast? Do you notice that jump scare with the door? I think that one is pretty early on. And he plans on making multiple monsters? Maybe. Maybe. That depends. It's one of those things that depend a lot on exactly what we do with the story. I have started thinking a bit about the story. I might have some ideas. I don't want to share too much on the stream. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe. I do have to still set a few more of the story elements a bit more, like, it needs to be a little bit more set in stone before I know for certain. Because that's the thing, the main issue right now is that I can't really work too much on, I mean, we can do a lot of mechanical stuff, but we can't do too much content stuff until I know what to do with the story, if that makes sense. What's up, Hilfert? Welcome back. Jesus, my man, did you eat? I did eat. I did take a break. I took my usual little 20-minute break, and now we're back at it. How you doing, man? Yeah, but it's interesting seeing 22 minutes until we saw the first bad guy. I don't know. I don't remember if I asked before. What do you think the average playtime in 10 bells is? Like, how long is a playthrough? Oh shit, we got some ads. I took a nap, something I haven't done in about 3 months. I never take naps, to be honest. I am not a napper. But, nice one. I mean, napping is nice. I don't know why I don't do it more, to be honest. I probably should. Especially with, like, how I sleep and stuff. It would probably not be bad if I took a nap every now and then. Naps for the win. Yeah, Bjarne is a napper. He is definitely a napper. I've never really been. In Adland, but the average playtime of bells is 1.5 hours. That is not bad. Yeah, I think we should we're gonna give that a go as well. "22 minutes. So much of this camera stuff. Surprising amount of it. I know I keep mentioning it, but it's interesting how much they actually use the camera effects of like blurring, stretching, shaking. There's a lot of those types of effects here. Kinda interesting. Okay, I think the ads should be over. Our return rate is about 12%. That seems very good. Especially for a game that can be completed in 1.5 hours. Because I do know there is a little bit of an issue with the, 2-hour thingy. Like if the game can be completed in under 2 hours, you could technically play through it, like it, and still return it. So the fact that you have that low refund rate with a 1.5 hour average playthrough sounds good. It is what it is, yeah. But as far as I know, I think the average or the expected is like 10% refunds or something, isn't it? So I mean, that sounds really good. The Mortuary Assistant is the game you should check out. I have not heard about that one. Look here, all the time. They do this like stretching with the camera. I don't know why I bet a lot of you are like, why does it keep commenting on it? But I find it fascinating how much they actually used it. I did not remember it. I think it might have been like once a minute that they do a stretch with the camera. Or some type of camera effect like that. We've had playthroughs that are 9 hours though. I don't know what to do. Holy shit. Yeah, if the average is 1.5, 9 hours sounds long. How is that being tracked though? Like, could it be AFK hours? Because that could, that could change it a lot. Like if someone pauses the game and goes and cooks dinner, hangs out with the family for a bit, forgets to turn it off. We had one at 30 plus hours. I don't think I've played 10 bells for that long. Oh damn, that's interesting. Use the key on the door to unlock it. Oh, it's just like my game. Fucking hell, Amnesia stole my game. They stole my game 10 years earlier than I made it. Mad. It was a developer whose games was praised, but because it was under 2 hours of gameplay, he had a huge percent of returns. The dev gave up on gamedev, not even the game. He gave up on gamedev because of it. Damn, I don't remember who or what game it was. That is mad. Also, what's up, Tom? Welcome in. Yeah, that is very sad. I did hear, I think it was Raka that mentioned that game with the animal-looking one in the boat. Kind of cartoonish. Did I put it on my... I might have put it on my wishlist. I think Raka mentioned that game was one of those that... It was like highly praised, almost like perfect scores. And then there was still like a shit ton of people who... Before Your Eyes, this is the one. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Didn't you tell me as well, Raka, that this was one of those games that... it's like overwhelmingly positive, but the playtime was low, so like quite a surprising amount of people actually went in and refunded the game because of it. Even though like they probably enjoyed the game just because they, they completed it within the 2 hours, so they could refund it. It's like that is some top tier douchiness. Like, okay if you don't like it, but also, you probably don't play through a game if you don't like it, right? I feel like if you don't like a game, you still finish the entire thing, I feel like at that point you shouldn't refund it. Like, if you play a game, you don't like it, and you quit like 30% into it, and, you know, that is under the 2-hour time, or, you know, there's some other issue or whatever, okay, I understand that you might refund it. That's completely fair. But, like, I would almost even say that even if you enjoy the game, if you play through it in its entirety, I feel like it's a bit late to fucking refund it. Is that mad? I feel like that made sense. If you use Cinemachine Virtual Camera, then you get the camera effects for free. Ooh. Yeah, we did talk about that one a little bit before. I did use it for my horror game, for my RPG game, but only because it was better. I don't remember exactly why. I think it was because it was easier to make it follow the player with it or something. Or something about... No, maybe it was about the getting it to be more pixel perfect. But yeah, I think maybe I should switch to that one. Because it does have a lot of advantages, doesn't it? We had a lot of returns in the beginning. We went up to 18% returns. And we were at a 100% positive rating, yeah. That is mad. I mean, it feels... it feels so immoral to like play a game, enjoy it, and then refund it just because you can. 100% me and all my friends should have refunded. Oh yeah, because then you all completed this under the 2-hour thing. Yeah, it's kinda mad, to be honest. They need to have an achievement that is a point of no return, which Steam checks in certification. Ooh, that's actually a pretty good idea. Yeah, like if you reach this point, you've put in enough time for you to not be able to refund the game. I think that kind of makes sense. Like, obviously, I think refunds is a great thing. The fact that, you know, you can refund games on Steam, fucking wonderful. I think it's a good thing. However, the fact that you can play... if the game is short, the fact that you can play through it in its entirety and then refund it becomes a little bit weird. Now, there were reviews praising the game, but they had a refunded tag on the review. It was messed up. I mean, even that is fucking more fucked up. If you actually... you even give it a good review, and then you refund it. Holy shit. Some people have some guts, man. It's just Steam not wanting to have certifications because it's cheaper. Yeah, I suppose. I agree, having a refund system is good, it's just a bad idea when it's time-based. Yeah, I think so too. Like, I understand it works well for some games. Like, just let's be honest here, this, like, 2-hour thing, that probably works great for a game like Witcher 3. You know? Just I understand, like, if you played The Witcher 3, a game that you probably could put, like, hundreds of hours into, 1.5 hours is basically just testing the game out. But, like, if you played something like this, or probably... what other games are there? Like, even almost Portal. How long did it take me to... I think I almost could have refunded Portal. Not this one, but Portal 1. Or maybe I couldn't. No. Am I going mad? How long did it take me to complete Portal? Was that not relatively short? But yeah, the thing is that it cannot... you know, it kind of goes out over the short games, I feel like. 3.4, okay, I could not have refunded it. Not according to the time, at least. Does it even work that well for big games? You need a few hours in AAA games to really get a feel. Yeah, but that's what I mean. I think it works better. Like, the 2-hour limit seems more appropriate for, like, a big game. Because that still shows that, like, you tested a game, and then maybe, like, yeah. Whereas, like, for a game like this, with, like, 10 bells, if the average playtime in 10 bells is, like, 1.5 hours, you know, playing 2 hours is not trying the game out. Playing 2 hours is, like, finishing the game in its entirety. So I feel like that, like, time limit they put... is worst for the shorter the game is, you know. Maybe they should do it with like, maybe if Steam started tracking like the average playthrough of games, and rather than do it time-based, they would do it percent-based. They should like figure that out somehow, and if you're like past the 30% thing or something of the game, then you can't refund it. Just throwing ideas out there. It's an easy fix. It should be a scaled system, so our game right now has 1.5 hours long. It should be 10% of the average time. Exactly. We just have the same fucking idea. I should have read one more message. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. Like, it would be scaled to how long the playtime is in the game. What's best if there's an obvious misdirection in marketing or technical issues? Yeah, that is true. That is true. I mean, that is one of those cases where it's very... Like, if you buy a game, you play it, and it's not what it seemed like, then of course you should be able to refund the game. But that's the thing, if you bought a game, it's not what it seemed like, and you still decided to 100% play through the entirety of the game, but that ended up taking 1 hour and 50 minutes, at that point, even if it wasn't what you expected, even if you didn't enjoy it, it's kind of fucked up to refund it. Because if it was that bad, to the point where you wanted to refund it, why did you complete it? Like, if you don't enjoy a game, you don't finish it, right? I feel like that's a fair statement, isn't it? There might be some love-hate relationships with games every now and then, but in general, I feel like people don't finish games they don't like. I think that makes sense. The 2 hours is not a hard line. I have a friend who refunded Raft after putting in 40 hours in. Yeah, I think, isn't it, if I understood it correctly, isn't the 2 hour limit like the, where it's like automatic? Like if you played under 1.5 hours, it's kinda auto refund. Whereas if you're over the 2 hour limit, I think Steam like double checks it, or they like manually confirm the refund. I think someone said something similar. I don't have any actual date on this, but that was the impression I got. But technically you could refund a game whenever. It's just that, you know, I think it's when it's under the 2 hour limit that it's like auto confirmed or auto approved or whatever. But don't quote me on it. They all would track the time, so they could just tap into that. Yeah. Also, to add what you said, I accidentally left 10 bells open when I went to sleep, so my playtime is high, but I only played like 30 minutes of the game. Yeah, I think a lot of that, like, I probably have a lot of AFK hours in games. I am really... I mean, let's be honest here. I'm playing my game right now, apparently. You know, I'm not even working in Unity at the moment. I also... Dude, I have 120 hours in A-Sprite. I think, like, 5 of these are active. I just end up leaving A-Sprite up in the background throughout like the entirety of my stream. Like, I am really fucking bad when it comes to turning games off. I really am. Sounds like an excuse to me, you're just really bad at the game. And you can't beat it, admit it. Oh shit. Imagine now when I play it, if I actually can't beat it. What is it? The 10 bells. We're gonna play it. We're gonna play it. Did it disappear? No, there we go. 14 hidden achievements. Mortar assistant. What is this? This does not look nice. They do mention you can request refunds after that period, 2 hours or 2 weeks, but it will be, yeah, manually reviewed, yeah. Yeah, I think that's the case. So, like, technically you could refund the game at any point, but I think you might need to give more of a reason and, like, they will actually check it. Whereas, like, if you finish a game, even if you love it, if you finish it in 1 hour and 59 minutes, you can, like, refund the game and get it auto-approved immediately. That's not nice. How does it start? Let me see the start of the game.
Glad it's almost over. Congratulations, sweetie.
Thank you.
I'll never understand why you chose such a macabre field.
There's nothing.
I keep on being proven wrong, am I not? I've said that you can't start. It doesn't feel right to start a horror game with a friendly conversation.
Disturbing.
There's multiple horror games that start with friendly conversations. I think I'm just wrong. I think I'm just wrong.
About it, it's just that
I'm proud of you. I really am. You've come so far. So, you haven't told me what's next. Will you get a job where you are, or...?
They actually have everyone they need.
Oh, is it like, are you working in the morgue or something? Is that it?
To finalize my internship there.
Oh, well, that's good. I remember you mentioning.
So a lot of people refunded year-old games that went to poo-poo or abandoned or whatever. Bell starts with you coming out of a toilet. Don't know what that says about me. Oh, that's kind of funny. Oh, do Shrek.
Are you moving?
Okay, can I get like a teaser or something? Oh, I don't like this. I do not like this. Oh, fuck me, dude. No. Again. Oh my god. I can't do this shit. I can't do this shit, man. Oh, fuck me. Ah, dude, I think I got a heart attack. This is just like when we watched the 10 Bells teaser. This is what I'm saying. I can't deal with this shit. I'm not made for horror. Oh my god. I hate this. I do too. This is not for me. So many clips when you play horror games. It would be. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think you guys would probably enjoy it. I would not. You've chosen the wrong genre, dude. I have. And that's the thing. I feel like I need to get more experience, but I am so not gonna enjoy it. Ah. Yeah, this seems bad. Ah, holy shit. Maybe it's right. I mean, I think in some regard, I think it kinda is. Like, I do think... I mean, I think I'm the perfect person to watch play a horror game. Because, like, whatever tactic they use to scare you is gonna work on me. But for me personally, I don't think I end up getting a lot of enjoyment out of it.
Cheers.
Because it just freaks me out. Like, that's the second horror teaser I've looked at recently, and I get legit jump scared from. Did my Explorer crash again? No. It was the same with 10 Bows. Like, that one really got me as well. Cheers, Ginseng. Appreciate ya.
Ginseng Tea thinks you're very good at being bad.
Thank you. I don't know. Horror games just... They are just not for me, are they? Where is the other one? Yeah. This was when we checked the 10 Bows trailer. looks pretty sick
Looking
too.
forward to seeing you squeal in 10 bells.
I will! I absolutely will. In the best way possible, I'm not gonna enjoy your game. And I mean that in the best way possible. Okay. Here you go. This was the, if you want to see another one on media instead, shout out to Tom Millman for clipping it. It looks pretty sick too. Fuck off, dude! No, no. Fuck off, man. That is so bad. There you go. Wait, am I wearing the same shirt? No, I'm not, okay. I was like, wait. Did you guys even notice me switching away from that camera? Tom is always there with the clips. Legend. Doing my best, let's go. Yeah. I mean, I've even gotten jump scared by my own game multiple times. Even before I had sound effects in it. I managed to jump scare myself with my own game. Like, that's almost... I feel like there almost should be like an award or something for that. Ugh. Dude, I still feel like shook up from that fucking... From this trailer, Mortuary Assistant. Ugh. I don't like it. I actually don't like it. Oh god. Yeah. There's two anomalies that still get me in bells and I made the damn thing, yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Like, I'm not even good when it comes to like horror movies and stuff. Like, nothing. The worst thing I've ever done though. Fucking hell. Horror games in VR. That is another level. If you're like me, I don't recommend it. Holy shit, it's so bad. I've only tried a little bit, but that shit is on another level. Because, you know, there's... The immersion is... Yeah. What's the scariest game you've played? I mean, that's the thing. I have not played a lot of scary games. Because I know I don't like them. I've tried Outlast. The only horror game I ever completed, I mentioned this before, is Condemned. That is the only horror game I ever had a full playthrough of. To this day, the one and only. And I think that helps out with the fact that you have like a shotgun in it. You know? I think that's why I tend to say I don't feel as afraid if I have a weapon in front of me, you know? Like the defenseless ones are the ones that like really get me, I feel like. So I did try Outlast as well as Amnesia. And I think those two are probably the worst ones I've played personally. Except for that one game I tried in VR, but I can't even remember. I was forced by a mate to try it. I can't even remember which one it was. But that's just because VR is a different thing. Because it's hard to not be immersed in a VR game. But yeah, I would say probably Outlast and Amnesia. I don't know which one. Both are like a very long time ago that I actually played them. But yeah, I think that would be the ones. And neither one I finished. I played like between 1 and 2 hours maybe. Solo game dev, don't recommend it to anyone. Oh, that's funny. We checked before. Outlast. Oh yeah, there was something I wanted to see. How long does it take for you to see the first scary thing? Because I think it's way quicker in this game. Right? Isn't that door thing that happens? Oh no, yeah, it happens much, much sooner. I mean, yeah, this is a little bit spooky, but this is more similar to, like, you know, the door flinging open in Amnesia. Oh no, wait, I thought this was the... Yeah, they also do a lot of that stuff, but like, where is the first either actual jump scare or the first visible light? Yeah, this is the one. This one got me so bad back in the days. 9.5 minutes, so yeah, it's almost half the time it took for Amnesia. 22 minutes was the first time you saw a monster in Amnesia. Do you guys want to see me get jump scared by this one? This is old school. I can show you if you want. This is, we're talking Chirpy 10 years ago, getting jump scared by Outlast. I do still have the video. I think it's private on my YouTube channel. Is it pre-Beanie? It's way pre-Beanie. Do I have... Oh, wait. It's actually... Ooh, it's actually not private. It's actually unlisted. Let me do this. Let me not leak the link. Let's keep this in the grave for now. I mean, let's be honest here. Most of my content is pre-Beanie. So, I don't know. I just, you know, I'm unemployed now. I don't get my haircut. I can't be going out. I can't be sitting in front of the camera without my beanie on. It's also winter. It's cold. Okay. Yeah, this is the one. I don't know how bad the audio is gonna be here. Also, I think I need to move myself. This is Chirpy like 10 years ago, getting scared by... You know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna do this. Getting scared by Outlast. Here you go. First little preview, live. No. There you go. That was me like 10 years ago or something. Absolutely shit in my pants at Outlast. This is 2 minutes of me being scared in Outlast. Like, when did I... Let me actually see. When did I post this video? 9 years ago, fam. It was posted the 16th of January 2016. That's kinda mad. That is kinda mad. I still remember the fucking feeling of this jump scare. I'm just not made for horror games, that's all I'm saying. I am not made for horror games. You know what? Wait, let's check my intro again. Now I've seen a few horror game intros. Let me see if I still like this one, after being away from it for a bit. Except for the perspective and the art not matching up, you know, that's gonna be fixed. But this is more about showcasing the general idea, okay? I know some of you might be in ads right now, sorry about that one. It works quite well with the heartbeats here. But I do think, like I said, I think we're gonna have to keep it where we kind of turn the heartbeats on and off depending on where in the game you are. Like, use it more consciously. Because I think having the heartbeats playing like this in the background the entirety of the game is gonna get a bit too much. Be right back, see you soon, Hilford. Gotta go for now. No worries, man. Thank you very much for dropping by, Tom. To be fair, I need to start heading out as well. We've been live for over 10 hours. I think it's starting to get time for me to get some rest. To be fair. I'll tap out and hit the bed. Take care. Thank you very much for dropping by, you as well, Bjarne. Have a good night. I'll catch you next time. Shall we see if we have someone we can go and throw a little raid at before we end this thing? And then I will be back on Monday. See, maybe if I should try and get a little bit more of a idea for the story done over the weekend. We'll see. Where should we go? Should we head over to... Let's head over to Practical. I don't know, have I raided him before? Oh wait, is he not there? He might be... Welcome back, Hillfoot. And let me check. I think Vin is gonna be going live soon. Is he? Wait, were you not gonna have an off day today? Oh wait, is it? Is it still today for you? Wait. Time zone thinking, I think I've been up for too long, I can't think about time zones right now. No stream today? Okay. I've been duped. You know what? Practical is back. Let's go for Practical. Practical NPC. Put it on my tab. Let's jump over and say hello. Like always, thank you all so very much for sticking around today. I appreciate each and every one of you very much. Let's join for a bit of radio, show some love to another fellow developer here on Twitch, working in a cool, like, Celeste-inspired game, but don't tell him I said it. And also, big shout out to BMO with the donation today, really appreciate ya. As well as Strom with the Prime subscription. I appreciate each and every single one of ya. Thanks again for the support on the video today, man, appreciate you. No worries, man, no worries. Always, like I said, I'm always, I might not always be in the front, but somewhere back there, I'm standing and rooting for ya. You know what I mean? Somewhere I'm shouting into the void, trying to show support. Like I said, I will be back on Monday again. Until then, I hope all of you have a great weekend, and yeah. I'll catch you guys on Monday. Don't forget to join the Discord if you haven't and you wanna connect more with the community. For now, let's jump over to Practical. Cheers, have a good one.